The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the settlement, the golden light painting the wooden huts and tents in warm hues. The crisp autumn air carried the scent of freshly cooked broth, and in the distance, the faint laughter of children could be heard. Under the shade of a large tree near the center of the settlement, Zhao Ming sat with Xiliang and Lin, a wooden cup of tea in his hands. The past few days had been exhausting, moving between the Murong trading house and the settlement, ensuring everything ran smoothly. Xiliang leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Zhao Ming, I know you've been busy running between here and Beihai, but things here have been improving, he said with a satisfied nod. The people have settled into a routine. Hunting parties are more organized now, and foraging groups know where to find food without risking danger. We're no longer entirely dependent on outside help. Zhao Ming took a sip of his tea, letting the warmth seep into his bones. That's good to hear. When I first brought the refugees here, I was worried about whether they'd even survive. Now, it sounds like they're not just surviving but adapting. Lin smiled, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Yes, but it wasn't easy. At first, many were still afraid or worried about attacks or another betrayal. After what happened with Zhao Feng and those bandits, trust was fragile. But now, after weeks of working together, people are more confident. They feel safe. Zhao Ming nodded, his expression serious. Trust is the hardest thing to rebuild. Once it's broken, it takes more than words to fix it. I'm glad to see they're moving forward. Xiliang hesitated for a moment before continuing. That's why we wanted to ask you about something. Since we're no longer struggling for food, we were thinking a broken bar. Can we sell some of our extra supplies? Meat, fur, even crafted tools, anything we don't need. If we could trade them, people could buy things they lack, like proper clothes, blankets, and other necessities. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. Are the supplies from the governor's office or Murong trading house not enough? Lin shook her head. It's not that. The governor and Murong trading house have provided enough to keep people alive. But with winter approaching, people want to do more than just survive here. They want to live with dignity. They want proper clothes instead of patched up rags, better tools for their work, and maybe even small luxuries to make their homes more comfortable. She glanced toward a group of children playing near a fire pit. Many of them have decided not to return to Lania. For them, this settlement is home now. Zhao Ming exhaled slowly. I see a broken bar, so they need something beyond survival. They want a future. Xiliang nodded. Exactly. Right now, they don't have much control over their own lives. If we can start trading, they can earn their own money and become self-sufficient. Even if it starts small, it'll give them a sense of independence. Zhao Ming tapped his fingers against his cup, deep in thought. It makes sense. But selling goods openly means we need permission from the governor. If we don't get it, nobles or other merchants might accuse us of illegal trade. Lin sighed. That's what we were afraid of. Zhao Ming leaned back against the tree, looking up at the branches swaying in the wind. I'll speak to the governor about it. If he agrees, we can start trading officially. I'll also ask Murong Trading House if we can make this location permanent for the settlement. Xiliang and Lin exchanged glances before bowing slightly. Thank you, Zhao Ming, Xiliang said sincerely. You've done so much for us already. Lin smiled faintly. It's because of you that we even have a chance at a future. Zhao Ming waved a hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This settlement isn't just about survival anymore. We're building something here. And if that's the case, we might as well do it properly. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying the scent of burning wood and freshly cooked food. For the first time in a long while, Zhao Ming felt that the settlement was not just a place for refugees, so it was becoming something more. As the conversation wound down, Lin hesitated before speaking again. Zhao Ming, would you like to stay for dinner? She asked with a warm smile. It's nothing fancy, but we'd like to have you join us. Xiliang nodded in agreement. You've done so much for us. It's the least we can do. Zhao Ming considered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll stay. The small house where Xiliang's family stayed was modest but well kept, built from sturdy wooden planks with a thatched roof. Inside, the room was lit by an oil lamp, casting a warm glow over the simple furnishings of a wooden table, a few chairs, and a small cooking area. Lin and Xiliang's children, Xujian and Xum, helped set the table. Xujian, a quiet but sensible boy of 9, carried the bowls with steady hands, making sure nothing spilled. His movements were careful, almost too mature for his age. Xum, a lively 6-year-old, was the opposite, humming a tune as she skipped around the room, occasionally stealing a bite of food when she thought no one was looking. Xum, Xujian sighed, catching her in the act. Mother already told you to wait. But I was just tasting it. Xum protested, pouting. Xuliang chuckled, ruffling his daughter's hair before gesturing for Zhao Ming to sit. Let's eat before she tastes everything. The meal, though humble, was prepared with care. Steaming bowls of rice sat alongside a fragrant fish stew seasoned with wild herbs and ginger. There were stir-fried greens gathered from the nearby forest and a plate of roasted game meat, likely from a recent hunting trip. Zhao Ming sat down as Lin served the stew. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the room, comforting and familiar. Eat while it's hot, she said, handing him a bowl. As they ate, Xum chatted excitedly, telling Zhao Ming about the birds she had seen near the river and how she wanted to raise one as a pet. Xujian, on the other hand, was more reserved, eating quietly but listening attentively. After a while, he finally spoke, looking at Zhao Ming. Is the settlement really going to last? His tone wasn't that of a naive child but of someone who had seen hardships and wanted reassurance. Zhao Ming paused before answering. It will. But it won't be easy. That's why we're working hard to make sure everyone has what they need. Xujian nodded slowly, seeming to accept the answer. Then I'll work hard too. You're already helping a lot, Xuliang said, patting his son's back. Zhao Ming smiled slightly. Xujian reminded him of himself when he was younger, forced to mature faster than he should. After finishing the meal and sharing a few more stories, Zhao Ming finally stood up. Thank you for the dinner. It was good to have a proper meal for once. Lin waved him off. You're always welcome here. Xum beamed. Come again, brother Zhao. With that, Zhao Ming bid them good night and made his way back to the Murong estate. The night air carried a crisp chill as Zhao Ming returned to the Murong estate, his steps steady but unhurried. The evening had been a rare moment of warmth as sharing a meal with Xuliang's family reminded him of simpler times, of what life could be if not burdened by politics, warfare, and survival. Yet, such moments were fleeting. The world outside was still chaotic, and responsibilities awaited him. The estate was quiet at this hour, the usual activity of merchants and workers having died down. A few lanterns flickered along the corridors, casting long shadows across the wooden floors. Zhao Ming stepped into his room, untying the belt of his outer robe as he moved toward a basin of warm water left by the servants. Dipping his hands into the basin, he let the warmth seep into his skin before splashing his face, washing away the fatigue of the day. He exhaled slowly, enjoying the brief sensation of relief before drying himself off. He changed into a fresh robe, the fabric cool against his skin, before sitting at his desk. The candlelight flickered as he unrolled a fine sheet of paper. The inkstone was ready, the brush resting beside it. Zhao Ming took a moment to gather his thoughts before dipping the brush in ink, letting the tip soak just enough before pressing it onto the paper. Each stroke was deliberate, forming the precise characters of his calling card. To Governor Kong Rong, I, Zhao Ming, seek an audience regarding an important matter concerning the settlement and the people under your protection. Your time and consideration would be greatly appreciated. Zhao Ming. The strokes were sharp yet refined, a reflection of his composed demeanor. He studied the writing for a moment before setting the brush aside, allowing the ink to dry. With practiced ease, he folded the paper carefully and sealed it. Stepping outside, he found one of the estate's night duty servants standing at the far end of the hallway, keeping watch. You, Zhao Ming called, his voice steady but not loud. The servant straightened and approached, bowing respectfully. Young Master Zhao, what do you require? Deliver this to Governor Kong's residence first thing in the morning, Zhao Ming instructed, handing over the sealed letter. Make sure it reaches him directly or his trusted aide. The servant accepted it with both hands, nodding. It will be done, young master. Zhao Ming gave a slight nod before turning back toward his room. He extinguished the candle, plunging the chamber into darkness save for the moonlight filtering through the window. He sat on the edge of his bed, gazing toward the sky outside. The moon hung high, cold yet serene, watching over the land as countless men schemed, fought, and struggled for power. Liu-Yang was in turmoil. The court was a battleground, where eunuchs, warlords, and noble clans vied for control. And here he was, in a small corner of the empire, building something that could either be a refuge or a future target. His fingers unconsciously traced the wooden frame of the bed as he thought. If the Murong trading house were to align with the wrong side, their prosperity could turn to ruin. If the settlement were to grow too strong, it could attract unwanted attention. If Governor Kong himself was entangled in court politics, what side would he take? These were not answers he could find in a single night. But tomorrow, he would take the next step. Lying back, he closed his eyes, allowing himself to drift into sleep, knowing that the next day would bring more challenge and more choices to make. The morning sun had barely risen when Zhao Ming arrived at the Murong trading house workshop. The scent of burning coal and freshly worked metal filled the air, mingling with the rhythmic clang of hammers against steel. Inside, the workshop was bustling. Blacksmiths and craftsmen moved about, working on various projects, but his focus was on the corner where Uncle Qian and Wen Tao were gathered. A large work table stood at the center, cluttered with blueprints, wooden components, and a half-assembled crossbow. Uncle Qian, his sleeves rolled up, examined the mechanism with furrowed brows, while Wen Tao carefully adjusted the bowstring tension. "Zhao Ming, you're here," Uncle Qian greeted, setting down a wooden shaft. "Just in time. We've made some progress." Zhao Ming approached, his gaze falling on the modified crossbow. "How far have you gotten?" Wen Tao exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. "We've managed to make it fire twice in succession, but the third shot keeps getting jammed. The mechanism doesn't cycle properly, and the arrows misalign after the second shot." Zhao Ming reached for the crossbow, inspecting it closely. His insight activated, breaking down the weapon's mechanics in his mind, analyzing its structure. There, weapon design, assistant provided an overlay in his thoughts, a diagram of how the repeating crossbow should ideally function. "The issue is with the arrow feeding mechanism," Zhao Ming said after a moment, setting the crossbow back down. "Right now, the arrows don't move into position smoothly. The alignment is slightly off, causing the third shot to jam. We need a better feeding solution, or something that keeps the arrows stable while ensuring the next one drops into place correctly." Uncle Qian stroked his beard, nodding slowly. "That does make sense, Broken Bar, but how do we do that? The current slot isn't guiding the arrows properly." Wen Tao tapped his fingers against the table in thought. "Maybe if we adjust the magazine shape, or add a guiding track for the arrows?" Zhao Ming nodded. "A guide rail might help, or a small spring mechanism that pushes the next arrow into place smoothly. If the arrows don't move at the right angle, they'll get caught before firing." Uncle Qian exchanged a look with Wen Tao before grinning. "I think that could work. It'll take some experimenting, but it's worth trying. If we can get the feeding mechanism to function correctly, we should be able to fire 3 or more shots in quick succession." Wen Tao rubbed his hands together, looking excited. "Let's get to work on a prototype." Zhao Ming watched as they quickly began sketching out modifications, discussing different materials and mechanics that could improve the design. Their enthusiasm was infectious, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This wasn't just about making a weapon, it was about innovation, about pushing the limits of what was possible. Just as they were deep in discussion, a knock sounded at the workshop's entrance. A servant stepped inside, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Zhao," the servant said, "Shopkeeper Wu has just returned and is looking for you." Zhao Ming exchanged glances with Uncle Qian and Wen Tao before nodding. "Understood. Keep working on the design. I'll check in again later." With that, he turned and strode out of the workshop, already wondering what news Shopkeeper Wu had brought back. When Zhao Ming arrived at the main hall of Murong Trading House, he found Shopkeeper Wu in the middle of overseeing an incoming shipment of grain. Large sacks were being carried inside by workers, their movements swift and efficient despite the weight. The air was thick with the scent of rice and wheat, mingling with the occasional grunt of laborers unloading the cargo. Shopkeeper Wu, standing near the entrance with his hands behind his back, caught sight of Zhao Ming and greeted him with a nod. "You're just in time," he said, watching as the workers arrange the grains into neat stacks. "We've got a busy day ahead, but that's not the only news I have for you." Zhao Ming arched an eyebrow. "What happened?" Shopkeeper Wu exhaled, lowering his voice as he gestured for Zhao Ming to step aside. "Murongda sent word he'll be back in the next few days. He's bringing more guards from the main house." Zhao Ming folded his arms, considering the implications. "That should be a good thing, right? More protection for the trading house and the settlement." Shopkeeper Wu let out a dry chuckle. "In theory, yes. But knowing the Murong family's internal politics, things won't be that simple." His expression turned slightly sour. "It seems Murong Jin's brothers pushed for sending extra men. I wouldn't be surprised if this was an excuse to interfere." Zhao Ming frowned. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Murong family's internal disputes, but this timing was inconvenient. "You think they'll try to take control of things here?" Shopkeeper Wu sighed, rubbing his temple. "Hard to say. Murongda is respected, but the other family branches never miss a chance to test boundaries. They might frame it as a helping while finding ways to undermine him." Zhao Ming's gaze sharpened. The Murong trading house had been a strong ally in supporting the settlement and handling sensitive matters like the repeating crossbow project. If someone from Murong Jin's side tried to interfere, it could complicate things, especially with the political undercurrents already brewing in Liaoyang and Beihai. "Then we need to be ready," Zhao Ming said finally. "If they're sending extra people, we'll have to figure out their intentions first. Otherwise, this might turn into an internal struggle instead of actual support." Shopkeeper Wu nodded. "That's the smart approach. For now, let's wait and see what Murongda says when he arrives. But don't be surprised if we have to deal with a few unwelcome hands trying to grab more than they should." Zhao Ming smirked. "That seems to be a pattern these days." With that, they turned their attention back to the ongoing work, but Zhao Ming's mind was already calculating the next move. The arrival of reinforcements could either be a blessing or a new headache. As the shipment of grain was gradually being organized, Shopkeeper Wu took this chance to lean against one of the wooden beams, crossing his arms as he regarded Zhao Ming with a thoughtful expression. "You know, since we're talking about Murongda and the reinforcements, it's probably a good time for you to understand more about the Murong family itself," Shopkeeper Wu began. Zhao Ming, always keen on gathering useful information, nodded. "Go on." Shopkeeper Wu took a deep breath before continuing. "The Murong family is one of the martial clans based in Xuqing. Their reputation comes from their strong warriors and connections with the Han court. While not one of the most powerful noble houses, they are still a force to be reckoned with, especially when it comes to military matters." Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. "A martial clan that has ties with the court? That explains their influence, but also why they might be divided internally." Shopkeeper Wu chuckled. "Exactly. The current patriarch is Murong Xuan, and under him are his 3 sons. Murong Heng are the eldest, the heir of the Murong family. Murong Jin are the second son, the father of Murong Xu. Murong Ru are the third son, the black sheep of the family." Zhao Ming listened carefully, committing the details to memory. "Murong Heng is a strong warrior and an excellent leader," Shopkeeper Wu continued. "He's been trained to take over since he was young, and so far, he has done well to maintain the family's reputation. His loyalty to the Han dynasty is unquestionable, but that also means he's too rigid at times so he won't stray from traditional ways." Zhao Ming tapped his fingers against his arm. "And Murong Jin? Since he's handling trade, I assume he's not as involved in military matters?" "Right," Shopkeeper Wu confirmed. "Murong Jin chose to leave the main house and focus on managing trade. That's how the Murong trading house came to be. The family needed someone to oversee their business ventures and the merchant networks, and Murong Jin took that role. However, since he's not handling military affairs, some in the family look down on him as if he's just a businessman instead of a Murong warrior." Zhao Ming frowned slightly. "That seems short-sighted. Wealth and supply chains are just as crucial as soldiers in times of war." "Exactly," Shopkeeper Wu agreed. "But Murong Heng and the Murong Jin rarely see eye to eye. And then there's the third brother, a Murong Ru. Unlike the other two, he doesn't contribute anything. He's lazy, always scheming, and loves surrounding himself with the worst kind of noble brats, the troublemakers who have more power than sense." Zhao Ming exhaled. So he's the type who stirs trouble but never actually does anything himself? That's right, shopkeeper Wu said with a sigh. Murong-ru is jealous of his brothers, but instead of trying to prove himself, he plays petty tricks. He sticks close to troublesome noble sons and loves to gossip and scheme. He's more of a nuisance than a real threat, but he has the habit of making things more complicated than they need to be. Zhao Ming nodded, piecing things together. So if Murong Jin's side is sending reinforcements, there's a chance Murong-ru or his allies might be involved. Shopkeeper Wu rubbed his chin. Possibly. If they pushed for extra men, there might be more than just protection at play. They might be trying to meddle in Murong Jin's business or even cause problems for Murongda. At the very least, it means they have an interest in what's happening here. Zhao Ming considered the situation carefully. If the Murong trading house was being watched more closely by rival factions within the Murong family, then his work with Thema, whether it was the settlement, trade, or weapon development, could come under scrutiny. I'll keep that in mind, Zhao Ming said at last. We should be prepared in case their involvement causes unnecessary problems. Shopkeeper Wu smiled, pleased with Zhao Ming's sharp thinking. That's the right mindset. With the Murong family, you never know when politics will get in the way of business. Zhao Ming smirked. I'll just have to make sure it doesn't. As the conversation shifted from the Murong family's internal politics, Zhao Ming brought up another pressing matter: the settlement of refugees on the eastern hill of Beihai. By the way, about the settlement, Zhao Ming began, folding his arms as he leaned against the wooden counter. Now that things have stabilized, Xu Liang and the others mentioned they're able to sustain themselves. Some even asked if they could sell extra food and furs for money. Shopkeeper Wu nodded slowly, already expecting this topic to come up. That's good to hear. If they've reached the point where they want to trade, it means they're no longer just surviving, they're building a livelihood. Zhao Ming agreed. Exactly. But this also raises another question of the land ownership. The settlement is technically on Murong Trading House's property. If they want to stay permanently, we need to decide how to handle it. Shopkeeper Wu sighed, rubbing his temples. Right. I've been thinking about that too. The way I see it, we should let them stay, but with clear terms. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. Meaning? Shopkeeper Wu's expression became serious. They need to sign a contract. The land still belongs to Murong Trading House, and if they want to live there, they should do so under a rental system. A rental agreement? Zhao Ming repeated, considering the implications. Exactly. That way, it's clear to everyone that the land isn't theirs. Shopkeeper Wu explained. They can live the farm, hunt, or trade, but it must be on record that they are renting the land, not owning it. If they don't like it, they can move back to the refugee camp or find another place to settle. Zhao Ming thought about it for a moment before nodding. That's reasonable. It makes sure they don't take anything for granted. And it also protects Murong Trading House from disputes in the future. If we leave it vague, they might start thinking they have a claim over the land. Shopkeeper Wu smirked. Exactly. We've both seen what happens when land disputes arise. People start thinking they have the right to something just because they lived on it long enough. Before you know it, they start saying it's theirs by right, and suddenly, you've got a whole legal mess on your hands. Zhao Ming chuckled. And the last thing we want is for Governor Kong or some court official to step in and force us into some kind of land dispute. Exactly, Shopkeeper Wu said. This way, they get a chance at a stable life, and we get a clear agreement. We're not being cruel, we're giving them a fair deal. If they want security, they can stay. If they don't like the arrangement, they are free to leave. Zhao Ming exhaled. I'll make sure Xu Liang understands this. He's sensible, and he'll make sure the others know that nothing in life comes for free. Shopkeeper Wu nodded approvingly. Good. Then once Murongda arrives, we can make the arrangements official. In the meantime, we should draft the contract terms so that when the time comes, everything is in order. At that moment, a servant hurried into the room and respectfully bowed towards Zhao Ming. Young Master Zhao, Governor Kong has sent a message. He can meet you tomorrow at his office. Zhao Ming straightened, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Good. Then I'll prepare what I need for the meeting. Shopkeeper Wu smirked. Just remember, our governors are politicians first, officials second. Whatever he says, always think about what he isn't saying. Zhao Ming chuckled. I wouldn't have it any other way. As the first light of dawn filtered through the wooden windows of Murong Estate, Zhao Ming stirred awake. Today was an important day, his meeting with Governor Kong. But before that, something equally important demanded his attention. A messenger from the workshop had arrived earlier with a message the crossbow prototype was completed. Without wasting time, Zhao Ming dressed and made his way toward the Murong Trading House workshop. The cool morning air carried the scent of wood shavings and burning coal as he stepped into the bustling workshop. Inside, Uncle Qian and Wen Tao were already waiting for him, their faces filled with a mix of exhaustion and excitement. You're just in time, Uncle Qian greeted, wiping his hands on a cloth. We've finally finished it. Wen Tao stepped forward, carefully presenting the weapon, a sleek, wooden crossbow with an intricate metal mechanism attached to its top. Unlike traditional crossbows, this one had a magazine-like structure sitting above the bowstring, meant to feed arrows automatically after each shot. We followed your suggestions and worked on the arrow feeding mechanism, Wen Tao explained. Now, instead of getting jammed after 2 shots, it can fire 5 arrows in a row before needing to be reloaded. Zhao Ming's eyes gleamed with interest. Let's test it. They moved to the shooting range behind the workshop, where wooden targets were set up at varying distances. Zhao Ming took the crossbow, feeling its weight in his hands. It was slightly heavier than a standard one, but still manageable. He pulled the trigger. Thwack! The first arrow shot forward with deadly precision. Thwack! The second followed almost instantly. By the time the 5th arrow was fired, a neat row of bolts was embedded into the target. The workshop workers let out murmurs of approval. Impressive, Zhao Ming said, lowering the weapon. This is a major step forward. However, just as they were about to reload and test it again, snap! A metallic clicking sound echoed. The mechanism jammed. The lever refused to reset, leaving the crossbow stuck in place. Uncle Qian and Wen Tao frowned, quickly examining the weapon. It seems a broken bar, Wen Tao muttered, adjusting the gear alignment. The internal mechanism is still fragile. After a few rounds of firing, the tension on the metal parts becomes too much, and they break under stress. That means it's still not reliable in a battlefield scenario. Uncle Qian sighed. If soldiers can't depend on it during combat, it's useless. Zhao Ming thought for a moment. But at least we've made progress. The design works in theory, and we've proven it can fire 5 shots consecutively. Uncle Qian nodded. Yes, but now we need to reinforce the mechanics. Maybe use stronger materials for the internal parts, or adjust the tension in the trigger mechanism. Wen Tao agreed. We'll work on reinforcement and maybe test different materials for the key moving parts. If we fix the durability issue, this weapon could be a game changer. Zhao Ming considered the options. I'll be meeting with Governor Kong this afternoon. I'll bring one prototype with me to show him our progress. This will buy us time to continue refining the design. Uncle Qian and Wen Tao exchanged glances and nodded. All right, Uncle Qian said. We'll make another one just in case. Zhao Ming smirked. Good. If we can perfect this, the Murong Trading House might just hold the key to a revolutionary weapon. With that, he turned and left the workshop, knowing that his next challenge awaited his meeting with the governor. As the carriage rolled to a stop in front of Governor Kong's residence, Zhao Ming stepped out, adjusting his robes while ensuring the crossbow prototype was safely secured in its case. The weapon was too important to be displayed openly. Its very existence was meant to be kept highly confidential. The familiar gate guards stood at attention, and one of them, Sergeant Wang, recognized him immediately. Master Zhao, here to see the governor? Wang asked with a polite nod. Zhao Ming returned the nod. Yes. I also have something to present under strict secrecy. I need to speak with A Chen before I proceed. Sergeant Wang's eyes flickered with curiosity, but he knew better than to ask questions. He gestured toward a junior guard. Take Master Zhao inside and inform A Chen. Zhao Ming was led through the courtyard of the governor's estate and into the reception hall. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of ink and aged scrolls. Several officials were going about their duties, but Zhao Ming remained silent, keeping his attention on his surroundings. After a few moments, A Chen arrived, his usual composed expression giving way to mild surprise when he saw Zhao Ming holding a long wooden case. I was under the impression that today's meeting was about the Eastern Hill settlement and the refugees, A Chen said, raising an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to bring a broken bar. His eyes flicked to the case. Is that what I think it is? Zhao Ming nodded. Yes. The crossbow prototype was finished just this morning. Since I was already scheduled to meet Governor Kong, I decided to bring it along. But given its sensitive nature, I can't show it freely here. I'll need a more private location. A Chen's brows furrowed slightly, realizing the implications. Understood. We'll use one of the wing rooms instead of the main issue. It's more secluded. He gestured for Zhao Ming to follow him, and they walked through a side corridor, where A Chen led him into a quiet, private chamber. The room was smaller than the main office, but it was lined with bookshelves, giving it the feel of a study rather than an administrative hall. I'll inform the governor, A Chen said before stepping out. Wait here. As Zhao Ming adjusted his seating, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Expecting it to be Governor Kong or A Chen, he turned toward the entrancier only to see a familiar face step inside. Luciani, the young woman, dressed in simple yet elegant scholar robes, entered with a curious expression. Her sharp gaze immediately landed on Zhao Ming and the wooden case he was holding. You? She said, folding her arms. What are you doing here? Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't I be asking you the same? Luciani sighed. I was summoned by Governor Kong. My father left for Liaoyang, and before leaving, he told me to assist the governor however I can. Luciani stepped into the room, her sharp gaze immediately landing on the wooden case beside Zhao Ming. She arched an eyebrow and crossed her arms. So, the prototype is ready? She asked without preamble. Zhao Ming smirked. You don't seem too surprised. She shook her head and took a seat across from him. Of course not. I was there when my father introduced the project to you. I knew you'd make progress sooner or later. She leaned forward slightly. The real question is how well does it work? Zhao Ming tapped the case lightly. It can fire 5 arrows in succession before the mechanism jams. We're still working on improving the feeding system. Luciani nodded, her expression thoughtful. That's better than I expected. Even getting 2 consecutive shots was difficult when we tried to replicate the design. Zhao Ming studied her. You seem invested in this, more than I thought you'd be. She exhaled softly, her fingers tapping against the table. Because I understand what's at stake. My father might not say it outright, but I know why he was so interested in this weapon. Zhao Ming remained silent, waiting for her to continue. She looked him in the eye. War is coming. His expression didn't change, but she could tell he agreed. The Han court is rotting from the inside, she went on. Factions are forming. Warlords are gathering strength. When the cracks finally break open, whoever controls superior weapons will have an edge. Zhao Ming nodded slightly. And yet, you still helped bring this to the Murong trading house. You're aware that once it's perfected, others might try to take it? Luciani scoffed. Of course. But that's exactly why secrecy is important. If the wrong people get their hands on this first, the balance of power could shift drastically. Zhao Ming studied her carefully. You sound like you have someone in mind. She hesitated for a moment before sighing. You already know the answer. The eunuch faction, the regional warlords, even certain members of the imperial family, they're all vying for power. Any one of them would kill to get their hands on an innovation like this. Zhao Ming exhaled slowly. He had considered all of this before, but hearing it from Lu's daughter only confirmed his concerns. We'll have to be careful, he finally said. This weapon could change history, but only if it ends up in the right hands. Luciani gave a small smirk. And you think you can decide that? Zhao Ming returned the smirk. I don't need to decide, I just need to make sure it's not the wrong hands. Before Luciani could respond, the door opened, and Governor Kong Rong entered, accompanied by A Chen. Their conversation would have to wait. Governor Kong Rong strode into the room, his expression unusually tense. His sharp eyes immediately locked onto the wooden case beside Zhao Ming, and he wasted no time with pleasantries. Zhao Ming, is it true? The crossbow, it works? His voice carried a mix of excitement and urgency. Zhao Ming nodded, placing a steady hand on the case. It works, but it's not perfect yet. We managed to fire 5 arrows in a row before the mechanism jammed. There are still issues we need to fix. Kong Rong exhaled sharply, rubbing his chin. Even 5 consecutive shots of it alone would revolutionize warfare. He turned to Aide Chen, his tone commanding. "We need to see it in action." Zhao Ming inclined his head. "We'll need arrows and a place to test it." The governor gestured to Aide Chen. "Fetch some arrows and clear a space behind the chamber. The garden should be secluded enough for a demonstration." Aide Chen bowed and swiftly exited the room. As they waited, Kong Rong sat down, fingers drumming against the polished wood of the table. "You said it's not perfect yet. What exactly is the issue?" Zhao Ming unlatched the wooden case, carefully lifting the newly crafted repeating crossbow. The polished wooden stock was sturdy yet lightweight, while the metal components gleamed under the chamber's dim light. The mechanism, however, was still a work in progress. "The problem lies in the arrow feeding system," Zhao Ming explained, running a finger along the intricate grooves of the magazine. "Right now, it fires 5 arrows, but after that, the alignment starts shifting slightly. When that happens, the next arrow doesn't load properly, causing a jam." Lu Qianyi, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. "But it's still an improvement." The academy scholars barely managed 2 shots in a row before their attempts failed. Kong Rong glanced at her, nodding. "True, even at this stage, this is a breakthrough." Zhao Ming smirked. "And that's exactly why I brought it here. If we refine this design, the repeating crossbow could become a weapon that redefines battle strategy." Kong Rong's expression darkened. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. "That is precisely what concerns me. If this weapon reaches its full potential, it could give any army a terrifying advantage." He paused before adding gravely, "And that's also why we must ensure it stays out of the wrong hands." Zhao Ming agreed, but he had already been considering the risks. He tapped the crossbow lightly. "It's a double-edged sword. Whoever controls this technology controls the battlefield." He let his words sink in before continuing. "The academy scholars struggled to reconstruct it because they lacked proper weaponsmiths and military experience. Even now, Uncle Qian and Wen Tao are still refining the mechanics. But if someone with ambition and resources manages to replicate these a broken bar," Kong Rong's brows furrowed, "the balance of power would shift." Zhao Ming nodded. "That's why secrecy is crucial. Even within the Han army, we need to be careful." He glanced at the governor. "If this is truly meant for the Han army, then why all the secrecy? Shouldn't the court support its development openly?" Kong Rong was silent for a moment before sighing. "Because the imperial court is not as united as it should be." He leaned back. "The central authority is fragile. The eunuchs control the palace, and the nobles and warlords each have their own ambitions. If word spreads about this crossbow, every faction will fight to claim it for themselves. Some might even try to steal it or kill for it." Lu Qianyi folded her arms, her gaze thoughtful. "So that's why father wanted the project handled discreetly at the academia broken bar." Zhao Ming frowned slightly. "But even the academy scholars struggled to reverse engineer it. Without Murong Trading House's workshop and skilled craftsmen, we wouldn't have made this much progress." Kong Rong's eyes sharpened. "Then that means the Murong Trading House will play a crucial role in this." Aide Chen returned just then, carrying a bundle of arrows. "The garden is ready for testing," he announced. Kong Rong stood up, his expression tense yet eager. "Let's see this weapon in action." Zhao Ming slung the crossbow over his shoulder and followed them out. Today's test would determine more than just the weapon's progress, it would decide its place in history. The small, secluded garden behind the governor's chamber was well kept, with neatly trimmed hedges and a few decorative rocks arranged in harmony. A wooden target had been set up at the far end, its surface already marked with previous test shots from archery training. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. Zhao Ming stepped forward, taking the bundle of arrows from Aide Chen's hands. He inspected each one before loading them into the crossbow's magazine, a narrow wooden compartment affixed atop the weapon. The process was smooth. He could feel the weight of the arrows settle into place. Taking a steady breath, Zhao Ming raised the crossbow, leveling it toward the target. He rested the stock against his shoulder, his fingers gripping the smooth wooden body. With his thumb, he pulled back the lever, engaging the internal mechanism. A click sounded. The arrow was in position. He pulled the trigger. A sharp twang echoed through the garden as the first arrow shot forward, slicing through the air with precision. In a fraction of a second, it buried itself into the wooden target, piercing deep enough that only the feathered fletching was visible. Before the target had even stopped vibrating from the impact, Zhao Ming pulled the lever back again. The crossbow's internal mechanism rotated, automatically feeding the next arrow into place. He fired. Twang! The second arrow struck just beside the first, mere inches apart. The accuracy was remarkable. Zhao Ming continued. Twang, twang, twang. Each pull of the lever and squeeze of the trigger sent an arrow flying in rapid succession. The sheer speed at which he fired exceeded that of any standard bow or crossbow. By the time the fifth arrow hit its mark, the wooden target looked like a porcupine, 5 arrows embedded in a tight cluster near the center. The force of the shots had splintered the surface, showcasing the raw power behind the mechanism. Just as Zhao Ming prepared to fire again, something went wrong. He pulled the lever, but instead of smoothly cycling the next arrow, the mechanism locked up. The magazine shifted slightly, misaligning the arrows. When he tried to fire, nothing happened. Zhao Ming furrowed his brows, lowering the crossbow. He tapped the side of the weapon and carefully examined the feeding system. The magazine misaligned again, he muttered, adjusting his grip. He tried to reset the lever, but the jam persisted. The first 5 shots worked, but on the 6th, the alignment failed. Kong Rong let out a breath he had been holding, stepping closer to inspect the results. His eyes flickered between the crossbow and the devastated target. Incredibly broken bar. Luciani, standing beside him, looked equally stunned. 5 shots in a row with that level of accuracy and power. A broken bar. She clenched her fists. If this were used in battle, a single crossbowman could eliminate multiple enemies before they even got close. Kong Rong nodded, his excitement evident. No ordinary soldier could defend against this kind of rapid fire. He looked at Zhao Ming. Even with the jamming issue, this is already a weapon of war. A Chen, usually composed, let out a low whistle. It's no wonder Liu Xia and the Academy scholars were desperate to see this project succeed. Zhao Ming, however, remained calm. It's still not complete. If it jams during battle, it's useless. He gave the crossbow a final inspection before slinging it over his shoulder. We need to fix the alignment issue. But at least now, we knows this prototype is functional. Kong Rong exhaled sharply, crossing his arms. His mind was already racing with the implications. We need to secure this development immediately. He turned to Zhao Ming. Tell me what you need. Resources, funding. I will make sure you get it. Zhao Ming smirked slightly. First, we need to ensure secrecy. This project can't fall into the wrong hands. Kong Rong nodded firmly. Agreed. Let's discuss the next steps inside. With that, they turned back toward the chamber, their minds now focused on the future of the repeating crossbow and the shifting balance of power it could bring. Back inside the chamber, the air buzzed with a mixture of excitement and deep contemplation. Luciania still looked amazed by the test, while Governor Kong Rong had a thoughtful expression. The success of the prototype was undeniable, but its flaws also needed addressing. Luciania, still brimming with enthusiasm, spoke first. Even with the jamming issue, this is a breakthrough. Imagine an ambush force raining arrows before the enemy has a chance to react. Kong Rong nodded but remained measured in his response. The potential is clear. Zhao Ming, what do you need to continue development? More workers? Better materials? I will make sure you get it. Zhao Ming, arms crossed, leaned slightly against the table. For now, we have everything necessary to keep improving the design. The real issue isn't resources, so it's time. We don't know how long it will take to fix the jamming issue. Silence settled for a moment as the weight of that reality sank in. Zhao Ming continued, tapping his fingers against the crossbow. There are 2 ways we can go about this. Refine the crossbow until it fires flawlessly with true rapid-fire capability. This would make it a long-term game-changer, but it could take months or even years. Make it a single-use weapon. We refine the design just enough to guarantee at least 5 or 6 consecutive shots. Once used, it gets returned for repair or, if the situation calls for it, designed to be easily destroyed to prevent capture. Luciani immediately latched onto the second option. A single-use weapon makes the most sense. We don't have the luxury of waiting for perfection. In war, A single ambush can decide the outcome of an entire battle. If soldiers can fire 5 arrows before retreating, that's already an overwhelming advantage. Kong Rong stroked his beard. A crossbow that can be recovered and fixed or discarded if need, a broken bar that would certainly allow for faster deployment. But his expression turned contemplative. Yet, if perfected, a fully functional repeating crossbow would be unstoppable. It would not just be a tool for surprise attacks, so it would change warfare itself. A brief silence followed as they weighed the two possibilities. Zhao Ming finally spoke, giving his stance. I agree with Lu Qianyi's idea for now. We can produce a crossbow that can reliably fire 5 shots, and soldiers can return it for maintenance. If they can't recover it, they destroy it. This way, we gain an immediate advantage while continuing development in the background. Kong Rong, though reluctant, eventually nodded. Very well. We'll go with that plan for now. Just as they settled on the decision, Kong Rong's expression darkened. He exhaled heavily and turned towards Zhao Ming. There's another matter. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. Something urgent? Kong Rong's tone grew serious. I received word from Lu Zi. The news from Liu Ouyang is not good. Both Zhao Ming and Lu Qianyi tensed, sensing the gravity of his words. The room fell into uneasy silence, the weight of incoming news pressing upon them. Something was happening in the imperial court, and whatever it was, it wouldn't be in their favor. Governor Kong Rong's expression hardened as he turned to aide Chen. Secure perimeter. Make sure no enemy, not even our own manor, is within earshot. Aide Chen bowed. Yes, Governor. He swiftly left the chamber to carry out the order, leaving only Kong Rong, Zhao Ming, and Lu Qianyi inside. Once he was sure they were alone, Kong Rong took a deep breath and spoke in a low, grave tone. This is the latest word from Lu Xia. The situation in Liu Ouyang is worse than expected. Kong Rong continued, his voice weighted with concern. He Jin, the half-brother of the Empress, has been appointed as General-in-Chief, but rather than strengthening the empire, this has only escalated tensions in the court. Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes. Let me guess, a broken bar. The eunuchs? Kong Rong nodded grimly. Yes. 10 influential eunuchs, the so-called 10 attendants, are now controlling state affairs. They manipulate the court, suppress opposition, and ensure that any minister who dares challenge them meets an untimely end. Lu Qianyi frowned. But what about Emperor Ling? Doesn't he care about the empire falling into chaos? Kong Rong let out a dry, bitter laugh. Care? The emperor only cares about women, wine, and extravagance. He leaves the real governance to the eunuchs, as long as they keep his palaces filled with entertainment and his treasury flowing with gold. Zhao Ming and Lu Qianyi exchanged surprised glances. The emperor, a broken bar. Zhao Ming hesitated before speaking. He allows the eunuchs to handle all state affairs? Kong Rong's face darkened. Not just allows, he encourages it. He knows they are corrupt, that they bleed the people dry and silence honest officials, but as long as his life of excess is untouched, he does nothing. Lu Qianyi gritted her teeth. How could the Son of Heaven be so broken bar irresponsible? Kong Rong sighed. This is the reality of the Han court. A ruler too indulgent to lead, and a group of eunuchs too greedy to govern wisely. Meanwhile, He Jin and the imperial relatives grow increasingly restless, seeking to counter the eunuch's power. Zhao Ming crossed his arms. A power struggle in the heart of the emperor, broken bar that won't end well. Kong Rong nodded gravely. It will end in bloodshed. Zhao Ming's brows furrowed. Who is He Jin? How did he rise to such a position? Kong Rong leaned back in his seat, his fingers tapping lightly against the table. He Jin is the elder half-brother of Empress He, the emperor's favored consort. He came from a humble background, originally just a butcher before fortune smiled upon him. When his sister entered the palace and became the empress, he quickly climbed the ranks. The emperor elevated him to high office, and now, he holds the title of General-in-Chief. Lu Qianyi tilted her head. A butcher rising to lead the military? That's quite the leap. Kong Rong sighed. Yes, it's a classic case of someone gaining power not through ability, but through connections. Make no mistake, He Jin is a capable warrior. His command over troops is respectable, and he genuinely wants to restore order to the empire. However, he is neither a strategist nor a statesman. He lacks cunning, and worse, He is naive when it comes to court politics. Zhao Ming frowned. So he's walking into a den of wolves. Kong Rong nodded. Exactly. His appointment as general-in-chief is not a sign of stability but of growing division. The imperial court is now split into two factions: Empress He's family and supporters on one side, and the eunuchs on the other. It's an open secret that He Jin despises the eunuchs and wants to purge them. But the eunuchs are broken bar. They will not sit idly by and let themselves be removed. They hold too much power, too many secrets. The moment He Jin makes his move, they will retaliate. Luciania pursed her lips. And what of the emperor? Does he favor one side over the other? Kong Rong let out a dry chuckle. The emperor? He favors himself, as long as he has his concubines, feasts, and gold. He will not act. He leaves the eunuchs to do the dirty work, ensuring that they remove anyone who disrupts his pleasure. If He Jin pushes too hard, the eunuchs may convince the emperor to eliminate him. Zhao Ming's eyes darkened. Then Luz is walking into a battlefield without swords. If the situation in Liuoyang is truly this unstable, it's too dangerous for him to remain there. Kong Rong's expression hardened. I agree. I will send a letter to Luz immediately, urging him to leave Liuoyang as soon as possible. He is a respected scholar, but he has no place in this power struggle. If He Jin's faction falls, anyone associated with him will be in grave danger. Zhao Ming nodded. That would be wise. The longer he stays, the harder it will be to escape unscathed. Kong Rong sighed. This empire is teetering on the edge, and war is no longer a question of a if but a when. Luciania's face darkened with worry. If things are truly as dire as you say, then my father a broken bar. He is in danger. Kong Rong's expression softened slightly. Luz is no fool, Qiania. He understands the court better than most. If anyone can navigate this storm, it is him. She bit her lip, her fingers tightening into fists. Even so, I fear the eunuchs will not let him leave so easily. If he is seen as siding with Hegina, he will know what to do. Kong Rong interrupted gently. Luz has always been careful. If he sees that the situation in Liuoyang is beyond saving, he will find a way to leave before he is caught in the crossfire. Luciania exhaled, trying to steady herself, though worry still lingered in her eyes. Kong Rong straightened in his seat, his tone shifting back to business. For now, our priority is Beihai. We cannot waste time worrying about Liuoyang when the storm may reach our doorstep sooner than we think. Zhao Ming nodded. Then why haven't you called for a meeting with all the major merchant houses? If war is on the horizon, trade will be the lifeline that keeps Beihai from falling into chaos. Kong Rong's face darkened. Because not all merchants can be trusted. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I only trust Murong and Yu Trading House, Kong Rong admitted. Wang Trading House is too deeply tied to certain noble families. If war breaks out, they will prioritize their own connections over Beihai's well-being. As for Liu Trading House, he broken bar, his voice lowered, filled with disdain. They are involved in illegal trade, smuggling, bribery, even dealings with bandits. If the city were ever to fall into disorder, they would only add to the chaos, not help prevent it. Zhao Ming frowned. So, Wang Trading House is too entangled with the nobles, and Liu Trading House engages in illegal dealings a broken bar. But aren't they still powerful? If Beihai is to withstand the coming storm, can we afford to ignore them completely? Kong Rong sighed, rubbing his temples. Powerful, yes. Reliable? Number. He looked up at Zhao Ming. The Wang family thrives on their connections with the aristocracy. Their loyalty is to wealth and influence, not to Beihai. If war breaks out, do you think they'll stay and help defend the city? Zhao Ming considered it for a moment. A broken bar, they'd flee, wouldn't they? Luciania nodded. They have enough assets to pack up and move to another city if things turn dire. They won't risk their own wealth and safety unless they are guaranteed a profit. Kong Rong gestured at her in agreement. Exactly. And if the capital falls into chaos, they will align with whichever noble faction gives them the greatest advantage. That makes them too unpredictable for my liking. Zhao Ming leaned forward. And Liu Trading House? A flicker of disgust crossed Kong Rong's face. Liu Trading House profits from the shadows. They smuggle goods, bribe officials, and have dealings with bandits, pirates, and anyone willing to pay. There's even talk of them secretly trading with Yellow Turban rebels. If we involve them, We risk strengthening the very enemies that threaten us. Luciania's expression hardened. If they're dealing with bandits and rebels, shouldn't we root them out? Kong Rong gave a bitter chuckle. I wish it were that simple. They cover their tracks well, and their influence runs deeper than I'd like to admit. Exposing them without solid evidence would only create more problems. If I act without proof, they'll just claim I'm making baseless accusations to seize their assets. Zhao Ming exhaled sharply. So we're left with Murong and Yu Trading House. Kong Rong nodded. Murong Trading House has always been dependable. Their network stretches far, and despite their internal family disputes, they remain loyal to Beihai's prosperity. As for Yu Trading House, they deal mostly in textiles and daily necessities, but they're honest and steady, something I can't say about the others. Zhao Ming tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. Then the next step should be strengthening our ties with both. Kong Rong agreed. We'll need their full cooperation. More grain stockpiled for emergencies, more arms and armor secured for our forces, and supply lines that can withstand disruptions. If Lanya's fall has proven anything, it's that a city without proper preparations is doomed. Luciania narrowed her eyes. If Liu Trading House truly is involved in smuggling and backdoor dealings, they may try to sabotage us or manipulate shortages to drive up prices. Kong Rong's expression darkened. Which is why we must act before they do. Zhao Ming crossed his arms. Then we should meet with Murong and Yu Trading House soon. If war is coming, we need to be ready. Kong Rong nodded firmly. Agreed. We'll set up a meeting at once. Kong Rong, still deep in thought over Beihai's preparations, turned his attention back to Zhao Ming. You should personally inform Murong and Yu Trading House about our plans. I trust they'll respond positively, but it's best to secure their cooperation before the situation worsens. Zhao Ming nodded. I'll see to it immediately. Just as he was about to take his leave, Kong Rong suddenly recalled something. By the way, didn't you want to discuss the settlement on the Eastern Hill? Zhao Ming straightened. Yes, Governor. I wanted to update you on the situation there. The refugees have become self-sufficient. They're growing their own food and managing daily affairs without external aid. Kong Rong raised an eyebrow. That was quick. I thought it would take at least another season for them to stabilize. Zhao Ming allowed himself a small smile. It wasn't easy, but they adapted fast. However, now that they have a surplus, some of them want permission to trade in Beihai. They wish to purchase tools, clothes, and other necessities, and a few even hope to settle here permanently. Kong Rong studied Zhao Ming for a moment before exhaling in approval. To turn refugees into contributing members of society in such a short time, a broken bar, that's no small feat. You really did make this arrangement quickly. Zhao Ming shook his head. It was mostly luck. The right people, the right conditions, and the fact that they had no other choice but to work hard. Luciania, who had finally calmed down from the discussion about her father, folded her arms and smirked. Luck, huh? I don't buy it. You're just being humble. She leaned back slightly and added, but it's good to hear some hopeful news for once. While the capital drowns in its own corruption, at least Beihai is moving forward. Kong Rong's lips curled into a rare smile. Indeed, if only the rest of the empire were as efficient as you, Zhao Ming, we might not be in this mess. The weight of the larger crisis still loomed over them, but for now, there was progress, as small victories amidst the brewing storm. As Zhao Ming took his leave, the lingering thoughts of war, politics, and rebellion remained. Beihai's future was uncertain, but at least one thing was clearer: preparations had begun, and they would not be caught unprepared. As Zhao Ming stepped into Murong Trading House, the usual bustle of workers moving crates and clerks tallying shipments filled the air. The scent of parchment and ink mixed with the faint aroma of stored grains and spices, creating the familiar atmosphere of commerce in motion. Shopkeeper Wu, seated behind his sturdy wooden desk, looked up from a ledger. His keen eyes immediately noticed the shift in Zhao Ming's demeanor. You look troubled, Wu remarked, setting aside his brush. Something happened at the governor's office? Zhao Ming exhaled and took a seat across from him. The situation in Beer had broken bar and at court. Wu gestured for him to continue, his fingers tapping lightly against the desk. Zhao Ming recounted everything: Liu Ouyang's worsening political strife, the eunuchs tightening their grip, He Jin's precarious position, and most pressing of all, Lanya's fall to the rebels and the increasing uncertainty facing Beihai. Wu listened attentively, his expression unreadable, before finally speaking. "The Murong Trading House will assist Beihai," he said calmly. "This city is our base, and chaos is bad for business." Zhao Ming nodded, already expecting that much. "But," Wu continued, his gaze sharp, "we won't do so blindly. The governor might trust us, but trust alone does not feed or protect us. A merchant's duty is to survive, and survival means making calculated decisions." Zhao Ming smirked. "I couldn't have said it better myself." Wu chuckled. "I suppose you wouldn't. You understand it well, don't you? If Beihai falls, we must be ready to adapt, whether that means securing our own defenses, moving our assets, or even withdrawing before we get dragged down." Zhao Ming leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepled. "Exactly." Even though Kong Rong trusts Murong and Ju Trading House, he never once mentioned any kind of reward or benefit for standing with him. Wu scoffed. "That's the problem with scholars and noblemen. They expect loyalty out of duty, but duty alone won't keep our ledgers balanced. If we commit ourselves fully without securing our own interests, we'll collapse alongside Beihai." Zhao Ming's expression grew serious. "Then, before we decide how much we'll help, we need to prepare ourselves first. We must secure our trade routes, reinforce our escorts, and most importantly strengthen our relationship with Yu Trading House. Lady Yu is an astute woman. If we're going to weather this storm, we need to work with her." Wu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Lady Yu broken bar, she's smart and knows how to navigate dangerous situations. Her family isn't as strong in martial matters as the Murong clan, but they have their own network of protection. If we work together, we can reinforce each other's weaknesses." Zhao Ming nodded. "Exactly. We need to establish clear terms how we'll support each other, what resources we'll share, and most importantly, how we'll handle the situation if things turn dire." Wu sighed. "A partnership of necessity, then. I can reach out to her discreetly and set up a meeting." "Good," Zhao Ming said. "Because we don't have much time. The rebels at Lanya won't stay put forever, and once the chaos in Liuoyang spills over, Beihai could become a target for opportunists or bandits, deserters, or even ambitious nobles looking for an easy prize." Wu tapped the desk with his knuckles. "Then we need to prepare our defenses as well. Not just our businesses, but the guards we employ, the supplies we stockpile, and even the people we trust to keep our trade running." Zhao Ming's expression darkened slightly. "If things get worse, we may need to start arming our own people." Wu's eyebrows rose. "Are you suggesting that Murong Trading House raise its own private force?" Zhao Ming met his gaze. "Not an army, but a broken bar enough to protect our interests." Wu was silent for a moment before he let out a low chuckle. "You really do think like a merchant and a strategist." Zhao Ming smirked. "We can't afford to be just one or the other." "This is only the beginning." Wu leaned back, exhaling. "Fine. I'll start making the necessary arrangements, and I'll reach out to Lady Yu. You, in the meantime, should focus on the governor's side of things. If he needs our help, let's make sure he knows that nothing comes for free." Zhao Ming stood up. "That was my plan from the start." As he left the trading house, his mind was already racing ahead, piecing together the next steps. Beihai was standing at the edge of a storm, and only those who prepared wisely would survive what was coming. Zhao Ming stepped into the restaurant, his gaze sweeping over the quiet interior. The scent of sizzling meats and fragrant spices lingered in the air, a comforting aroma that reminded him he hadn't had a proper meal all day. It was a quiet hour, well past the lunchtime crowd but not yet the evening rush, or perfect for avoiding unnecessary company. The innkeeper, a round-bellied man with sharp, calculating eyes, greeted him with a knowing smile. "Young Master Zhao, it's been a while." "A private room today?" Zhao Ming gave a slight nod. "Preferably on the third floor." The innkeeper chuckled. "You have good timing. The best seat is available by the window, with a clear view of the city and the sea." "Good." Zhao Ming handed over a few extra coins. "Make sure I'm not disturbed." The innkeeper took the money with a pleased expression and motioned for a server to lead him upstairs. The wooden steps creaked softly under his boots as he ascended to the third floor. The private room was spacious but simple, furnished with a low table, a few cushioned seats, and a wide-open window that let in the crisp sea breeze. From here, one could see the bustling streets below, merchants hawking their wares, and the vast blue ocean stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. Zhao Ming took his seat, letting his fingers tap lightly against the polished wood of the table. He ordered the restaurant's specialty, a braised fish with ginger and scallions, accompanied by a pot of fine tea. As he waited, his mind drifted. The past few weeks had been a blur, filled with urgent discussions, delicate negotiations, and no shortage of difficult decisions. Now, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he had a moment to himself. He closed his eyes briefly, exhaling. His thoughts first turned to Xiliang's family and the refugee settlement. The people had come far since their days of desperation, working tirelessly to become self-sufficient. But even as they built homes and tilled the land, their place in Beihai was not yet secure. If trouble came knocking, what would happen to them? Would they fight? Would they flee? And more importantly, should he let them? Next was Murong Trading House. Unlike other merchants in Beihai, their interests aligned with Hisa not just because they had aided him, but because he was bound to them through Murong's. This was no longer just business. Strengthening Murong Trading House meant securing his own future. Their success was his success, and if Beihai was to weather the coming storm, the Murong family needed to be prepared. He couldn't allow them to remain passive observers. Murong Trading House had to grow stronger, to position itself not just as a merchant force, but as a power that could not be easily swept aside. His grip on the teacup tightened slightly as his thoughts drifted to Murong's. She had been on his mind more often lately, an ache of absence that he had pushed aside for more pressing matters. How long had it been since he last saw her? With everything happening in Beihai, he had neglected to visit or even send word. That wouldn't do. Setting the cup down, Zhao Ming reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small slip of parchment. He would write to her tonight. It was the least he could do. Then there was Lania. The commandery had already fallen to the rebels months ago. Though Beihai had been keeping an eye on their movements, there was no telling what they would do next. With the hand caught in chaos, no reinforcements would come. If the rebels decided to push north, Beihai would have to defend itself alone. His grip on the cup relaxed. War was not yet upon them, but it was close. Too close. Just as he lifted the teacup to his lips, a soft knock came at the door. "May I come in?" A clear, familiar voice carried through the wooden frame. Zhao Ming's brows lifted slightly before recognition settled. Luciani. His lips curled into a faint smirk. Now, what was she doing here? Zhao Ming set his teacup down, his fingers lightly tapping against the rim as he glanced toward the door. "Come in," he said, his voice steady. The wooden door slid open, revealing Luciani. She stepped inside with practiced grace, but there was something different about her tonight. The usual sharp confidence in her eyes was dulled, replaced by something more uncertain, something almost a broken bar hesitant. She closed the door behind her, taking measured steps toward the table. Zhao Ming noted the slight stiffness in her movements. The way her fingers twitched at the edges of her sleeves, a small, almost imperceptible signs, but enough for him to know that something was weighing heavily on her mind. She took a seat across from him, exhaling softly as if gathering her thoughts. "I already placed an order," she said, her tone light, too light or forced. "Another specialty dish from the chef. Consider it my treat for today." Zhao Ming arched a brow, unimpressed by the attempt at casualness. Luciani was not the type to offer generosity without reason. He leaned back slightly, lacing his fingers together as he observed her. "You must want something," he said plainly. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she reached for the teapot, pouring herself a cup with deliberate slowness. Stalling. Another sign of hesitation. Zhao Ming didn't interrupt, simply watching as she lifted the cup to her lips, took a sip, then set it down carefully. Her fingers lingered against the porcelain, tracing idle patterns along the rim. Finally, she spoke. "I need your help, Zhao Ming." His brows furrowed slightly. Help? He wasn't sure what she meant, nor why she would ask him of all people. "You're not making any sense," he said. "Help you with what?" She took a deep breath, fingers tightening around the porcelain cup. "Not just me," she corrected. "My father." Zhao Ming's expression remained unreadable, but inwardly, Confusion stirred. Lu Zi was one of the most respected scholars of their time. A man of integrity, wisdom, and deep political ties. "What do you mean?" he asked. Lu Qianyi's gaze flickered downward for a brief moment to another rare show of uncertainty before she met his eyes again. "Kong Rong won't help him," she said, her voice quiet now, tinged with frustration. "Neither will the other nobles. They all have their own interests, their own survival to consider. None of them will put themselves at risk for my father." Zhao Ming remained silent, his mind processing her words. Lu Zi was a pillar of righteousness, but that was precisely why he had enemies. In the capital, where greed and corruption dictated the tides of power, a man like him was an obstacle, not an ally. "The court is turning into a battlefield," Lu Qianyi continued. "My father a broken bar. He's standing in the middle of it." Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes. "What exactly is happening to him?" She hesitated again. Zhao Ming sighed. "Lu Qianyi, if you're going to ask for my help, at least tell me everything." She exhaled slowly, gripping the cup tighter before speaking. "My father is caught between the eunuchs and He Jin's faction," she said, her voice low. "He supports the restoration of proper governance, but that means he's opposed to both sides. He Jin's camp sees him as a threat to their influence, and the eunuchs see him as an enemy who won't bow to them." Zhao Ming's expression darkened. "It was worse than he thought." "So they'll try to remove him," he stated. Lu Qianyi nodded. "If he stays in Liaoyang much longer, it's only a matter of time before they do." Zhao Ming tapped his fingers against the table, considering. Lu Zi was a man of principle, but principles didn't keep someone safe in a court full of wolves. "You think I can do something the nobles won't?" Zhao Ming finally asked. Lu Qianyi let out a slow breath. "I don't know," she admitted. "But I know that you aren't bound by their politics. You don't have a noble house to answer to. You aren't tied to the same interests that make them hesitate." Zhao Ming tilted his head slightly, his fingers drumming against the wood. True, he was in a unique position, connected to power, yet not fully entangled in its web. Still a broken bar helping Lu Zi. What did that even mean? Did she want him to pull him out of Liaoyang to send aid? Or was this something more? The restaurant door slid open slightly, and the server entered, carrying the dishes. The rich aroma of braised meat and fragrant herbs filled the room, momentarily cutting through the heavy conversation. Zhao Ming picked up his chopsticks, twirling them between his fingers as he studied the woman in front of him. This wasn't just a simple request. Lu Qianyi was asking him to take a side. Zhao Ming sighed, setting his chopsticks down as he met Lu Qianyi's gaze. "You're asking for my help, but you haven't told me what exactly you want me to do," he said evenly. "Your father is in Liaoyang, and we are in Bihai. Even if I wanted to help, the distance alone makes things difficult." Lu Qianyi's lips pressed into a thin line. "I know," she admitted, frustration creeping into her tone. "If I had an answer, I wouldn't be sitting here asking you." Zhao Ming leaned back, studying her carefully. Lu Zi was a scholar, an upright man whose principles had earned him both respect and enemies. But righteousness didn't protect anyone in the imperial court, not when power-hungry officials and eunuchs were tearing the empire apart for their own gain. "You should send him a letter," Zhao Ming said finally. "Advise him to leave Liaoyang and abandon this idea of restoring proper governance." Lu Qianyi stiffened. "You expect him to just run away?" Zhao Ming arched a brow. "Yes." She shook her head. "That's impossible. My father's entire life has been dedicated to preserving order and virtue. He won't turn his back on his duty just because it's dangerous." Zhao Ming let out a short, humorless laugh. "Then he's already lost." Lu Qianyi's expression darkened. "You don't understand her." "No, you don't understand," Zhao Ming interrupted, his tone sharper now. "I respect Lu Zi, but he's an idealist trying to fight a battle that can't be won. The court is a den of wolves. Even if He Jin and the eunuchs destroy each other, new ones will take their place. Your father's dream of restoring good governance is just that, a dream. And what good is a dream when it gets you killed?" Lu Qianyi clenched her fists. "He's not just fighting for himself, and that's the problem," Zhao Ming cut in. "You can't save an empire that doesn't want to be saved. The Han dynasty is already crumbling. If Lu Zi stays in Liaoyang, he won't restore anything, he'll just be another corpse left in the wake of its collapse." Silence hung between them. Lu Qianyi's face was pale, her fingers gripping the edge of the table so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Zhao Ming sighed, lowering his voice. I'm not telling you to give up on your father. I'm telling you to help him survive. If he dies, then what? Who will carry on his knowledge, his teachings, his wisdom? None of that matters if he's buried in an unmarked grave, forgotten by history. Luciania swallowed hard, looking down at the table. Her breath was uneven, and for the first time since she entered the room, she looked truly lost. Zhao Ming softened his gaze. Send him a letter. Tell him to get out of Liuoyang while he still can. He's no use to the world. Dead. For a long moment, Luciania didn't speak. Then, slowly, she exhaled and gave a small, reluctant nod. I'll try. Zhao Ming nodded. That was the best answer he could get from her tonight. The candlelight danced in the quiet room as steam curled gently from the teacups. Zhao Ming leaned back slightly, letting the silence hang for a moment before speaking again. Things must have been chaotic. When you left Liuoyang, he said casually. Any rumors worth hearing? Luciania exhaled, her eyes drifting to the flickering candle. Plenty. Most of them depressing, a eunuchs seizing more power, nobles quietly picking sides, generals sharpening their blades behind closed doors. A broken bar. She paused, then added, but just before I left, one name kept floating around more than the rest. Lianru. They've started calling her Queen of the Night now. Zhao Ming's brow lifted subtly. He kept his tone neutral, masking the flicker of recognition. Queen of the Night? Luciania rolled her eyes slightly. Yes. Queen of Courtesans, they say. She's become the woman in Liuoyang's pleasure quarter, so everyone wants to see her perform, hear her poetry, listen to her zither. Zhao Ming gave a small hum, intrigued but silent. He didn't confirm what he knew. Luciania narrowed her eyes, catching the faint glimmer of curiosity on his face. She leaned back, arms crossing, her tone suddenly laced with mild annoyance. HMPH. Of course. Mention a beautiful courtesan, and every man suddenly remembers how to listen. Zhao Ming blinked. What? She mumbled under her breath, looking to the side. There's a perfectly fine woman sitting right in front of you. He leaned in slightly. What was that? Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly waved her hand. And nothing. Just her broken bar. It's swarm in here. He smirked, but said nothing. Trying to regain her composure, Luciania straightened and changed the subject. Lianru started as just another performer of music, poetry, dance. But she was different. She didn't just entertain, she captivated. She'd play a sad melody and stare out into the night, as if waiting for someone who'd never return. It made all those self-important young lords think she was pining for them. Zhao Ming chuckled, finally unable to hold it back. Luciania turned to him, pouting slightly. What's so funny? He shook his head, still smiling. Just imagining those noble heirs scrambling to write poems and send gifts, thinking they were the one she longed for. You're not wrong, Luciania said, trying not to laugh herself. One of them even challenged a rival to a duel in her honor. She didn't even remember his name. Zhao Ming let out a low laugh. She sounds a broken bar dangerous. She's clever, Luciania admitted. She plays the game better than any of them. The brothels adore her because she brings them status. The nobles worship her because they think she sees through their masks. Even some of the eunuchs try to win her favor. Zhao Ming's expression grew thoughtful. A courtesan with that much influence in Liuoyang, a broken bar. Luciania looked at him carefully. Don't get any ideas. She might be powerful in her world, but it's still a world built on illusion. Smoke and silk. He raised his cup again, swirling the tea. Illusions have their uses, too. She tilted her head, studying him. Sometimes I forget you're supposed to be a scholar. He smiled faintly. Sometimes I forget I'm supposed to be anything at all. Luciania looked like she wanted to say something else, but she stopped herself, instead reaching for her own cup. The candle between them flickered, casting shifting shadows on the wall, while the scent of spiced fish and tea lingered in the air along with the unspoken tension neither of them was quite ready to name. The lanterns outside the tea house flickered gently in the spring breeze, casting long shadows across the quiet street. Most of the other patrons had already gone, and the soft clinking of bowls being cleared echoed in the background. Inside their private booth, only 2 dishes had been touched. The rest had grown cold, forgotten as conversation drifted into silence. Zhao Ming set down his cup and watched Lu Qianyi for a moment. She was staring at the empty space in front of her, her brows drawn tight in thought. Her usually sharp eyes were distant now, unfocused. The server appeared at the edge of the curtain, hesitant. Zhao Ming raised a hand in quiet dismissal and reached into his sleeve for a pouch of coins. "I'll settle the bill," he said calmly. Lu Qianyi blinked as if waking from a dream. "Ah, I thought I was paying her." "You were, but you seemed far away." "Figured I'd spare you the trouble," Zhao Ming replied, flashing a faint smile. She looked like she wanted to protest, but the words never made it out. He stood, adjusted his robe, and extended a hand to her. "Come on, it's getting late." She accepted his hand wordlessly, rising to her feet. Outside, the night had grown colder, the earlier warmth of the day replaced by a crisp wind that rustled through the bamboo chimes hanging by the restaurant's eaves. Zhao Ming glanced at her thin-out robe, then without a word, shrugged off his cloak and draped it over her shoulders. She flinched slightly at the gesture, caught off guard. "You don't have to." "You'll catch a cold like that," he said. "Don't argue with a scholar's advice." Lu Qianyi gave a tired huff that might have been a laugh, then pulled the cloak tighter around herself. "Where's your carriage?" he asked as they walked toward the steps. She hesitated for a second too long. "I didn't bring one." Zhao Ming stopped walking. "You walked." "I had things on my mind," she muttered, avoiding his gaze. "It's almost curfew," he said with a frown. "You can't be out like this. The guards will start patrolling soon." She didn't respond immediately. Her eyes flicked up to the half-moon hanging low in the sky, as if she was weighing the consequences. "Can I stay at the Murong estate?" she asked finally. Behind her, the female servant who had accompanied her gasped. "Young miss, you can't just ! "I don't want to go home," Lu Qianyi said, her voice tight. "Not tonight." Her servant stepped forward. "But what will people?" "I don't care what people say," she snapped, spinning around with a sudden force. "I don't want to be surrounded by my father's books, or the emptiness of that house, or the eyes of those waiting for me to fall apart. Just for one night I want to be somewhere else." The street fell quiet. Even the wind seemed to pause. Zhao Ming watched her. He didn't speak right away. He saw how her fists trembled at her sides, how she blinked rapidly like she was fighting off tears she refused to let fall. When he finally spoke, his voice was low. "You do realize what kind of talk this will invite? You're an unmarried woman, asking to stay with me." She turned back to him, chin raised. "Let them talk." "What does propriety mean in a world already crumbling?" Zhao Ming's eyes searched hers, trying to gauge if this was a moment of impulsiveness or something deeper. But she met his gaze without flinching. "I understand," he said softly. "You can stay in the guest wing. I'll have a room prepared for you." Lu Qianyi let out a slow breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," he said with a faint smirk. "The guest rooms at Murong Estate aren't nearly as comfortable as what you're used to. Our pillows might even be too stiff for a noble lady." She let out a tired chuckle. "I think I'll manage." Zhao Ming glanced at the sky. The stars were beginning to peek through the haze, the moonlight casting a faint glow over the rooftops of Beihai. The streets were thinning, the last of the vendors packing up their stalls. "Come," he said. "Let's get you off the streets before the patrols start asking questions." She nodded and fell in step next him, her servant trailing behind with a worried face but saying nothing more. As they made their way down the winding streets, their shadows stretched long and close under the lantern light, side by side like two people who, even if they couldn't yet say it, shared the same burden of uncertainty, grief, and the quiet yearning for something different. Zhao Ming didn't look at her again. But in his mind, he kept hearing her words, "I don't want to go home." And somehow, without her needing to say more, he understood. The walk back to Murong Estate was quiet. The streets of Beihai were hushed under the curtain of night. Lanterns swayed gently on their posts, their golden light flickering like fireflies across cobbled paths. Shop fronts had long closed, their wooden shutters drawn tight. Occasionally, a patrol of soldiers passed in the distance, their iron boots echoing faintly, but none gave the two figures more than a glance. Zhao Ming and Lu Qianyi walked side by side, saying little. Each was caught in their own current of thought, hers turbulent and knotted with conflict, his steady, yet tinged with quiet concern. The borrowed cloak rested on her shoulders, and the scent of sandalwood still clung faintly to its folds. She clutched it a little tighter without realizing it. Zhao Ming's hands were behind his back, his steps measured, his eyes occasionally scanning the rooftops more from habit than worry. Though their arms nearly brushed, a small, invisible distance remained between them. It wasn't discomfort. It was something else, something more fragile. When they finally reached the stone gate of the Murong estate, the guards bowed without question and pushed the heavy doors open. Lanterns lining the garden path within lit their way as soft amber pools against the dark. Insects hummed among the flower beds. Somewhere deeper in the estate, a dog barked once, then fell silent. Zhao Ming glanced toward the servants' quarters. A young boy was lighting a row of lamps, his eyes drooping with sleep. "You there?" Zhao Ming called softly. "Fetch Steward Luo and tell him to prepare a guest chamber." The boy straightened, startled. "Yes, young master." He scurried off, nearly tripping over his own sandals. "Come," Zhao Ming said, turning to Lu Qianyi. "Let's wait in the main hall." She nodded wordlessly and followed him inside. The main hall of the Murong estate was grand yet tastefully reserved. Polished wood floors reflected the light of the hanging lanterns. Ink scrolls of calligraphy lined the walls, some bearing poetry, others proverbs about honor and virtue. A large bronze incense burner sat at the center, its trail of smoke rising like a dragon's breath, filling the air with a faint note of lotus and pine. Zhao Ming gestured toward a nearby seat. "Please, Miss Lu." "Rest." Lu Qianyi sat quietly, her hands folded on her lap, eyes scanning the room with the curiosity of someone entering another family's shrine. Zhao Ming moved toward the side table, where a small tea set rested on a carved tray. With practiced grace, he poured cool water into a kettle, set it over the brazier, and began to prepare the leaves. His movements were deliberate and not hurried, not overly formal, just enough reverence to match the late hour and the weight in the air. The soft clink of porcelain and rustling of tea leaves were the only sounds for a while. Then, Lu Qianyi's voice broke the quiet. "I've been wondering something." Zhao Ming raised a brow. "What exactly is your place here?" "Broken bar at the Murong estate." Her tone was careful and not accusatory, but curious. "You speak with authority, and yet you don't bear the Murong name." Zhao Ming didn't answer right away. He lifted the kettle and poured hot water into the teapot with a quiet, measured grace. Steam curled upwards in delicate threads, briefly catching the light from the lantern above. His eyes remained focused on the swirling tea leaves as he spoke, voice calm and even. "I first met Lady Murongs by chance, in Zhu County," he said. "It wasn't anything grander, just one of those strange coincidences that leave mark. She was on her way north. I was recovering from a long journey." Lu Qianyi's brow twitched subtly. "Just a chance meeting?" He smiled faintly. "That's how it started. After that, I left for Anxi, but fate or something like it had decided we'd meet again in Penglai." The teacups were ready. He placed one gently before her. "She and her sect were escorting cargo by sea, and I happened to be headed in the same direction. I offered to join their fleet. Not long after we set sail, we were ambushed." "Ambushed?" Lu Qianyi leaned forward, her interest piqued. Zhao Ming nodded. "Pirates, or perhaps rebels, hard to say. They came fast and without warning. Most of the crew panicked. I helped organize the defense on deck alongside Murongs. We fought them off and protected the main ship. After that, I suppose broken bar things changed." Lu Qianyi's fingers traced the rim of her cup absent-mindedly. She didn't look at him. "Lady Murongs took notice," Zhao Ming continued. "I wasn't just a traveler or mere scholar anymore. I'd proven I could be trusted with their lives. When we reached Bihai, the Murongs invited me to stay as their guest. One thing led to another. And now a broken bar, you're courting her," Lu Qianyi said quietly. There was a pause. "Yes," Zhao Ming answered with quiet certainty. "She's a remarkable woman, steady, composed. She's not easy to win over, but she sees beyond titles and birth." Lu Qianyi didn't respond. She sipped her tea, but the warmth did little to soothe the dull ache growing in her chest. Something tightened in her throat. A strange weight settled behind the ribs, as if she'd swallowed her own breath without realizing it. She hadn't expected anything. She told herself that, and yet her broken bar, the bitter taste on her tongue wasn't from the tea. She kept her expression neutral, but Zhao Ming noticed the way her gaze dropped toward the floor. He didn't press. He simply leaned back, giving her space, unaware of the small ripple his words had caused beneath her composed surface. A soft knock echoed from the entrance. Moments later, the boy servant returned, leading a tall man with graying hair neatly tied back in a scholar's knot. Steward Liu O walked with the measured steps or someone accustomed to a life of quiet authority. A young maid trailed behind him, hands clasped demurely in front of her silk apron, eyes darting between the unfamiliar lady guest and Zhao Ming. Steward Liu O bowed politely. "Young Master Zhao, Miss." Zhao Ming rose and gestured toward Lu Qianyi, who had just placed her teacup down with careful precision. "Steward Liu O, this is Miss Lu, daughter of Grand Tutor Lu Zi. She'll be staying the night at our estate. She was out late and didn't bring her carriage. It's nearly curfew, so I've asked her to stay as a guest." The steward, to his credit, didn't let surprise show on his face. Instead, he nodded with quiet efficiency. "Understood, young master." "One more thing," Zhao Ming added, glancing at the boy servant. "Send word to the governor's estate to let Governor Kong's people know that Miss Lu is safe and staying the night here. Be discreet, but make sure it reaches them." "Yes, young master," Steward Liu O said with a bow. "I will personally ensure the message is delivered and return once the guest quarters are prepared." With a final nod, the steward turned and exited with the boy and the maid in tow, their footsteps soft against the polished wood floor. The hall grew quiet again, save for the distant flicker of firelight and the soft crackle from a brazier in the corner. Zhao Ming sat down again, hands folded calmly in front of him. "Miss Lu." Lu Qianyi looked up. "There's something you should do," he said, his voice low but firm. "Write a letter to your father. Tell him to be cautious in Liuoyang. The court is a sinking ship, and the water's rising. If things worsen, he should leave before it's too late." She furrowed her brows. "Leave? Buta. I know it goes against his ideals," Zhao Ming said gently, cutting off her protest before it could build. "But staying in Liuoyang out of loyalty won't serve him or the people if he's executed or imprisoned by one of the factions. You said it yourself, the eunuchs are fighting the generals, and the nobles are playing both sides. There is no safe ground." Lu Qianyi's lips parted, but she couldn't find the words. Her father had always spoken of duty, of loyalty to the Han, of restoring order and integrity to the bureaucracy. The idea of him fleeing felt a broken bar wrong. "And yet, I can help," Zhao Ming said. "If he agrees to leave, he should head for Xuking. There's a Murong branch there, one of their trading houses. I'll arrange a letter of introduction. If he needs to vanish from Liuoyang, that'll be a good first step. From there, I can help move him somewhere safer south, if need be." The firelight danced in Zhao Ming's eyes, but his voice remained calm. "Practical." Assured, Lu Qianyi swallowed. Her heart was conflicted, torn between duty to her father's ideals and the gnawing fear that Zhao Ming's warning might come true. That by the time she returned to Liuoyang, the halls of power would be soaked in blood. She nodded slowly. "I'll write it tonight." Just as the teapot had begun to cool, soft footsteps approached once more. The young Murong maid who had accompanied Steward Liu earlier now stepped lightly into the hall. She bowed with graceful precision. "Young Master Zhao, Miss Lu." "The guest chamber has been prepared." Lu Qianyi stood, smoothing her robes. With a quiet sigh, her personal maid stepping beside her. Though her expression remained composed, there was a heaviness behind her eyes, her thoughts lingering in Liuoyang, caught between past duty and an uncertain future. Zhao Ming rose and offered a polite bow. "Rest well tonight, Miss Lu. If you need anything, you may inform the steward." The Murong family may not have palace luxury, but we value hospitality. Lu Qianyi gave a small nod. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Without another word, the Murong maid turned, holding a lantern high to light their way. Shadows danced across the lacquered hallway as the two maids and Lu Qianyi disappeared down the corridor, the hem of her dress trailing like mist behind her. The silence that followed seemed deeper now. Zhao Ming stood alone in the stillness of the main hall, the flames in the nearby brazier gently flickering, casting his long shadow across the floor. He exhaled, then turned and walked toward his own quarters. The walk to his room felt slower tonight, each footstep echoing faintly in the quiet corridors of the Murong estate. When he arrived, the familiar scent of sandalwood greeted him, a subtle, grounding. But Zhao Ming didn't sit. Instead, he walked to the window, opening it slightly to let the night air in. Behi's breeze carried the scent of salt and pine. In the distance, faint lanterns still flickered along the harbor, like stars resting upon the earth. His mind returned to the earlier conversation, the mention of Kong Rong's idealism, his deep ties to the Han, and his desire to uphold tradition and virtue in an era where such things were crumbling like dried leaves. A broken bar. Zhao Ming respected the man's intellect, but the truth was undeniably Kong Rong had no army, no force, only words. And in this world, words alone could not win battles. If I keep waiting for others to protect what I believe in, our broken bar, Zhao Ming murmured to himself, I'll end up like Kong Rong, or worse. He turned away from the window, his expression sharpening with resolve. It was time he built something of his own. He needed a force, not a grand army to seize the throne here, but a unit loyal to him, capable of defending what he held dear. And to do that, he would need allies, trusted men, resources, strategy. And he would need the Murong family. The Murongs were more than just merchants. They had escorts, men-at-arms, and connections that spanned trade routes and territories. If he could gain their full support, he could carve a foothold in the chaos ahead. He lit a nearby lamp, sat at his desk, and drew a fresh sheet of paper. The brush moved with deliberate care as he began writing. To Xue, I hope this letter finds you well. The voyage from Penglai to Beihai feels like it happened just yesterday, yet so much has changed since in a broken bar. He described Beihai's condition at Kong Rong's isolated strength, the looming threat of regional warlords, and the undercurrent of unrest. I have spoken with Governor Kong. Though virtuous, he eyes a broken bar exposed. Idealism without a sword is a candle in a storm. I believe the time has come for me to take the first step in building my own force here, not for conquest, but to protect the people I care about. I plan to speak with Uncle Zen and see if the Murong family might lend their strength in this endeavor. He paused, his hand lingering over the parchment. There is much I want to tell you in person. I miss our time on the ship, even the storms. I miss your voice when you scold me, and the way your eyes look when you're trying not to smile. I miss you, Xue. He signed his name and folded the letter carefully, sealing it with a wax imprint to a token from Penglai she had once teased him for keeping. When it was done, Zhao Ming leaned back in his chair. Outside, the wind stirred again, brushing past the paper screen like a whispered omen. Tonight had begun with casual dinner conversation, yet it had opened new paths in his heart, paths of duty, ambition, and perhaps something deeper, something that stirred each time Luciania looked at him with her guarded eyes, or whenever thoughts of Murongs danced unbidden in his mind. The world beyond Beihai grew darker with every passing day. But within this estate, amidst its aging walls and warm lantern glow, Zhao Ming was quietly shaping the future he intended to protect. And somewhere beyond the horizon, change was coming. When Luciania arrived at the guest room, the Murong maid who had guided her bowed lightly before stepping aside to open the wooden door with care. The room was spacious and warmly lit, its decor elegant but not excessive. Solid dark wood furniture, a tall folding screen painted with cranes in flight, and a delicate aroma of chamomile lingering in the air. The Murong maid turned with a gentle smile. Miss Lu, the bath has been prepared. Would you like to refresh yourself? If you require assistance, I am happy to help. Luciania, still wrapped in her travel dust and tangled thoughts, managed a nod. Yes, please. I would appreciate the help. This way, miss. The maid led her through a sliding door into a smaller chamber behind the bedroom, a private bathing room, with warm lanterns nestled into the walls. Steam drifted lazily from the surface of the water within the tub, which had been carved from smooth black stone, its edges framed by polished wood. The scent of sandalwood and fresh herbs filled the room, calming the senses. A lacquered stool sat near the tub with towels, a jade comb, and fragrant soap prepared. Luciania allowed her outer robes to be carefully undone with the maid's help, then wrapped herself in a bath cloth and stepped into the tub slowly, her slender fingers brushing the surface before she fully immersed herself in the warm embrace of the water. She let out a soft sigh. "This estate has better hospitality than many estates I visit." The maid chuckled softly and began to hum a soothing tune as she prepared fresh towels. The simple melody floated through the steam like drifting petals. Luciani's eyes remained half closed, her head resting on the edge of the tub. After a pause, her voice broke the calm. "That Zhaoming a broken bar. What kind of man is he to the people here?" The maid paused her humming, surprised by the question. She smiled to herself as she wrung out a towel. "Young Master Zhao has a broken bar, well respected. Most of the servants admire him, especially after what he did for the refugees at the Eastern Settlement." When the governor hesitated to act, young Master Zhao took charge. Luciani opened her eyes, listening silently. The maid continued, her tone warming. "He brought food, organized shelter, even mediated between merchant guilds and local guards. My cousin's husband was one of the guards." He said, "Master Zhao doesn't command like a nobleman, he listens first." "That's rare." "A broken bar, I see," Luciani murmured. In truth, she hadn't meant to ask. The words had slipped out before she could stop them, as if her heart had been pondering Zhaoming far longer than her mind wanted to admit. Once her bath was done, Luciani rose from the tub, the maid quickly draping a warm towel over her shoulders. After drying off and slipping into a long-sleeved silk sleep robe embroidered with plum blossoms, she returned to the bedroom. The fire in the brazier had been stoked, and her personal maid, who had finished her own light wash and changed into sleeping attire, was waiting with a drying cloth in hand. "Come, let me do your hair, my lady," the maid said with a grin. Luciania sat on a stool by the dressing table as her maid gently toweled her hair, the rhythmic strokes quieting the evening air. The brush moved with practiced care through her long, damp strands. Her maid glanced at her through the mirror's reflection. "My lady, a broken bar. Why did you choose to stay here tonight, with him?" Luciania was silent for a moment before replying, her voice soft. "I'm not entirely sure. But when I look at him, a broken bar, I feel like I can rely on him, that he won't waver even when things fall apart." The maid gave a knowing smile. Sounds like someone's fallen for her knight in scholar's robes." Luciani's eyes widened slightly, then she looked away, pink blooming in her cheeks. "That's not what I meant, a broken bar." "Oh, of course not," the maid said with a teasing laugh. "You're just trusting a man with your safety in a foreign estate, while blushing at the mere mention of him. Nothing romantic about that at all." Whoa! Luciania covered her face with her sleeves, her expression flustered. "Stop saying such things, a broken bar." The maid giggled, clearly enjoying her lady's rare show of vulnerability. "If the great Miss Lu can fall for a man, then there's hope for the rest of us girls, too." After a few more moments of playful teasing, Luciania gave her maid a tired look. "Enough. I want to sleep." "Yes, yes, of course." The maid stood and fetched a small ceramic bowl from a nearby shelf. With delicate movements, she placed incense powder into the bronze censer near the bedside and lit it. A gentle plume of smoke began to rise. It sent sweet and soothing a jasmine and agarwood mixed with a trace of lavender. "I'll be in the next room if you need anything, my lady." Luciania nodded as she slid beneath the covers, the warmth of the quilt settling over her. "Thank you." The maid bowed, then exited quietly to the side room, leaving the door slightly ajar. The flickering candlelight danced across the ceiling. Luciania stared at it for a moment longer before closing her eyes. Her thoughts drifted not to her father, nor to Liu Oyanga, but to a young man who smiled easily and spoke calmly, who looked at her not like a noblewoman, but like a person. She didn't know what that meant yet. But tonight, at least, she felt safe. And slowly, carried by incense and memory, sleep embraced her. The study room of Governor Kongrong was a haven of order amidst the growing chaos of Beihai. Shelves of bamboo scrolls and bound tomes lined the walls, each meticulously organized. Incense curled from a bronze dragon-shaped burner on his desk, mingling with the faint scent of ink and old parchment. The room was dimly lit, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows that danced along the patterned lattice windows. Governor Kong sat at his writing desk, his robes neatly arranged and his ink brush set aside after a long evening of drafting diplomatic letters. His expression was calm, composed, even, but behind his scholarly demeanor, thoughts moved with the precision of a seasoned strategist. A quiet knock came from outside. "Enter," Kong Rong said without looking up. The door slid open, and A Chen stepped inside with a respectful bow. He was a thin man with sharp features and a precise manner, much like the governor he served. "My lord," he said, holding a small wooden scroll case, "a message from Murong Estate. Miss Luciania will be staying overnight due to the curfew." Kong Rong accepted the message with a slight nod, not bothering to unseal it. "I see a broken bar. That child always had a willful streak." A Chen bowed again. "Shall I have the night guard alerted for your quarters, my lord?" Kong Rong waved a hand gently. "No need. I will remain in the study tonight." "Bring me another pot of green tea." "Yes, my lord." As the aide retreated, Kong Rong leaned back slightly, turning his gaze to the side of the desk, where two folded letters lay, still open, both sealed with the insignias of power. One bore the delicate brushwork of the eunuch faction, carefully worded and full of hidden traps. The other, a more direct appeal from the Empress's camp, with He Jin seal, a bold promise of alliance and reform, should Kong Rong lend his support. To an outsider, Kong Rong was the image of Confucian virtue, a scholar governor who upheld loyalty and justice. But beneath that mask, he was known as a Macron idealist. He understood the rot within the capital and the blades that hid behind poetic phrases. In a world ruled by force and favor, righteousness alone could not build a state, only cunning could survive it. His eyes narrowed as he tapped a finger lightly on the armrest of his chair. Liu Zi, a man of principle, a rare one, even among scholars. But trapped in Liaoyang, surrounded by wolves, a broken bar, and now he, Kong Rong, held the man's daughter under his roof temporarily. That opened possibilities. The two factions circling the court were both desperate. They both wanted Lu's support, or at the very least, his silence. If he could use Luciania's leverage, a broken bar. His lips curled into a thin smile. And there was Zhao Feng, a wretched but influential noble from Lania, infamous for his indulgence and crude appetites. Word had it he'd taken a strong interest in Luciania during her last visit to the Osea, enough interest that an offer involving her might smooth over certain negotiations. A marriage alliance, or something more, a broken bar flexible. Kong Rong picked up a small jade ornament from his desk, rotating it between his fingers as he thought. He did not like this game, but to win against men like He Jin and the eunuchs, he had to play it better than they did. He reached for the brass bell beside him and rang it softly. A moment later, the door opened again. This time, it was Shen, his personal bodyguard. A man of few words and few loyalties except to Kong Rong himself, clad in dark leathers with a short sword at his side. Shen bowed silently. "Shen," Kong Rong said without turning, "I want you to keep watch over Miss Lu." Quietly. "From this moment on, her movements are to be noted. If she attempts to leave the city, let me know." Shen gave a short nod. "Understood." Kong Rong's voice lowered, his eyes still on the flickering flame. "And if our broken bar negotiations require it, I may need her brought to me." Quietly. "Without injury, of course. For now, only prepare. Do not act." There was a beat of silence. Shen's gaze did not waver. "Yes, my lord." "Good." Kong Rong returned the jade ornament to its place and reached for the letter from the eunuchs once more. "The game at court is shifting. I intend to stand, not be swept away." Shen left without another word, and the governor was alone again in his studio, alone with the scent of burning ink and the heavy weight of decisions yet to be made. Outside, the night deepened. Somewhere in the city, a bell tolled softly, marking the final hour before curfew. But within the walls of Kong Rong's estate, plans were already being laid in silence. And Luciania, blissfully unaware, slept under a different roof while shadows quietly reached for her. Zhao Ming had just set his brush down, the scent of ink lingering in the quiet night. The lamp on his desk flickered gently, casting amber light across the half-dried scroll bearing his message to Murong. In it, he had written briefly of Bihai's situation, of the threat to Kong Rong, the stirrings in Liaoyang, and his decision to stay and build something of his own. And at the very end, in slightly clumsy handwriting, he had added, "I miss you." He stared at those 3 characters longer than he thought he would. A chill breeze slipped in from the half-open window. Zhao Ming stood and stretched, Rolling his shoulders, he was about to snuff the lamp and turn in from the night when a ding. A familiar tone chimed in his mind, crisp and clear. A translucent screen materialized before his eyes, its glow softly illuminating the dim room. System update complete. Fame increase summary. A rescued refugees and built temporary settlement, plus 500 fame. A protected settlement from noble attack, plus 500 fame. A development of repeating crossbow prototype, plus 300 fame. Total fame gained, plus 1,300. Zhao Ming blinked, surprised. A broken bar. So you're back, he murmured aloud, voice low but steady. Host has gained significant fame over a short period. System underwent a comprehensive update to accommodate host's rising influence. Zhao Ming frowned slightly, lowering himself back into his seat as he looked at the glowing screen. Took you long enough, he muttered. I thought you vanished. The system was not deactivated. Multiple fame milestones were triggered in succession. To optimize processing and unlock additional functions, system initiated full recalibration and modular upgrade. Estimated downtime exceeded initial parameters. He raised an eyebrow. You could have just said you froze from shock. Correction, system does not freeze. System upgrades. Zhao Ming chuckled under his breath and leaned back, his eyes drifting to the wooden beams overhead. So now what? What did the update bring? Update complete. New functions and quests available. Fame now impacts political influence, faction favorability, and skills. His gaze sharpened at that. Faction favorability. A broken bar. So I can gain influence with the major clans or noble houses? Affirmative. Progress with Murongjin's branch and Murong trading house recognized. Current standing, trusted associate. Zhao Ming's thoughts turned to Murongjin and briefly at Murong's smile. The weight of this opportunity settled on his chest, somewhere between excitement and burden. And the fame from the crossbow? He asked. Prototype development of enhanced military weaponry increases technical reputation. Military factions and tacticians may take interest. Further development recommended. He nodded slowly. The pieces were moving. Just as Zhao Ming was about to turn away from the window and head toward his bed, the system's glow pulsed once more, catching his attention. Reward unlocked. A trusted companion, Xiliang, already received. A battlefield instinct. Tactical knowledge, passive skill, a charm increased, social, charisma, flirtation attributes enhanced. Zhao Ming's brow arched slightly, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. Oh? He murmured. Finally handing out something useful, are you? Clarification, rewards are calculated based on fame milestones and significance of accomplishments. He folded his arms across his chest. Let's break it down. Then, first to a battlefield instinct knowledge. What does that do? Battlefield instinct. Tactical knowledge, a improved perception of enemy formations and intent, a quicker decision-making during combat, a increased effectiveness when leading troops or small squads, a enhances reactions during ambushes or surprise encounters. Zhao Ming's thoughts drifted back to that chaotic battle on the ship, when pirates surged across the deck like wolves, and his instincts had kicked in faster than his mind. He hadn't questioned it then, just acted. And it had worked. So it wasn't just adrenaline. The system had already been nudging him toward leadership in war. He gave a low whistle. That'll come in hand. Your broken bar, especially if Beihai turns into a battlefield soon. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly as the next reward scrolled into view. Charm attribute increased. A improved presence and natural charisma, a increased effectiveness in diplomacy, persuasion, and flirtation, a subtle boost in social interactions and perception by others. Zhao Ming blinked. A broken bar. Flirtation, charm affects interpersonal dynamics, increased chance of favorable responses from key figures, including political elites. A broken bar and potential romantic interests. He gave a dry laugh and shook his head. System, you really want me to start collecting lovers like some degenerate main character from those dog blood tales? System rewards are neutral. Application depends on host's choices. He turned toward his desk, brushing a hand through his hair, amusement flickering in his eyes. Let's just hope I don't accidentally charm a warlord's daughter next. The system didn't reply. Its interface faded silently, leaving Zhao Ming alone with the quiet of the room once more. He ran a hand over his face, still smiling faintly. A tactician's mind, a general's instinct, and now a broken bar, a silver tongue. It was almost too convenient. But nothing in this world came free. Every reward had a price here, whether it was blood, sweat, or sacrifice. He extinguished the lantern and finally moved to his bed, laying down with his thoughts still stirring. Tomorrow, Bihai would wake, and Zhao Ming, equipped with sharpened wit, instinct, and a rising Namia, was ready to take his next step. The morning sun cast a soft golden hue over the tiled roofs of the Murong estate, bathing the courtyards in gentle warmth. After finishing a light breakfast of congee, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns, Zhao Ming wiped his hands with a warm towel offered by a waiting servant. Just as he stood to leave, another servant approached with a bow. "Young Master Zhao, Miss Lu is waiting for you in the main hall." Zhao Ming nodded, a little surprised that she was already up and ready. He straightened his robe and made his way through the courtyard walkways, passing under carved wooden beams and polished red columns as the crisp air of early spring carried the faint scent of plum blossoms. When he entered the main hall, his eyes fell on her instantly. Luciania stood near one of the lattice windows, her slender form framed by the soft sunlight. She wore a flowing lilac dress with fine embroidery, delicate swirls of silver thread traced peonies and butterflies along the sleeves and hem. The Murong family clearly did not skimp on hospitality. Her long hair was neatly tied with a pale ribbon, a few wisps brushing her cheeks. She looked both elegant and youthful, like a refined lady out of a painting. Zhao Ming paused for just a moment, admiring the view, before offering a polite smile. "Good morning, Miss Lu. I hope you slept well." Luciania turned to him at the sound of his voice, and for a heartbeat, she forgot how to breathe. The light behind him framed his figure like a halo, his confident gait, the subtle strength in his eyes, and his calm, composed voice all seemed a broken bar different from yesterday, more grounded, more magnetic. Her heart skipped. "Good morning, Master Zhao," she stammered, then mentally kicked herself. What is wrong with me? Why am I acting like a lover-struck girl from a romance tale? Did he, a broken bar, become more handsome overnight? She clutched her sleeves tightly. No, it's not just his face, a broken bar, it's the way he carries himself. Like a man you could rely on, even if the sky were falling. Zhao Ming caught the flush blooming across her cheeks but said nothing. His mind flickered back to last night's system update, a charm increase. He'd brushed it off at the time, but now, seeing Luciania stammer and blush with uncharacteristic shyness, he began to wonder just how real those stat effects were. So it really works, a broken bar, even someone like her is reacting. Interesting. He offered no reaction on the surface, simply keeping his usual calm expression. Luciania quickly coughed into her sleeve, trying to cover the warmth creeping up her cheeks. She lowered her gaze, willing her heartbeat to calm. "Yeah, broken bar, I've written the letter to my father," she said at last, her voice more composed now. She drew a scroll from the wide sleeve of her lilac robe. "I hope it reaches him before the situation worsens in Liuoyang." Zhao Ming stepped forward and took the scroll with both hands, a sign of respect. "I'll do what I can." "We'll visit the Murong trading house shortly. They have secure channels, even during times like these." She nodded, then hesitated for a moment. Her fingers brushed against the edge of the tea table. "Zhao Ming, a broken bar, I realize I'm imposing." Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. "Imposing? I'm a guest under Governor Kong's care, staying here overnight, writing a letter meant to warn my father to flee. Asking you to help send it, our broken bar, it's all quite improper." Her voice wavered. "You're a guest of the Murong family. We're both outsiders here. Yet somehow, you carry yourself like you belong." Zhao Ming smiled faintly, resting one hand on the back of a chair. "Do you believe a guest must always act cautiously? That because I was invited, I should merely nod and obey?" Her brows drew together slightly, uncertain of where he was leading. "I don't see myself as just a guest anymore," he continued, voice low and firm. "I may not bear the Murong name, but I've fought beside them, worked with them, bled for their interests. If there is trust between people, bloodlines matter less." She looked at him, surprised by the certainty in his tone. "As for you, Miss Liu, a broken bar, if your host truly cared about your safety, Would he have left you wandering the city so late without escort? He asked, his gaze sharpening slightly. Or allowed you to remain entangled in Liu Yang's affairs when danger is clearly rising? Lu Qianyi opened her mouth, but no words came out. His words struck deeper than she expected. I know it's not easy, Zhao Ming added, gentler now. You have your father to consider. You carry his name. But you're not just someone else's pawn. Qianyi. That caught her attention. He hadn't used Miss Lu. Just Qianyi. She swallowed and looked away, unsure how to respond. Her heart fluttered again, this time not just because of his charm but because of his words. I've heard the Murong trading house has connections as far as Xukeng, Zhao Ming continued, changing the subject slightly. If your father must flee, he can take refuge in one of the Murong branch outposts there. I'll speak to Steward Liu O to make arrangements. She met his eyes again, her voice quiet now. You've already done so, Mika broken bar. Zhao Ming shook his head. If I had done enough, your father wouldn't be in danger, and you wouldn't be caught in the middle of all this. Lu Qianyi was silent for a moment. Then she smiled, a not the elegant, practiced smile of a noble woman, but a softer, more sincere one. Thank you, Zhao Ming, she said, voice warm. Truly. Zhao Ming gave a slight nod, then gestured toward the door. Come. Let's make sure your letter flies swiftly. Together, they stepped out of the main hall into the sunlit courtyard, the morning light catching the lilac threads of her robe as the wind stirred ever so slightly, like a signal of changing tides. The carriage from the Murong estate rolled steadily through the cobbled streets of Beihai, its lacquered wood gleaming under the morning sun. Through the small curtained windows, Zhao Ming and Lu Qianyi could see the city already alive with activity. Merchants shouted over the prices of dried herbs and silks, children chased one another between stalls, and fishermen carried their early catches wrapped in reed baskets toward the market. The scent of steamed buns, roasted chestnuts, and sea breeze mingled in the air. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was more reserved. Lu Qianyi sat with composed grace, her eyes occasionally drifting to the passing streets, though her thoughts were elsewhere. Zhao Ming remained silent, his arms crossed, his mind already working through potential plans and alliances. The events of the past few days had left little time to breathe. Upon arrival at the Grand Murong trading house, the coachman halted their horses and hopped down. Zhao Ming stepped out first, his boots thudding against the stone. He turned and extended his hand toward Lu Qianyi. Watch your step, Miss Lu, he said with a half-smile. Lu Qianyi hesitated a heartbeat before placing her gloved hand in his. Thank you, she said softly, and once her feet met the ground, she let go quickly, brushing an imaginary wrinkle from her lilac dress, a refined ensemble embroidered with subtle silver plum blossoms, clearly tailored by Murong hands. The Murong trading house bustled with activity as fresh deliveries streamed in from the gates. Caravans rolled into the courtyard, oxen and horses neighing, wagons creaking beneath sacks of grain and crates of dried goods. Laborers shouted and sweated as they unloaded supplies under the guidance of clerks jotting down inventories on bamboo slips. The scent of hemp rope, dry grain, and aged wood filled the spring air. They entered the main hall of the trading house, where servants and scribes moved briskly through the stone corridors. Zhao Ming approached one of the clerks stationed near the central desk. Where's shopkeeper Wu? He asked. The clerk bowed slightly. Shopkeeper Wu is in the side hall, receiving the new grain shipment that just arrived. He is with Master Murongda. Thank you, Zhao Ming replied and turned to Lu Qianyi. Come, we'll find them there. As they made their way down the corridor to the side hall, the sound of trade grew louder. Discussions of weights, values, and distribution plans filled the air. When they entered, they found shopkeeper Wu in the middle of a conversation with a tall man wearing traveling leathers and a weather-worn cloak. Murongda, his presence commanding but casual, a sword strapped to his back and a curved grin on his face. Ah, Zhao Ming, shopkeeper Wu called out, raising a hand in greeting. Murongda turned and smirked. Back already? I thought you'd still be sleeping after all that hard work keeping the estate safe. Zhao Ming clasped his hands and gave a respectful nod. Shopkeeper Wu. Uncle Da. You returned just in time. Murongda raised an eyebrow as he glanced past Zhao Ming and saw the young lady standing beside him, dressed in a lilac silk robe embroidered with cloud motifs and white plum blossoms. Luciania held herself with dignified grace, yet a subtle unease lingered in her gaze. And who might this flower beside you be? Murongda teased, folding his arms. Don't tell me that while I was hauling grain through wind and mud, our young hero's been charming noble ladies and being high? Zhao Ming's brow twitched. Uncle Da, this is Miss Luciania, daughter of Grand Tutor Luzi. Both Murongda and Shopkeeper Wu straightened at the name, their playful demeanor shifting into respectful seriousness. Grand Tutor Lu's daughter? Shopkeeper Wu echoed. Luciania gave a small, courteous bow. Greetings. I apologize for intruding. Yeah, Broken Bar need help sending a letter to my father in Liaoyang. It's important and must be done discreetly. Shopkeeper Wu stepped forward with calm assurance and received the folded letter she presented. Understood. I'll arrange for a trusted courier to deliver this through our northern channels. It will leave tonight, under the guise of merchant correspondence. Thank you, Luciania said with sincerity, bowing slightly once more. I'll arrange for a carriage and escort to take you safely back to Governor Kong's estate, Shopkeeper Wu added. Luciania looked at Zhao Ming. Thank you for everything, truly. She nodded, then turned to follow a maid who came to lead her out. As the doors shut behind her, Murongda let out a long whistle and elbowed Zhao Ming with a sly grin. Luzi's daughter, eh? A rare beauty. But I thought you were courting my niece, and now you're making noble ladies blush. Zhao Ming sighed, rubbing his temple. Uncle, please. Miss Lu is merely a guest of the governor, caught in the same political storm as the rest of us. I offered help out of respect to and perhaps a Broken Bar future strategic cooperation. Murongda chuckled. Strategic cooperation? Sure. That's what I used to call it too. Zhao Ming gave him a deadpan look. Besides, you do know I am courting Xue. Murongda smirked and clapped him on the back. Of course. I'm just glad to see you can still make a lady's heart flutter, even when Xue isn't around to keep you in line. Now come here, there's grain to weigh and caravans to check. You want to build power? This is where it starts. Once Shopkeeper Wu returned from arranging the carriage and guards for Luciania, Zhao Ming lowered his voice and glanced at Murongda and the shopkeeper with a serious look. Uncle Da, Shopkeeper Wu, he said, there's something we need to discuss privately. Murongda arched an eyebrow, but the glint in his eye showed interest. Back hall, then. Let's hear what's weighing on your mind. The three made their way past the bustling side hall, down a quieter corridor to a back hall that served as a meeting room for internal matters. It was a simple chamber with thick wooden walls lined with scroll racks and ledgers, a low table at the center, and oil lamps casting flickering light on their faces. As they sat, Zhao Ming began, his voice calm but firm. With what happened these past weeks, especially the recent nobles' raid on the refugee settlement, I've realized something. We can't keep depending on others for protection. Not even Governor Kong. Murongda leaned back, arms crossed. You're not wrong. That old scholar loves to talk of righteousness and loyalty, but when swords are drawn, he hides behind verses and Confucian principles. Not that I don't respect his words, but words won't stop arrows. Shopkeeper Wu gave a cautious nod. Still, he's the governor of Beihai. His position carries weight. We must tread carefully. Zhao Ming looked between them. Exactly why I'm bringing this to both of you first. I want us to start building a private force here, not an open army, but a trained unit under our control. Small, mobile, trustworthy. Something that allows us to move freely, defend our people, and prepare for what's coming. Murongda's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A private force here, Broken Bar. You planning to outfit them with those repeating crossbows you've been working on? Zhao Ming smiled faintly. That's part of it. The design's nearly complete. Once we standardize production, we'll have an advantage no other militia in this region can match. Shopkeeper Wu scratched his chin. And who do you have in mind to lead such a force? Xiliang, Zhao Ming replied. The one leading the refugees on the eastern hill. He's proven himself twice. Calm under pressure, disciplined, and the people trust him. Murongda grinned. I figured you'd say that. I like him. Not the type to chase glory or run his mouth, just does what needs doing. We could use more men like him. Zhao Ming nodded. With him leading and the new crossbows in their hands, even a small group can fend off larger raiders. That'll give us leverage and security. Shopkeeper Wu glanced toward the door, thoughtful. I agree, but if word spreads too soon, Kong Rong might see this as a challenge to his authority, especially if we move in secret. Zhao Ming's gaze sharpened. Which is why I think we should tell him just enough to avoid suspicion. We'll present it as a defensive unit to protect our caravans and the refugee settlement. Something under Murong Trading Hall's banner. Murongda gave a sly smile. A mercantile defense force, eh? Clever. Fits our trade routes, gives us excuse to arm up, and doesn't stir his scholar sensibilities too much. Shopkeeper Wu gave a slow nod. Very well, I'll prepare the logistics. We'll need to source additional materials for the crossbows and select men from among the new arrivals. Zhao Ming looked at them both. Thank you. I know it's a risk, but we can't wait for the storm to reach our doorstep before we act. Murongda gave a hearty chuckle and clapped him on the shoulder. Boy, you've got the Murong fire in your belly. We'll make this happen quietly. As the three continued to discuss logistics and personnel, the air in the room shifted from caution to quiet determination. Outside, the clang of unloading cargo and the rising sun of a new day signaled that change was already underway. As their discussion wound down, Zhao Ming reached into his sleeve and produced two carefully sealed letters. The soft, deliberate movement drew the attention of both Murongda and Shopkeeper Wu. Shopkeeper Wu, Zhao Ming said, placing the letters on the low wooden table between them, I have two additional letters I'd like included in the dispatch to Liu Ouyang. Wu took them with a nod, studying the wax seals. One for Lu Zi, I assume? Yes, Zhao Ming confirmed. The other is for Lianru. At that name, Shopkeeper Wu paused, his brows rising slightly. Lianru? That courtesan from Liu Ouyang? Murongda leaned forward with sudden interest. That Lianru? The one who's always being talked about in scholar circles? Said to dance like flowing ink and sing like jade chimes? Zhao Ming gave a small, wry smile. The very same. I met her back in Anxi during one of her performances. She sang under the moonlight in the southern garden. It was unforgettable. Murongda raised a brow. And what did you do? Toss her silver or write her a love letter? I wrote a poem, Zhao Ming said simply. She remembered it. Wu chuckled. Of course you did. But what's the letter for? It's for contingency, Zhao Ming replied. If things in Liu Ouyang spiral out of control and Lu Zi needs help escaping, I'm hoping Lianru might assist. She has influence in the right places, and a broken bar. I sensed she isn't just a pretty face in silken robes. Wu's expression turned thoughtful. A risky gamble, but not a bad one. I'll make sure the letter reaches her hands. Zhao Ming nodded his thanks, then took out a third letter, this one sealed with delicate, lilac-tinted wax and a pressed floral insignia. This is for Murong's, he added more quietly. Wu's face immediately broke into a wide grin. So the young hero finally bears his heart again. Murongda laughed aloud. About time. X was wondering why you hadn't written. Wu accepted the letter with a satisfied nod, but then squinted at it. Just a letter? No gift? Zhao Ming looked confused. Is that a broken bar expected? Shopkeeper Wu gave a scandalized scoff. Boy, what kind of courtship is that? You send a letter and expect her heart to flutter? Where's the flower, the silk, the comb, the poem carved into jade? Zhao Ming blinked. I thought words were enough. For some girls, maybe. But X was a Murong. She's surrounded by suitors with silk tongues and deep pockets. If you want her to know you're serious, you bring something personal. Zhao Ming looked around the hall. Anything good in the shop? Wu scoffed again. Not for this kind of gift. Everything rare and refine's already on shipment or sold out. Murongda leaned over with a grin. Maybe a fine red comb or some silver-threaded embroidery would do the trick. I suggest, Wu added, folding his arms, that you take a walk down the merchant row. Go to the silk quarter, or find one of the craftsmen from the Southern Guild. Then come back and hand me the letter and a real gift. Zhao Ming sighed. rubbing the back of his neck. So now I'm gift hunting. Wu smirked. You're lucky I don't charge matchmaking fees. Murongda slapped the table with a laugh. Consider it training for married life. Zhao Ming groaned softly, but the smile tugging at the corner of his lips betrayed his amusement. With a sigh of surrender, he stood and nodded toward the door. Very well. I'll go find something worthy. Good. Wu called after him. She deserves at least a little sparkle for putting up with a rascal like you. The morning sun had climbed high above the tiled roofs of Beihai, casting a golden glow over the bustling marketplace. Merchants shouted out their wares, children weaved between stalls chasing each other with laughter, and the smell of roasted chestnuts and steamed dumplings drifted through the air. Amid the festive energy, Zhao Ming wandered with a furrowed brow and uncertain steps. He had made his way to the Silk Quarter, a refined district where wealth and elegance mingle beneath embroidered banners and carved wooden eaves. Among its many shops, one caught his eye: Jade Elegance Pavilion, its signboard lacquered black with silver inlay, the characters painted in flowing, graceful strokes. He stepped inside, a small bell chime heralding his entrance. The air inside was fragrant with sandalwood. Delicate lanterns illuminated rows of glass cases, each filled with exquisite trinkets: jade pendants shaped like lotus leaves, hairpins inlaid with gold and pearl, and fans embroidered with crane and plum blossom motifs. Zhao Ming wandered through the shop, eyes scanning over every item, pausing now and then to inspect one with cautious curiosity. Though he could have easily activated his system's insight ability to pick the most ideal gift, he chose not to. This gift, he reasoned, should come from me, not the system. Still, the sheer variety and splendor of the wares overwhelmed him. A pair of silver thread earrings shaped like phoenix tails. Too bold. A perfume sachet stitched with plum blossoms. Too ordinary. A hair comb made from ivory. No, not right either. He was turning a jade ring over in his hand, his brows knit in doubt, when a soft voice interrupted him. Sir, Lady Yu would like to see you, said a young female clerk, bowing politely. If you would follow me, please. Surprised, Zhao Ming nodded and followed her past a silk curtain into a side chamber. The air was cooler here, and the inner room was more tastefully decorated, a place meant not for sales, but private business. At the center, reclining slightly on a lacquered chaise with a fan in hand, was Lady Yu, the elegant and sharp-eyed owner of the Jade Elegance Pavilion. She was dressed in soft teal robes, her long hair pinned with a violet orchid comb, eyes gleaming with amusement. So, she said with a knowing smile, young Master Zhao, I hear you've been pacing around my shop looking as if you're choosing a sword rather than a gift. Zhao Ming gave an embarrassed chuckle and bowed. Lady Yu. Yeah, broken bar. I suppose I am quite lost. Lost, yet determined. She gestured for him to sit. And what is the occasion that brings our young hero to my humble store? I'm sending a letter to Murong's, Zhao Ming admitted. And with the new year approaching, a broken bar, I thought I should give her something as well. Lady Yu raised a brow, clearly intrigued. So it's that kind of letter. Zhao Ming looked down. Let's say it's halfway between formal and personal. She laughed, folding her fan with a snap. You're fortunate you're honest about it. Most boys your age bluster and boast when they don't know what to buy. Zhao Ming chuckled sheepishly. I'll admit I don't really know what suits her. Well, Lady Yu mused, Murong's was not like most young ladies. She is strong-willed, quick-witted, and has good taste too, though not in the vain sense. Give her something too ornate, and she'll say you're wasting money. Too plain, and she'll say you're not sincere. I see a broken bar, Zhao Ming replied, trying to hide his growing anxiety. Yinga, Lady Yu called. A moment later, a slender maid in a light pink tunic stepped forward, bowing. Yes, Lady Yu. Bring the peach blossom hairpin and the fan with the peony design. The one from the eastern drawer. Yinga returned moments later carrying a delicate hairpin carved from pale peach blossom wood, with tiny silver plum flowers affixed to the end, and a folding fan made of fine silk, its surface painted with blooming peonies and butterflies. These are elegant but not showy, Lady Yu explained, placing the two items on the table before Zhao Ming. The hairpin is simple yet refined. The fan, well, you should write something on it. A line of poetry, perhaps. Something to make her smile. Zhao Ming stared at the gifts for a moment, touched by the thoughtfulness. "Lady Yua broken bar, how much do I owe you for these?" She waved her fan lazily. "I'll send the bill to the Murong trading house. I'm sure they won't mind." Zhao Ming blinked. "Waiter, won't that be awkward?" Lady Yu laughed again, clearly enjoying his discomfort. "You're courting the Murong daughter?" "A gift sent with her uncle's purse is tradition in some provinces." He opened his mouth to object, but she raised her hand. "Fine, fine. Consider it my gift to young love. But next time, bring something of your own." Still flustered, Zhao Ming smiled and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Lady Yu." "May I borrow brush and ink?" Yinga quickly fetched a fine calligraphy set and placed it beside the fan. Zhao Ming paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Then, with slow, deliberate strokes, he wrote a short poem on the inner curve of the fan's silk. "Spring wind stirs the garden path, one blossom falls, another waits. Though days may part and miles may pass, a heart remembers soft footfalls and fates." Lady Yu peered over his shoulder and smiled, fanning herself. Well now, that might just win her heart. As Zhao Ming gently returned the fan to its embroidered case, the last curve of ink still drying on the silk, he felt a quiet sense of accomplishment. For once, he had chosen something meaningful without the system's help. Lady Yu, who had been observing from her seat with a soft, satisfied smile, leaned forward to glance at the poem once more. "A tender hand and a clever brush," she mused, her voice touched with warmth. "If nothing else, you'll make a fine romantic, young Master Zhao." She chuckled lightly, but then, her laughter caught and faltered. Her shoulders gave a subtle tremble, and then a harsh cough escaped her lips, dry at first, then deeper, more strained. She turned her head quickly, raising one hand to cover her mouth, graceful even in discomfort. Lady Yu, Yinga, her loyal maid, was at her side in a heartbeat, unfolding a soft embroidered handkerchief and offering it with practiced care. Lady Yu waved gently, attempting to brush aside the concern, but the coughing didn't subside immediately. It came again, a rasping breath that drew tension into the room. When it finally eased, she leaned back with a slow breath and returned the handkerchief to Yinga, who accepted it without a word, though her worried eyes betrayed her silence. Zhao Ming's eyes sharpened. Even with the quick exchange, he caught it, the faint blot of red hidden in the folds of the cloth. Something clenched in his chest. "Forgive me," Lady Yu said lightly, though her voice was quiet now. "The winter air has not been kind to me this season." Zhao Ming didn't reply at once. Instead, his gaze lingered not rudely, but attentively on the faint flush of her cheeks that seemed more from exhaustion than rouge, on the slight tremor in her fingers, and the way her other hand unconsciously gripped the armrest for support. And then, he smelled it all beneath the layers of her refined sandalwood perfume. A faint, bitter undertone drifted in the air. Ginseng, a broken bar medicinal root. Possibly lotus or angelica. A practiced scent. Not new. "I've seen enough illness to know that winter alone doesn't draw blood," he said softly, choosing his words with care. "Lady Yu, broken bar, you've helped me today, and I'd like to return the favor. If you'll allow, I can take a look." Lady Yu blinked, the faintest flicker of surprise touching her eyes, and then she smiled, though it was thinner than before. "You've a sharp tongue and a sharper eye, it seems." He returned the smile, but this time it was tinged with concern. "A sharp eye means little if I ignore what I see." Lady Yu regarded him for a long moment, then turned her gaze to Yinga, who hesitated and then gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. "A broken bar, very well," Lady Yu murmured, folding her hands gently in her lap. "I suppose even the proudest willow must lean on someone once in a while." Zhao Ming stepped forward, his expression solemn now, as he prepared to kneel by her side and take her pulse, not as a guest, not as a flirt, but as someone who understood what it meant to care when others refused to ask for help. Zhao Ming knelt gracefully at Lady Yu's side, his sleeves brushing against the smooth grain of the table as he reached out with practiced gentleness. His fingers hovered for a moment above the delicate pulse point on her wrist, elegant, slender, and cool to the touch. He inhaled quietly, steadying himself. He didn't truly know how to read a pulse in the traditional way. He had no physician's training, but he had something else. System. Activate insight. There was no sound, no glow, just a sudden shift in perception. A faint shimmer passed through his vision, and then a clear and sharper translucent screen blinked into view above Lady Yu's wrist, visible only to him. System diagnosis: A subject, Yi, age, early 30s, occupation, merchant, information broker, assassin status, congenital asthma, chronic, managed since childhood, internal injury, residual trauma, lungs, diaphragm, vital energy, fluctuating prognosis, stable, vulnerable to cold and emotional strain. Zhao Ming's eyes briefly widened. Edo assassin? It explained far more than it should. The calm precision, the way she held her poise even while coughing blood, and how she wore perfume laced with medicine as if it were just another layer of silk. But he didn't let it show. He kept his expression composed, gaze focused on her wrist. His fingers pressed lightly, mimicking what a healer would do, while his mind absorbed the screen's data. Ying watched from the side, wringing the cloth she held. Though doubt flickered in her eyes, after all, Zhao Ming was no doctor. There was also hope. Her mistress had suffered silently for years. If this young man could ease even a portion of that pain, wasn't it worth trusting him, just this once? Lady Yu's posture remained still. She observed Zhao Ming with faint curiosity. Her lips curved into a soft smile, though her skin remained pale. There was no fear in her, only a subtle, guarded interest. "You're more serious than I expected," she murmured. "I thought you came to tease a fan dancer, not diagnose her soul." Zhao Ming didn't answer immediately. He was still studying the symptoms, connecting dots in his head, watching how her pulse, breath, and energy lined up with the system's findings. When he finally let go, he didn't rise right away. He looked up and met her eyes. "You've been living with this since you were young," he said softly. "It's not just the cold. Your breath shortens under strain, and when your emotions rise too fast, it weighs on your lungs. You hide it well, but you're pushing yourself too far." Ying gasped, tears glinting in her eyes. "Were broken bar you really could tell?" Zhao Ming nodded gently. "It's an old ailment, but not without ways to ease it. You've been managing on tonics and breathing techniques, but something recently made it worse. An internal injury. Perhaps from a fight or a bad fall?" Lady Yu's eyes narrowed for a moment, but there was no denial. Zhao Ming didn't push further. He simply exhaled and said, "If you'd let me a broken bar, I can show you a better way to alleviate the symptoms. It won't cure it, but it may give you more strength than relying on medicine alone." Lady Yu looked at him, the teasing glint in her gaze replaced by something deeper, a curiosity, perhaps even respect. "You're full of surprises, young Master Zhao." Zhao Ming stood at last, folding his hands behind his back. "And you, Lady Yu, are far more than you let on." He turned to Ying, whose eyes were still wide with hope. "I'll write instructions. They'll require effort, a broken bar, but I think they'll help." And with that, the room grew still again. Outside, the bells of the Silk Quarter chimed gently in the breeze. But inside, something subtle had shifted between healer and patient, between two people who had seen more than they spoke of. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ming turned slightly toward Ying and spoke in a calm, thoughtful tone. "Do you have a smoking pipe? One carved from jade or bone?" Ying blinked, startled by the unusual request, but quickly nodded. "Yes, young master. We have an ear. Lady Yu only uses it when her breathing worsens in the cold seasons." "Good," Zhao Ming said. "Also, prepare a mix of medicinal leaves, mugwort, mulberry, and dried apricot pit. Grind them coarsely, not too fine. I'll show you how to use it." After Zhao Ming gave his instructions, Ying nodded briskly and hurried out of the room, her embroidered skirt swishing lightly against the polished wooden floor. Her steps were quick, driven by more than just obedience. There was a hopefulness in her eyes, a belief that perhaps this strange, clever young man could offer her mistress even a sliver of relief. Left in the quiet of the room, Lady Yu leaned back against the plush curve of her reclining couch. Her long sleeves pulled like mist around her hands, and her silver-accented hairpin shimmered faintly in the filtered daylight. She tilted her head slightly, amusement glimmering in her eyes as she regarded Zhao Ming. "Ying has always been like that," she said softly, her voice tinged with dry amusement. "She nags more than a mother hen when I so much as cough twice. I sometimes think she's more anxious about my body than I am." Zhao Ming glanced toward the door, then back at Lady Yu. She worries because she sees someone worth worrying about. Lady Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Flattering, but unnecessary. I'm a merchant, Master Zhao. We trade in coin, not sentiment. Her words were cool, but her gaze lingered on him, evaluating, measuring, not with the ease of a woman amused by a young man's attention, but with the sharpened instinct of someone used to gauging threats and opportunities in the same breath. You've surprised me more than once now, she said. First the poem at Anxia, one that could rival the old Master Sir, and now this. A gift for a girl, and suddenly you're treating an old lung condition like it's part of your daily chores. Zhao Ming remained calm, folding his hands behind his back as he answered, I've learned a bit here and there, enough to know when something can be managed a broken bar and when it's serious. Lady Yu tilted her head slightly, watching him as if trying to peek beneath the veil. But you're not a physician. You don't wear the robes, and your hands, as she gestured gently toward his calloused fingers, tell the story of someone who's held more than brushes and medicine jars. Zhao Ming smiled slightly. I never claimed to be one. She gave a short laugh, a breathy sound muffled by the silk handkerchief resting loosely in her palm. And yet here you are, giving orders like a field medic. You intrigue me, Zhao Ming. You don't try to impress, and still, you leave impressions. Her voice dropped into a lower register, more thoughtful than teasing now. I've dealt with nobles, generals, and wandering scholars, most of them predictable. But you? I can't quite decide what kind of man you are. Zhao Ming remained quiet for a moment, then replied evenly, that's probably for the best, Lady Yu. People live longer when they don't know too much. Lady Yu smirked, her amusement returning. Spoken like someone who's seen too many knives in the dark. Before she could say more, the curtain rustled and Yinga returned, her arms full, one hand holding a polished jade smoking pipe, the other cradling a small silk pouch filled with a coarse blend of dried medicinal leaves. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from running. I brought the best pipe we have, and the herbs you requested, young master, she said breathlessly. Lady Yu leaned forward with a light chuckle. See, told you. She treats me like a porcelain vase about to crack. I'd say that's devotion, Zhao Ming replied mildly, then turned to inspect the items Yinga brought. But in his mind, he was already sorting through symptoms, dosages, and possible long-term treatments. Not because she was a merchant or someone useful, but because she was a piece of this fragile world, a one that could either crumble or stabilize, depending on the hands guiding it. Zhao Ming knelt beside the low table, carefully opening the silk pouch filled with the grinded medicinal leaves. He took a pinch between his fingers and brought it close to his nose, inhaling the scent with practiced subtlety. The mix had a pungent, slightly minty undertone, layered with a faint bitterness typical of herbs used to soothe the lungs and ease internal heat. He murmured. The ratio's a little off. With calm precision, he pointed at the mixture, giving Yinga instructions. Add a quarter more of the mulberry leaf, and just a pinch of apricot kernel. Too much and it'll be too harsh. Mix it evenly. Yes, young master, Yinga replied, already moving with swift, silent hands. Zhao Ming took a small portion and lit it in a separate bronze bowl placed to the side. Thin trails of smoke curled upward, carrying a clean, cool aroma. He watched it rise, the scent lingering lightly in the air like mountain mist. He nodded. Good. Mix again, then fill the pipe. Yinga obeyed swiftly. She packed the jade pipe with care, making sure not to tamp it too tight, and then handed it over to Zhao Ming. With both hands, he offered the pipe to Lady Yu, who accepted it with a faint smile. She raised the pipe to her lips with elegance born from long habit. Her fingers, pale and slender, adjusted the length with ease. When she took the first breath, the movement was fluid, graceful and deliberate, like a dancer's pose frozen in stillness. Smoke escaped her lips in a slow exhale, curling through the golden light filtering through the carved window screens. Zhao Ming watched in silence. For a brief moment, he found himself caught not by lust, but by appreciation. Lady Yu, with her knowing gaze and unhurried confidence, possessed a kind of beauty that did not shout but lingered. A beauty like dusk on winter's edge, quiet, soft, yet dangerous if one drew too near. He glanced away, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. If I didn't have Murong's win mind a broken bar, he thought to himself, this woman might have swept me off my feet without even trying. Lady Yu exhaled again, the smoke escaping from her lips like a ghost slipping past silk. Aha, broken bar, this is better, she murmured. I can breathe without feeling like my chest is wrapped in iron. She looked toward the window, where the breeze outside stirred the edge of the drapery. Even the winter wind doesn't feel as sharp now. Zhao Ming nodded. Use it twice a day, just a few minutes in the morning and again at night. If the taste turns bitter or sharp, stop immediately. He paused, looking at her squarely. Also a broken bar, take a walk under the sun each morning, if the wind isn't too strong. And instead of using a furnace at night, it's better to keep the room warm with an earth dragon stove. Less dry heat, better for your lungs. Lady Yu arched an elegant brow, pipe held loosely between her fingers. You nag just as much as Yinga. At that, Yinga pouted and folded her arms. Mistress, at least I don't sound so serious when I nag a broken bar. Zhao Ming gave a small laugh and stood, brushing off his robes. Then that's a good balance. One nags with concern, the other with knowledge. Lady Yu gave a small, knowing smile. You're an odd one, Zhao Ming. A court official who talks like a healer, writes poetry like a wandering scholar, and thinks like a general. Zhao Ming only offered a half bow in response. I try to be useful, Lady Yu. He turned to leave. I'll take my leave now. Rest well, and a broken bar, tell Yinga not to let you smoke too much, even if it tastes sweet. I heard that. Lady Yu called after him with a playful lilt. Yinga followed him out, her steps light but respectful. At the entrance, she bowed slightly. Thank you, young masters. Our broken bar truly. Zhao Ming waved it off with a faint smile. She's strong, just needs a bit of balance. With that, he descended the stone steps and stepped back into the bustle of Beihai's streets, the cold wind brushing past his cloak. Behind him, Lady Yu reclined once more in her cushioned seat, the faint smoke still curling around her like a silk veil, her thoughts lingering on the curious young man who had stepped into her world like a breeze from an unexpected direction. As the sound of Zhao Ming's footsteps faded beyond the corridor, Yinga quietly closed the carved wooden door behind her and returned to the inner chamber. Lady Yu was still reclining against her embroidered cushion, the jade pipe resting between her fingers as gentle wisps of herbal smoke drifted into the air. The warm scent mingled with the subtle fragrance of lotus and sandalwood, permeating the air with a calming undertone. Her complexion, which earlier bore the pallor of lingering illness, now showed a faint flush of color. The tightness in her brows had eased, her shoulders no longer tense. She looked a broken bar at ease. His remedy works fast, Yinga remarked softly, observing your mistress's more relaxed posture. Your face looks better, mistress. A broken bar more rosy. Lady Yu exhaled slowly, letting a spiral of smoke twist upward like a silk ribbon. It's been a while since I could breathe this easily in winter, she said, her voice thoughtful, mellowed. That boy a broken bar. Zhao Ming a broken bar, he's quite the interesting one. Yinga furrowed her brows, her earlier playfulness gone. Her tone shifted, crisp and professional. Should I arrange someone to monitor him? The sharp contrast from her girlish demeanor in front of Zhao Ming was striking. In this moment, she was no longer just a loyal maid but an operative trained to move in the shadows when called upon. Lady Yu's eyes lingered on the smoke curling from her pipe before she gave a slight nod. Do it. But go yourself. Her voice held quiet authority. Bring 2 more. No more than that. I want A's, not a parade. And don't make contact unless absolutely necessary. Yes, mistress, Yinga replied, bowing slightly. I'll prepare right away. She turned and disappeared with swift efficiency, her steps light and precise as she moved deeper into the pavilion to gather what she needed. Left alone once more, Lady Yu tilted her head back, her gaze following the drifting trails of smoke above. The pipe nestled between her fingers still burned softly, the faint crackle of herbs mingling with the silence. She smiled faintly to herself. It's been so long a broken bar since my body felt light. Not cured, no, but not weighed down by pain either. And that boy a broken bar. Zhao Ming, he is more than he appears. Her eyes half closed as she leaned deeper into her cushions, the jade pipe resting in her hand like a quiet companion. The world is shifting a broken bar, and I wonder, Just what kind of wind he'll stir next? Outside, the winter sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long golden shadows over the Jade Elegance Pavilion, while its mistress, both merchant and hidden blade, lay quietly amidst the perfumed hazier, watching, waiting, and breathing easier than she had in months. The curling smoke from the medicinal pipe drifted lazily through the air, fragrant with the earthy blend of crushed leaves Zhao Ming had prepared. Lady Yu leaned back into her cushioned recliner, her body wrapped in a light silk robe of pale plum, her expression unusually relaxed. Each breath she drew felt smooth and unlabored, a rare relief for someone who had long lived under the quiet torment of her lungs. With a slow exhale, she set the pipe down onto a carved sandalwood table beside her. The aroma lingered, mingling with the floral undertones of her perfume. For a long moment, she remained still, savoring the warmth spreading through her chest, a deep contrast to the winter chill that crept just beyond the walls. Then, with a practiced grace, she lifted her fingers and rang the silver bell placed neatly at her side. The responding maid entered without hesitation, balancing a porcelain tea set in one hand and a fresh change of garments folded over the other. "Your tea, my lady, and your evening change," the maid said softly, her tone warm but professional. Lady Yu smiled faintly, the corners of her lips curving into a knowing expression. As she accepted the tea, she took a single sip before rising to her feet, her robe slipping slightly as she moved. She untied the sash around her waist and let the silk robe slide down her shoulders. The maid respectfully turned away, though not before catching the soft glimmer of candlelight on Lady Yu's bare shoulders. Beneath, she wore a thin, embroidered hezi that hugged her curves with delicate modesty, an undergarment fashioned more for comfort than allure, though her natural elegance lent it an unintended sensuality. Her figure was striking, sculpted by years of dance, martial training, and disciplined living, a blend of supple grace and quiet strength. As the winter wind whispered through the cracks in the wooden window frame, she tilted her head back slightly and took in a breath through her nose. There was no tightness, no stabbing pain, just her. A sigh escaped her lips, relief, satisfaction, and something more, a broken bar forgotten. "It's been years since I felt this light," she murmured, half to herself. She glanced down at the hezi, the thin fabric barely shielding her from the cold, and yet a broken bar she didn't shiver. Her body, so long used to aching beneath layers of heavy clothing and heated stones, now felt resilient, unburdened. Then, a glint danced in her eyes, a playful spark. Her smile turned wry as she sat back down and set the teacup aside. "Forget the lounging robes," she said suddenly, her voice calm but firm. "Bring me the midnight set." The maid blinked, uncertain. "Midnight, my lady? You mean a broken bar, the outing attire?" Lady Yu's eyes glittered like a fox under moonlight. "Yes, the black one. The one stitched with silent thread." "I believe it's time I stretch my legs a little." The maid hesitated. "Shall I inform Ying-er?" "No," Lady Yu cut in smoothly. "This isn't for Ying-er. It's about her." The maid swallowed her questions and bowed. "Understood, my lady." Moments later, she returned with a neatly folded set of clothing in her arms, a sleek black tunic tailored from soft shadow eve, close-fitting pants lined with a hidden silk net, flexible bracers, and soft-soled boots made to mute every step. Beside it, she laid down a short black veil and a thin cord belt, which could double as a garrote if the need ever arose. Lady Yu disrobed gracefully, the silk garments slipping from her shoulders to reveal a figure that time had only enhanced. Her skin, smooth and luminous, bore the subtle curves of a woman in her prime. The gentle swell of her bosom and the elegant arch of her back spoke of a sensuality that was both refined and potent. Each layer wrapped her body like a second skin, a lesser disguise, more a return to her original form. When she pulled her hair up into a tight knot and fastened it with a thin bone pin, she was no longer the elegant merchant of the Jade Elegance Pavilion. She was a shadow among shadows. Adjusting the hidden knife strapped along her thigh and ensuring the twin daggers were sheathed at her back, she glanced once more at the table where the pipe still smoldered faintly. The smoke was no longer bitter, it was oddly comforting, almost nostalgic. "A good boy, that Zhao Ming," she said softly. "But far too interesting for his own good." She moved to the window and unlatched it silently. The night wind kissed her cheek as she stepped up onto the ledge. Below, The alley behind the pavilion stretched into quiet darkness, the street lamps flickering like distant stars. From this moment, she was no longer a respected merchant and discreet socialite. She was a phantom of the night, watching the watchers. With a final smirk, she leapt silently into the shadows, her figure vanishing like a whisper carried on the wind. The moon had not yet reached its zenith when a soft knock tapped twice on the side door of Lady Yu's private chamber. From the shadows, Ying-er emerged, her usual brightness dimmed beneath a veil of seriousness. She slipped into a narrow side room nestled between the main quarters and the rear storage hall. The air inside was tinged with the faint scent of sandalwood, and the lanterns burned low, casting long fingers of shadow across the polished wood floor. Two women were already waiting. Yulan sat poised with an effortless elegance, her back straight and arms crossed beneath a cloak of midnight black. Silver thread shimmered faintly along the hems of her sleeves, catching what little light there was. Her figure was tall and striking, her presence quiet yet commanding. She looked like a panther at rest, composed, but ready to spring. Yum, on the other hand, reclined with practiced ease on a carved bench, her posture inviting, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She twirled a red hairpin lazily between her fingers, letting her silken robe slip just enough to reveal the smooth curve of one bare shoulder. Her generous bosom rose and fell with a slow, deliberate rhythm, her entire demeanor exuding languid confidence. She had yet to change into her mission attire, but she looked entirely unconcerned. "Thanks for coming on short notice," Ying-er began, arms crossed, her voice firm. The flickering flame behind her painted half her face in light, the other half in shadow. "Lady Yu entrusted me with something delicate, and we're doing it tonight." Yulan tilted her head slightly, waiting for details. It was Yum who spoke first. "Let me guess, a broken bar," she said, her tone teasing and velvet soft. "This wouldn't happen to involve that rather charming young man from earlier, would it?" "The one who smells like ink and mountain hubs." Her smirk widened. "My broken bar Zhao Ming, wasn't it?" "He's quite the catch." Ying-er frowned, a flicker of color rising in her cheeks. "Yes, Zhao Ming. He's a guest at the Murong estate. Lady Yu trusts him far too quickly, and I don't like it." Yum leaned forward, letting her arm rest under her breasts, which only made them press higher beneath the silk. "Don't like it? Or don't like that he touched her hand while you were watching?" He looked at her like he'd known her for years. Ying-er hissed. "Like he had the right." "And you think he doesn't?" Yulan asked calmly, her sharp eyes fixed on Ying-er. Ying-er took a sharp breath. "He's clever. Too clever. We don't know where he came from, what his goals are, or why he's so good at gaining favor. Even if his medicine worked, it did," said with a grin. Lady Yu looked radiant after smoking that blend. "I haven't seen her sit up with that kind of grace in months." Ying-er scowled. "That doesn't change the fact that he's dangerous. So tonight, we sneak into the Murong estate. I want to search his study, or better yet, his bedroom. Men let their guard down in private. If we're lucky, we'll find letters, journals, items, a broken bar, something he doesn't want others to see." Yum's smile turned predatory. "Oh? And if we find him sleeping, do we wake him, or our broken bar watch him dream?" "Maya," Yulan said flatly, gave a light laugh and waved her hand. Kidding, a broken bar mostly." Ying-er ignored the quip. "I'll enter from the front alley. I've observed the guard's rotation. There's a blind spot after the second patrol leaves the eastern gate." "Maya, circle around to the western wall. They grow ornamental trees there. Enough cover to climb." Yum nodded. "And Lana takes the rooftops." As always, Yulan stood, adjusting her cloak. "I'll scout the perimeter first. If anything looks off, we abort. We're not thieves, sir, we're watchers." "Don't forget that." Ying-er's lips thinned, but she nodded. "I know. But if Zhao Ming is hiding anything at all, I want us to be the first to know. Better us than someone else." Yum gave her a sideways look. "Is that a command, or a jealous lover's grudge?" Ying-er snapped. "It's a mission. Stick to it." Yum grinned. "Fine, fine. But if I find something juicy, I'm keeping a copy." The lantern flame danced in silence for a moment before Ying-er reached forward and snuffed it with her fingers. Darkness swallowed the room, save for the faint moonlight spilling through the wooden lattice window. "Let's move." The three of them stepped into the night like shadows peeling away from Stonia, silent, purposeful, and lethal. Cloaks drawn close, weapons hidden beneath silks and sashes. They vanished into the chilled breeze of late evening. Somewhere across town, the Murong estate stood quiet and dignified, its carved beams and paper windows glowing warm with lamplight. But the warmth would not last. For tonight, the watchers came here not to strike, but to see. And if Zhao Ming had secrets, they would find them in his study, his bed, or wherever the truth chose to hide. The stars had begun their quiet ascent in the indigo sky when Zhao Ming returned to the Murong estate. A faint breeze stirred the hanging lanterns along the corridor, their warm glow dancing across the courtyard walls. He walked with an easy gait, a modest silk-wrapped box held securely in one hand, his expression unreadable but calm. After exchanging a few quiet words with the gate attendant, he slipped into his personal residence near his sanctuary amidst the grandeur of the Murong household. The soft creak of wooden floorboards and the familiar scent of pine welcomed him. Zhao Ming unfastened his outer robe and folded it neatly, setting it aside. He washed his face in the copper basin near the window, letting the cool water rinse away the dust of the road and the scent of the city. "Have dinner brought to my room," he instructed a passing servant with a nod. "I won't be joining the main table tonight." The servant bowed and left at once. Zhao Ming changed into a simpler robe, this one of deep navy with quiet embroidery at the cuffs, then sat at his low table as the evening meal was laid before him: a braised duck, tofu with fermented chili paste, a medley of fresh greens, and hot, fragrant rice. He ate in silence, his motions unhurried. His thoughts, however, were elsewhere. Once the last dish was cleared and his tea had cooled, Zhao Ming finally turned his attention to the small box that had sat patiently at the edge of his table throughout the meal. He drew it closer, untying the silk wrapping and gently opening the lacquered lid. Inside lay the gift he'd chosen just hours ago under Lady Yu's guidance, a delicate hairpin, modest in appearance, but elegant in its subtle craftsmanship. It was carved from pale peach blossom wood, the grain fine and smooth to the touch, as light as air and faintly sweet in scent. At the end of the pin, tiny silver plum flowers had been affixed with meticulous care. Each blossom was no larger than a fingernail, its petals polished to a soft sheen, catching the lamplight like frost on early spring blooms. Zhao Ming held it in his palm, weighing its form with reverence. He didn't know much about women's accessories. In truth, he had little interest in such things until now. And yet, looking at the gentle arc of the pin, the silvery flowers glimmering like whispers of winter on wood warmed by spring, he knew one thing with certainty: Murongs would like this. The thought of Hera, fierce, graceful, always slightly aloofer, brought the faintest smile to his lips. He imagined her hair swept up, the peachwood nestled among her dark tresses, the plum flowers catching the sun when she turned her head. "Lady Yu was right," he murmured, voice low. "Even someone like me can see the value in this." He returned the pin to its box, wrapping it with care and locking it away in a drawer beneath his writing desk. Then, standing, he moved through the side door that connected his room to his private study. The study was quiet, bathed in soft amber light from the single oil lamp he lit upon entering. Shadows danced lazily on the walls, stretching over shelves lined with scrolls and books, brushes neatly arranged beside his inkstone. Zhao Ming rolled back his sleeves. He uncapped a jar of ink, then selected a stick of fresh inkstone and began to grind. The motion was slow, steady, the rhythmic scrape grounding his thoughts. He unfurled a sheet of fine paper, securing it with jade weights. His hand hovered above the page, brush bristling with ink, as he stared at the blank surface, not with hesitation, but with focus. Somewhere beyond the walls, night had deepened. The estate grew quiet, the world folding into slumber. But within this small, well-lit study, Zhao Ming remained still and awake, his brush poised like a blade above the battlefield of thought, ready to inscribe the next move in a game only he knew he was playing. Once the ink was ground to a perfect consistency, the brush trimmed and supple, and the paper unfurled across the writing desk, Zhao Ming sat in thoughtful silence. The study was hushed, save for the soft crackle of the oil lamp, its warm glow casting amber halos around the room. He tapped the end of the brush gently against his fingers, his brows faintly furrowed. The Murong family had shown him great kindness, shelter, food, even connections are. But he knew such hospitality couldn't last forever. He was not truly one of them. Not by blood, nor by legacy. If he wished to stand tall in this chaotic world, especially during such uncertain times, he would need to establish himself, to build something of his own, a foundation that didn't rely on borrowed favor. And that meant coin. He considered, for a moment, using his knowledge of medicina, the teachings passed down to him by the mysterious Lady in Benglai, that strange yet brilliant figure who once guided his shaking hands through the rituals of healing. But the thought was quickly dismissed. Establishing a proper clinic, gaining trust, building a reputation of it would take too long, too tedious, too slow. Then a flicker of inspiration stirred within him. He straightened slightly, eyes narrowing as he recalled reward from the system he had received but never tested: a brewing rouge power craft, a dual skill set rooted in the practical arts of making brews, salves, and cosmetics. He had scoffed at it at the time, but now a broken bar. Now he saw potential. He summoned the system interface in his mind, the description unfurling like an invisible scroll. Brewing rouge power craft grants fundamental knowledge and enhanced intuition in crafting herbal brews, cosmetic creams, and skin-safe pigments using natural ingredients. Recipes may be adapted or invented based on user creativity and available materials. His eyes glinted with sudden clarity. Women's goods, skincare, cosmetics. Not only were such products in high demand among noble ladies and merchant wives, but Lady Yu herself ran a business specializing in luxurious feminine wares. If he could develop something truly effective, safe, beautiful, and unique, he might have the leverage he needed. He set brush to paper and began to write, his strokes swift and confident. White Radiance Cream, STM1/2 superscript AE Senso Ioio. A foundation-like cream designed to brighten and smooth the skin without the harmful effects of lead-based powders. Ingredients: finely ground pearl powder, polished rice flour, essence of white chrysanthemum, purified beeswax, licorice root extract. Function: gently lightens the skin tone, evens complexion, and nourishes the skin. Soft floral scent, non-toxic, and suitable for daily wear. He paused only to refresh the ink, then continued, excitement building, crimson lip rouge, Asho +- Cedilla superscript O Sensei ring a moisturizing lip color with a vivid, long-lasting tint in solid stick form. Ingredients: dried safflower petals, beetroot essence, wild honey, cold-pressed camellia oil, purified beeswax. Function: provides a vibrant red hue, hydrates the lips, and leaves a soft shine. Delicate sweetness and floral undertone. Pocket-friendly design. He set the brush aside, letting the ink dry naturally as he leaned back in his seat. The scent of fresh ink mingled with the distant aroma of night jasmine outside the window. Zhao Ming rolled the paper carefully once it had dried, tying it with a silk ribbon before storing it in a scroll box. His gaze lingered on the locked drawer that held Murong's gift. This could be something. These formulas were only the beginning. With a bit of refinement, with real testing, a broken bar and perhaps the right business partner. A broken bar. His thoughts turned, almost inevitably, to Lady Yu. Sharp, cunning, and well-connected in the city's merchant world, she was perfectly positioned to help him launch something discreet yet profitable. And if nothing else, the Jade Elegance Pavilion already catered to women with wealth and taste. Why not begin there? He allowed himself a quiet smile. Perhaps it's time I visit her again, he murmured to himself, extinguishing the lamp. Not just as a physician, a broken bar, but as a potential partner. Outside, the night deepened. In the stillness of his study, a new path had begun to form, painted not with blood and steel, but with powder, oil, and rouge. And Zhao Ming, ever the schemer beneath his scholar's robe, was already 2 steps ahead. Just as Zhao Ming reached for the bronze candle holder to blow out the flickering flame, a soft chime echoed not from outside the room, but within the depths of his consciousness. His body stiffened at the now familiar hum of energy, and before him shimmered the translucent panel of the system's interface, glowing faintly in the lamplight like a ghostly scroll. Ding. As Idiaresis Cedilla sudden quest activated. Evening Soya 8 copyright E. Uninvited but friendly. Uninvited for friendly guests arriving tonight. Please welcome them in style. Tasks. AZ currency interact with guests, 03. AZ currency entertain the special guest, 01. Thy to assist the host. The system has temporarily granted Murong's sword technique, limited use, advanced stealth skill, light movement arts, King Gong, temporary, wooden sword A, unbreakable A, weight, balance, and handling matches a high-quality forged steel blade. A cannot be broken, chipped, or dulled. Eth's reward will be determined upon quest completion. Zhao Ming blinked. Once, twice. A broken bar for guests? He muttered, the words dry in his mouth. Friendly? Then why all this? The wooden sword materialized before him in a brief flash of light, floating gently in the air until he reached out and grasped it by instinct. It was lighter but not too light. Balanced, perfectly so, with the faint scent of pine still clinging to the polished wood. His hand adjusted around the grip naturally. It felt almost too real, like a blade that could cleave air and flesh, despite its material. Unbreakable, temporary. Why would he need something like this unless a broken bar? They're coming tonight. His eyes narrowed. He set the sword down quietly against the wall and paced toward the window, the moonlight slanting through the carved lattice and onto his face. The shadows in the corners of the room suddenly felt deeper, the silence between each creak of wood louder. Could it be Lady Yua broken bar? He whispered to himself. Earlier that day, he'd handed her a special medicinal smokier one meant to ease her lungs and invigorate her chi. She had seemed reserved, perhaps even intrigued. That moment of intimacy, of vulnerability, had left an impression, a broken bar, and maybe not just on him. But Zhao Ming had no illusions. Lady Yu was no simple noblewoman. He had long suspected she was something else beneath the silks and serene smiles, an assassin, perhaps a hidden blade in the shadows. Still, she didn't know about the system. That much he was sure of. He rubbed the back of his neck, frustration simmering. Even if she's curious, why bring 3 more? Who are they? He didn't recognize any of the other women from Jade Elegance Pavilion. Aside from the sharp-tongued Yinger who always hovered nearby, the rest were unfamiliar. Servants, perhaps, or something more. And now the system was giving him stealth, movement skills, and a sword. This wasn't some casual visit. No, he muttered. This is a test. A hunt. Maybe even a trap. He moved with quiet precision now, the tension bleeding into efficiency. The scroll he had written earlier, his cosmetic formulas for White Radiant Scream and Crimson Lip Rouge, was already dry. He rolled it up tightly and slid it into the hidden compartment behind the study shelf, making sure no trace remained. He donned the light-out robe, muted in color, and adjusted the curtain so it would not sway if a draft entered. With a single motion, he picked up the wooden sword and tested its weight again. Perfect, effortless. Then he doused the candle. Darkness claimed the room, save for the pale moonlight from above, casting silver ripples across the floor like water. His breath slowed. The stealth skill had already begun to work. His heartbeat was quieter, movements more fluid, his presence slowly vanishing into the stillness of the room. From this moment forward, Zhao Ming wasn't just a guest of the Murong estate. He was a shadow in his own home. If they cameo, whether out of curiosity, malice, or mischief, he would be ready. And if this was a game the system had decided to play a broken bar, then he would play to win. As the moon crested the roofs of Beihai, its silver glow spilled over the tall stone walls of the Murong estate. Shadows stretched long and languid across the tiled courtyards and gently swaying trees. The guards had already begun their night rotations as some settled into their posts near the gates, others strolling the corridors with lanterns in hand, their patrols rhythmic and predictable. 3 figures moved like mist through the alleys behind the estate walls, silent, unseen, their dark cloaks blending into the night. Yu Ying signaled with a slight flick of her fingers. The perimeter had been marked, the guard's rhythm memorized. With grace that came from years of training, the sisters took flight. Their feet landed on the wall's edge with barely a whisper. A moment later, they dispersed like shadows cut loose from the same flame. Yulan ascended to the rooftops without effort, her slender form outlined against the moon as she crouched low atop the tiled ridges. With her sharp gaze sweeping from courtyard to corridor, she became the eye above ear, watchful, patient, calculating. Yum glided along the outer garden path, then slipped behind the ornamental tree near the western wall, a flowering willow twisted with seasonal vines. Her voluptuous figure pressed close to the trunk, lips curled into a playful smirk as she scanned the grounds for signs of their target. Every so often, she twirled a strand of hair around her finger and hummed softly to herself, clearly enjoying the thrill of the night hunt. Yu Ying, the youngest, took the middle ground. Creeping along the shadows beside a plum blossom bush, she finally settled into a low squat behind a tall screen of latticework near the side veranda, an ideal position. From here, she had an unobstructed view of both Zhao Ming's private room and the adjoining study. The window screens were pulled slightly open, just enough to glimpse movement inside. Then it happened. Zhao Ming stepped into the room, backlit by a soft, golden lantern. He reached up and undid the clasp of his outrobe, letting it slide from his shoulders in the practiced motion. The robe pooled silently around his feet. He turned slightly, and the light caught the lean contours of his back, the taut muscles under his skin flexing as he shifted. Yu Ying froze. Her breath caught in her throat. He wore only a light inner tunic now, and as he reached for a fresh ear folded neatly on a nearby bench, the fabric pulled against his torso, revealing the clean lines of his chest, the subtle ridges of muscle earned not through vanity, but the quiet rigor of a disciplined body. His waist tapered, the belt riding low on his hips before he tightened it. Her face burned. Her fingers curled instinctively around the edge of the latticework. Why is he undressing with the window open? How shameless! She squeezed her eyes shut and turned away, but not before stealing one last glance. This isn't like me, she scolded herself. I'm not like Maya, who drools over any good-looking boy she sees. A broken bar. And yet, for a brief, confusing moment, Zhao Ming's image lingered behind her eyes. After a few deep breaths, she forced her focus back into place. Get it together, Yinga. You're not here to ogle men. You're here on a mission. Inside, Zhao Ming finished changing and sat down for dinner. A light meal, nothing extravagant. He ate slowly, lost in thought. There was something methodical, even scholarly, in the way he carried himself. Not like a typical noble son, not quite a warrior either. She narrowed her eyes. When he finished, he rose and stretched briefly, before stepping into the adjacent study room. Yinga's breath quickened. Now's the time. She ducked lower behind the screen and signaled with a soft bird caller just once. A signal the other sisters would understand. Target is in study. From above, Yulan adjusted her stance, blades hidden in her sleeves. From the garden wall, grinned in anticipation, then rolled her shoulders like a cat ready to pounce. Meanwhile, Yu Ying crept forward, ghost-like, edging along the corridor toward the side window of the study. Her eyes scanned for traps, her fingers testing for loose wood panels. Tonight, they would not be watching Zhao Ming from the shadows. They would be inside his domain. And if luck favored them, a broken bar, they would leave with something to expose, manipulate, or control him. Or perhaps, if Maya had her way, a broken bar with far more than they bargained for. Zhao Ming stepped into the quiet study, the scent of old paper and ink greeting him like an old companion. The oil lamp on the side table flickered gently, casting warm golden light over the neatly organized room. He moved with practiced ease, taking a moment to prepare the brush, inkstone, and a roll of fine paper that had been resting on the side shelf. Everything felt calm, familiar, a sanctuary amid the swirling currents of Beihai's political undercurrents. Outside, hidden in the shadows beyond the wall, Ying crouched low behind a trimmed hedge. Her brows furrowed slightly as she watched through the narrow opening of the partially drawn window. She had expected movement, some secret correspondence, or maybe a meeting, but Zhao Ming simply sat there, still as stone, staring at the paper before him. What is he done? A broken bar just looking at blank paper like that? She grumbled inwardly, pressing a hand to her cheek in mild irritation. Is he imagining Lady Yu's hand again? Shameless man, a broken bar. Just as her imagination was about to run off in a jealous spiral, Zhao Ming moved. He dipped the brush into the ink with a controlled swirl, then began writing in a steady, elegant script. Curious now, Ying leaned forward instinctively. Meanwhile, Lana remained on the rooftop of a nearby building, eyes sharp and body poised. The courtyard had quieted significantly. Torches were being extinguished one by one, and the usual rhythm of guards shifting for the night watch had begun. With a subtle flick of her fingers, she signaled the all-clear. Maya, restless and clearly bored, tiptoed along the shadows from her perch near the western ornamental tree. "Haven't you found anything juicy yet?" she whispered as she approached Yinga from behind. Yinga didn't even flinch. "He just started writing." "Get over here and keep quiet." Maya peeked over her sister's shoulder, eyes narrowing. The moment she caught sight of the parchment under Zhao Ming's hand, she blinked, then blinked again. "Wait, a broken bar? Is that a broken bar?" "A broken bar, a cosmetic formula?" Yinga finished, her voice laced with disbelief. They watched in silence as Zhao Ming continued with calm precision, listing ingredients in careful lines. One recipe appeared to be a creamer base for whitening the skin, safely, without the dangerous use of lead. Another seemed to be a vivid rouge stick made from safflower and beetroot for the lips. Maya let out a low whistle. Well, a broken bar. The handsome scholar writes beauty recipes. That's new." But Yinga's eyes had narrowed, her earlier irritation melting into a calculating glint. "It does make sense. He broken bar. He's skilled with medicine," she thought. "And these formulas could fetch a high price, especially if presented by Lady Yu first. If I hand these over, she'll surely praise me." Just as Zhao Ming set down the brush and let the ink dry, he reached for a lacquered scroll case. Instead of simply storing the parchment, however, he walked toward the corner shelf, felt along its edge, and pressed a hidden groove behind the decorative carvings. A soft click sounded, barely audible even in the quiet, and a slim panel swung open. From their vantage point, Yinga and Maya watched as he carefully slid the scroll into the hidden compartment, closed it, and gave no further glance as he returned to the desk to blow out the lamp. Yinga's heart beat a little faster, her hands tightening on the windowsill. "He hid it," Maya whispered. "I saw where," Yinga replied, her voice low and eager. "That formula, a broken bar. We're going to take it." Above, Lana shifted on the roof, keeping Vigila unaware that below her, her younger sisters had just set their sights on something far more valuable than simple blackmail. The night in Beihai deepened, the estate bathed in moonlight and secrets, and Zhao Ming, unaware of the eyes upon him, rose from his desk and walked slowly back toward his room, his shadow flickering against the wall like the last curl of smoke from a candle. The night in Beihai deepened, cloaked in silence as the wind whispered through the branches of the Murong estate. Clouds drifted across the moon, smothering its silver glow and plunging the grounds into a heavy, shifting darkness. From her hidden spot near the study, Yinga narrowed her eyes, trying to determine whether Zhao Ming had already left. The candle inside the study had long since gone out, and with the moon veiled above, the room was a deep, murky shade of black. "Can't see anything," she muttered, her breath barely disturbing the still air. Maya slinked away toward the study's back entrance, a quiet shadow dancing across stone and grass. A few heartbeats later, she returned and crouched beside her sister. "Door's locked," she whispered. "No footsteps inside." "He's gone." Yinga nodded. "We'll go in from the window." It wasn't closed tightly. Together, like cats moving in the dark, they crept toward the window. Yinga lifted the wooden frame just enough to slip her slender body through, landing inside with a noiseless grace followed with practiced agility. The study was heavy with the scent of ink and aged wood. The faint outline of shelves and a desk materialized as their eyes adjusted. Yinga held up a hand. "Check for traps," she whispered. They moved carefully, feet silent against the polished floor, eyes scanning the ground and furniture. Nothing triggered, nothing glimmered or clicked. Satisfied, they split up. Lana, perched above on the roof, caught sight of her sisters slipping inside. Without a sound, she dropped down, landing lightly near the shadow of a tree to keep watch from the perimeter. Her hand rested calmly on the hilt of her short blade. Inside the study, Yinga rifled through the drawers of the desk while moved toward the stack of documents neatly placed on a side table. A few opened letters revealed update ESA plans for the Eastern Hill settlement, progress in housing construction, irrigation improvements, and a proposal to bring in farming tools from neighboring counties. Maya skimmed through one, lips curling into a quiet smile. "Has a broken bar actually helping people?" Yinga, still thumbing through the next letter, sighed softly. I know. It's annoying. If only he wasn't always flirting with Lady Yua. Broken Bar giggled under her breath. Jealous. Shut up, Yinga hissed, cheeks warming in the dark. Let's find the scrolls. They turned to the shelf, fingers tracing its carvings until Yinga felt the familiar groove Zhao Ming had pressed earlier. With a soft click, the hidden panel opened, revealing a trio of scrolls within the concealed compartment. As M reached in, her fingers grazing the edge of the nearest scroll, a sudden chill ran down her spine. A broken bar, Yinga, a broken bar, she whispered. Do you feel that? Yinga froze. A presence, unseen, unfelt, but there. Watching. They turned sharply, eyes darting around the study, but the room remained dark, empty, silent. No one's here, Yinga said quickly, trying to reassure herself as much as grab it and pulled out two of the scrolls, handing one to Yinga. They turned to retreat, feet already moving toward the window. Vina, a thieving cat slinks in the night. A broken bar. The voice was smooth, unhurried, calm as a still lake, and just as cold. A sudden whoosh of movement. Slash. The sound of a blade slicing air ripped through the stillness. Yinga dropped the scroll in shock, barely ducking in time as a flash of silver cut through where her shoulder had just been. Spun with a gasp, her own instincts sending her diving toward the window. He's here, shouted under her breath. No time, Yinga hissed, grabbing M's hand as they both leapt out through the open window in a flurry of robes and soft footsteps, landing in a crouch outside. The sisters landed soundlessly in the courtyard beyond the study, hearts still racing from the sudden sword slash. The moment their boots touched the stone path, they darted into the shadows beneath the ornamental trees along the western wall, hearts thudding in sync with the wind. Lana joined them swiftly, blade still drawn and eyes sharp. Did he see you? No, but someone was there, Yinga whispered. He wasn't in the studio broken bar, but something else was. That wasn't normal. I heard the sword, Lan said. It wasn't him? No, it felt different, murmured, eyes scanning the dark windows behind them. Colder broken bar, like a ghost was watching us. The air hung heavy for a moment. Then, as if responding to their tension, the clouds above slowly parted and pale moonlight spilled over the courtyard like a lantern pulled from behind a curtain. Move, Yinga hissed, pulling back into the shadows. But the damage was done. From the edge of the veranda, a door slid open with a sudden clatter. Zhao Ming stepped out, dark-robed, eyes narrowed, a wooden sword in hand. Its lacquered surface gleamed under the moonlight like steel, and though it bore no edge, the confidence in his grip said it hardly mattered. He had sensed the flicker of presence earlier, and not just the sound, but the subtle disruption of breath, the light shift in energy that clung to assassins and thieves alike. His gaze locked forward, and there, amidst the silvered trees, shadows moved. 3. One crouched low, two standing close. Not guards, not servants, not strangers either. He strode a few steps forward, voice calm, yet carrying across the courtyard. I suppose the cat forgot its manners tonight, he said coldly. Did you lose your way, our broken bar, or were you looking for something else in my study? Yinga clicked her tongue, emerging from the shadow with arms crossed. You really are shameless, daring to speak after sneaking up on girls in the dark. Zhao Ming raised a brow. You came to my study, remember? Stepped forward, trying to put herself between them. We were just a broken bar, curious, that's all. Curious about my documents, or the hidden compartment behind the bookshelf? Yinga's eyes narrowed. TCH. You even noticed that? Lan didn't speak. She stood slightly behind the other two, eyes fixed on Zhao Ming's grip. That sword, a broken bar, it was no ordinary wooden stick. The balance of his stance, the way he moved, as someone had trained him well. Zhao Ming slowly lowered the blade to his side. I don't want to fight you. Then don't, Ying said, stepping closer. It's not like we came to kill you. You came to steal. We borrowed, she said with a sly smile. And now that we're only a broken bar, we'll be going. Zhao Ming exhaled, shoulders loosening just slightly. Fine. But if you're ever curious again, knock on the front gate. I might even serve tea. Ying scoffed but gave a short nod, impressed despite herself. Then, like mist under a rising sun, the three sisters vanished into the night, robes fluttering as they disappeared over the wall with practiced grace. Zhao Ming stood still for a while, staring at the spot they had left. "A broken bar there, quicker than I thought," he murmured. But his thoughts weren't on the fighter nor even on the scrolls. His gaze drifted upward, where the moon now shone freely. "System," he said quietly, "mark this night." A faint chime rang in the back of his mind. "Task progress, interact with friendly guests, 3/3, special guest, entertained, 01, reward pending." Zhao Ming turned and walked back toward the study. It was going to be a long night yet. Zhao Ming pushed open the study room door with quiet steps, expecting silence and perhaps a lingering trace of unsettled qi in the air. Instead, moonlight from the window painted a silver outline of an alluring figure perched atop his writing table. One leg elegantly crossed over the other, her dark cloak pooled like liquid shadow around her. Lady Yu sat as though she owned the space. A teasing smile curled beneath her half-lowered veil, and in her slender fingers she held not near but all three of the hidden scrolls from the compartment. "Not bad," she said, voice smooth as aged wine. "That / earlier a broken bar, clean and precise." "I expected a scholar, not a swordsman." Her eyes shimmered with amusement as she leaned forward, fingers playing with the scrolls. "Quite exciting, really." Zhao Ming blinked slowly, nonchalant despite her sudden and very deliberate intrusion. He tilted his head slightly, expression cool. "First cats," he remarked, eyes locking with hers, "and now a fox visits my table." She laughed softly, the sound velvet and unhurried. "Flattering. I suppose I am slyer than the rest." She gestured lazily with one scroll. "The little ones are too impatient." "Curious and brave, yes, but too eager, especially if they thought they could outsmart you." Zhao Ming stepped further into the room, placing the wooden sword against the wall with practiced ease. He folded his hands behind his back. "And you?" he asked. "Don't even." "Should you really be sneaking around rooftops at night, a broken bar with your lungs still recovering?" Lady Yu blinked, just on Sia, then let out a quiet, musical laugh. "So broken bar Ying told you," she mused, more impressed than upset. That girl never could keep her curiosity or her mouth to herself. She reached up and loosened the veil with one hand, letting it fall gracefully to the side. The moonlight touched her bare face, revealing high cheekbones, dark red lips, and eyes both warm and dangerous. "Still," she said softly, "thank you. It's been some time since I've moved around like this, a broken bar without coughing blood or worrying about collapsing before the job is done." Her fingers gently tapped the scrolls. "And yet here I am," she added with a slight smirk, "stealing your secrets and getting caught red-handed, a broken bar, or should I say, crimson-lipped." Zhao Ming gave the faintest smile, eyes flicking toward the scrolls and then back to her. "Then perhaps," he said calmly, "you'd like to discuss how a fox might share the henhouse rather than raid it." Lady Yu arched a brow, intrigued. She shifted from the table, placing the scrolls neatly beside the inkstone, and met his gaze with open interest. "Now that," she said, voice purring with promise, "is a conversation worth staying the night for." She moved to take the guest seat across from him, graceful and poised, as if she were about to strike a deal, a broken bar or a trap. The scrolls lay between them like buried treasure just unearthed. And outside, the moon kept watch over Beihai, as two cunning minds prepared to weave something far more dangerous than rouge and creams. The warmth of the study lingered, chased by the faint scent of candle wax and sandalwood ink. Zhao Ming stepped away from the low table where the scrolls lay and moved toward the small brazier nestled beside the shelf. He crouched, hands steady as he lifted a small iron kettle already filled with spring water and set it atop the flame. From a nearby lacquered box, he selected dried longan, plump red dates, and golden orange goji berries, simple ingredients, yet soothing for the body and spirit. Lady Yu remained seated, her veil now folded neatly beside her on the table, her expression unusually calm. She watched with quiet interest as Zhao Ming moved with practiced ease, placing the longan and red dates into the kettle first. The water hissed softly as it welcomed the dried fruit, and a gentle steam began to rise. "You're quite meticulous," Lady Yu said, her tone amused but curious. eyes following his movements. Not many men would brew nourishing tea before midnight, especially after fending off a thieving cats. Zhao Ming glanced over his shoulder with a faint smile. You're still calling them cats? They almost stole your prize, didn't they? Almost, she replied with a shrug, her lips tugging into a knowing smirk. But I'm more interested in what's inside those scrolls. He returned to the table and, with a courteous gesture, offered her the 2 unsealed scrolls. Then by all means, he said, take a look. Lady Yu unfurled the first. A white radiant scream. Her sharp eyes swept across the refined brushwork. The ingredients listed in careful columns: pearl powder, ground rice, white chrysanthemum essence, beeswax, licorice root extract. The scent was described as soft and floral, gentle and lingering, like spring mornings beneath blooming trees. Zhao Ming sat beside her, close enough for his words to reach her without need to raise his voice. It gently lightens the skin tone, he explained, evens out the complexion, and nourishes the skin over time. No lead, no harsh substances. Safe for daily use even for those with sensitive skin. Lady Yu nodded, eyes thoughtful. Noble ladies will like that, she said. Many use lead powders, and it ruins their skin by the end of the year. These are broken bar. This would be a safer indulgence. He gestured to the second scroll, a crimson lip rouge. As she opened it, she found a different tone in the writing, vibrant, yet elegant. Safflower petals, beetroot essence, honey, camellia oil, beeswax, a blend of color and care. It provides a lasting red hue, Zhao Ming said, while keeping the lips hydrated. It gives a natural shine, and a soft sweetness are not overwhelming. Easy to carry, even in silk sachets or lacquered cases. Lady Yu chuckled softly, folding the scroll. You've thought this through like a merchant. I'm thinking like someone who needs to make silver, Zhao Ming replied with a half smile, his tone dry. She nodded, her gaze lingering on the scrolls. These recipes are broken bar. If sold well, they could fetch a good price to you, especially with New Year approaching. Gifts, banquets, self-indulgence. The nobles will fight for something exclusive. The kettle on the brazier let out a soft burble, the scent of red dates and longan beginning to waft through the air, sweet, rich, comforting. Zhao Ming stood, moving back to the brazier with calm steps. He lifted the lid, a swirl of fragrant steam rising to greet him. He reached for a small porcelain dish and added a handful of goji berries, scattering them into the gently simmering brew. Behind him, Lady Yu tilted her head slightly, eyes on the back of the young scholar warrior. A man who could duel in shadows, outwit intruders, write cosmetics scrolls, and brew nourishing tea all in one night. A rare kind of man indeed. And perhaps, she thought, one worth partnering with. The tea was ready. The rich scent of longan, red dates, and goji berries filled the study, subtle and warm like the hush of winter behind thick walls. Zhao Ming lifted the small iron kettle with steady hands and brought it to the low table. From a nearby shelf, he retrieved a flower-inlaid ceramic teacup, delicate in design, with soft pink magnolias blooming across its surface. Beside it, he uncorked a small porcelain jar, filled with golden syrup mixed with honey and a trace of osmanthus essence. He spooned a measured amount of syrup into the cup, then slowly poured the brewed tea, letting it swirl and mix. The sweet aroma deepened. He placed the cup gently in front of Lady Yu, who accepted it with a raised brow and an amused smile. She took a sip, closed her eyes briefly, and let the warmth spread through her chest. "My broken bar, the sweetness is just right," she murmured, letting her gaze settle on Zhao Ming again. "Longan, red dates, goji berries, a broken bar and honey syrup. If you treat all your guests like this, it's no wonder you've captured the hearts of Murongzhu and Lukiani." Zhao Ming, mid-pour for his own cup, faltered for the briefest second. He gave an awkward cough and scratched the bridge of his nose, a telltale sign of discomfort. Lady Yu's smile widened into a grin, her voice lilting with mischief. Touched the nerve, have I?" He sighed, muttering more to himself than her. "If Murongzhu were here, I'd need to be twice as cautious. You'd tease us both, and she'd glare at me for hours." Lady Yu let out a soft laugh, the sound low and musical. "Jealousy is proof of affection. And Xue a broken bar, she's a little tigress, isn't she?" He didn't answer, but the slight smile tugging at his lips betrayed his thoughts. She set the cup down and shifted back to business. "About the scrolls," she said, tapping the 2 rolled recipes with one slender finger. "They're good. With proper branding, packaging, and timing, we could sell these for a premium. I have connections in the pavilion and among the noble houses. If I handle production and distribution, I'll offer you 30%. Zhao Ming arched an eyebrow. 30? He leaned forward slightly, his tone polite but firm. "I wrote the recipes, I'll continue refining them, and I'm the source of future ideas. Half would be fairer. 50%. Lady Yu's brow lifted. "Fair for an alchemist in a peaceful world, perhaps," she countered smoothly. "But this world is filled with bandits, pirates, and greedy merchants. I'll need to procure ingredients, ensure quality, oversee discreet production, and keep competitors away." 40%, she said, lifting her cup again. "That's generous. I handle everything else. You just keep creating." Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, then slowly nodded. 40%, he agreed. "But I retain rights to develop future variants or enhancements. You'll get first right to negotiate on them." "Done," she said without hesitation, and they clinked cups in a quiet toast. The candlelight flickered against her veil-less face as she sipped again, this time more slowly. "I wasn't expecting a business negotiation tonight," she said. "But I must say, I'm pleased." Zhao Ming met her gaze and said dryly, "You came with thieves." "I thought we were already negotiating." She laughed again, low and smooth. Touch A tilde copyright. Outside, the moon crept from behind the clouds, bathing the Murong estate in pale silver light. Inside, steam curled gently between 2 unlikely allies, and the soft clink of porcelain echoed the beginning of something more than just a business venture. Once their agreement on the cosmetics had been sealed with warm tea and light-hearted banter, Zhao Ming carefully rolled up the 2 scrolls and offered them to Lady Yu. She tucked them into a slender pouch at her side, her expression still tinged with amusement. But as he cleared the table, his demeanor shifted, a more focused now, more deliberate. He retrieved the 3rd scroll from the shelf. Unlike the others, this one was bound with a layer of treated leather, its ends reinforced with strips of thin bamboo. Lady Yu raised a curious brow. "Another recipe?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "Why the extra cover?" "Do you store rouge in almond now?" Zhao Ming gave a faint chuckle as he unfastened the scroll. "Not quite. You'll understand in a moment." He unrolled it slowly across the table's surface, smoothing the corners to hold it flat. The soft candlelight spilled over fine charcoal sketches, are detailed, meticulous, and technical. Lady Yu leaned in, and as her eyes moved across the paper, her expression shifted. Her usual teasing smile faded, replaced by sharp focus. She studied the first drawing, a forearm-length gauntlet with an integrated mechanism. Beneath it were sectional schematics of its internal components, coiled tension springs, an elbow release switch, a retractable blade on one side, and an embedded system of narrow tubes and reservoirs meant for launching tiny projectiles. "A broken bar. This isn't cosmetic," she murmured. Her fingers traced the edge of the diagram without touching it. "This is a hidden gauntlet, a broken bar and Thesi broken bar needle launchers." Zhao Ming nodded. "Concealed blade, extendable with a twist of the wrist. The needle mechanism works with pressurized release. Small but precisely meant for short-range use. Poison compatible." She looked up at him, serious now. "Are you serious about building this?" "I am," he replied evenly. "For assassins, scouts, bodyguards. It can be the difference between life and death in close encounters." Lady Yu's eyes gleamed, not with amusement this time, but with genuine interest. "These a broken bar. This could change the way my girls operate," she said, her tone quiet but intense. "Most of our weapons are concealed fans or thin daggers. Nothing like this. With proper craftsmanship and lightweight materials, a broken bar. This could be lethal and elegant." Zhao Ming didn't respond right away. Instead, he gestured toward the lower half of the scroll. "There's more." Beneath the gauntlet diagram was another schematic, a longer, sleeker, yet unmistakably a crossbow. Lady Yu squinted at it. "A bow? It doesn't look like a repeating model," she said, puzzled. "Too slim for a battlefield crossbow, not ornate enough for a noble's." Zhao Ming folded his arms across his chest and explained, It's a precision light crossbow, designed for long-distance use. The effective range is over 100 meters. It folds for easier travel, and a broken bar. He pointed to a narrow tube mounted above the main frame. It's fitted with a polished quartz lens. It helps the user aim more accurately by focusing on a distant target, like sighting through a narrow tunnel of light. Lady Yu stared at him. Her voice dropped, eyes narrowed. 100 meters? That's unheard of. Assassinations are done at 10 meters or 15 at most, and even then, only with poison darts. If this works, a broken bar. She paused, her breath slow. It's not just a tool. It's a game changer. You're not just playing at cosmetics and medicine, Zhao Ming. You're building weapons that could shift the balance in Beihai, maybe even further. Zhao Ming's eyes flicked toward the window, where the moonlight continued to cast its pale glow upon the courtyard. That's why it was wrapped differently, he said softly. Some things require extra care. Lady Yu's voice regained its usual coolness, though the undercurrent of respect remained. So broken bar cosmetics for profit, and weapons for power? Zhao Ming gave a lopsided smile. Isn't that how the world works? Beauty and Bladisa both can be deadly. Lady Yu laughed quietly, shaking her head. You're more dangerous than you let on. Their gazes met across the scrolls, no longer as business partners but as something more nuanced, a co-conspirators threading through silk and steel. Lady Yu's gaze drifted from the intricate gauntlet drawing to the longer, sleeker design of the folding crossbow. Her fingers brushed over the polished parchment, her expression unreadable, the air around her laced with dangerous curiosity. She seemed to radiate something more than beauty. There was calculation in her poise, in the sharpness of her silence. Then, with her voice dipped in warning and intrigue, she spoke. Why did you show this to me? Her tone was soft but heavy with implication. You know you're playing a dangerous game, Zhao Ming. The room felt smaller with her words, like the warmth of the brazier was fighting against the sudden chill. Zhao Ming, seated across from her with sleeves rolled to his forearms from preparing tea earlier, remained calm. He didn't look away, nor shrink beneath her gaze. Instead, he answered plainly, because I want more allies. Just then, a familiar shimmer passed over his vision. A system prompt, quiet as a whisper. Lady Yu, current thoughts. Acidilla interested, Acidilla curious, Acidilla suspicious. Lady Yu tilted her head, lips curling faintly at the corners. Allies, she echoed, then gave a short laugh. You know, I could silence you right now and take the scrolls. You're awfully confident, scholar. If you truly wanted to do that, Zhao Ming replied evenly, you would have done it before I served the tea. That earned a genuine laugh from Lady Yu, soft and amused, her eyes briefly lighting with something more playful. I suppose that's true. That tea was rather pleasant. She stepped closer to the table, now towering slightly above Zhao Ming as she stood. Her gaze dropped once more to the scrolls before returning to him. So tell me, a broken bar, what are you trying to achieve with all this? Don't say power. Don't insult me with some speech about legacy or dreams. Her voice, though still light, carried the weight of a woman who had seen too much, who had heard too many false promises wrapped in grand words. But Zhao Ming didn't falter. I want a place in this era, he said, voice low, steady, unembellished. Not as someone remembered in books, but as someone present, as someone who can protect the people he cares about. The world is falling into chaos. I've seen it coming, and it won't stop. If I'm not strong enough to shape my own place in it, I'll lose everything. A broken bar, everyone. He glanced briefly at the glowing coals in the brazier, his expression distant. I don't want to stand on a mountain of corpses, nor kneel before kings. I just want to make sure those I hold dear survive, thrive. Another silent shimmer. Lady Yu, status update. Acidilla interested, Acidilla satisfied. Lady Yu leaned on the table, her arms crossed under her chest, expression softening. She didn't speak right away. Her gaze studied him, not with suspicion now, but a trace of something that almost resembled admiration. You're not wrong, she said finally. This world is shifting. The tide is already rising. Then, as if unwilling to linger too long in sincerity, her lips curled into a smirk. But still, a broken bar, someone like you, hiding weapons under tea and recipes. No wonder you caught the attention of Murongzu and little Qianyi. Zhao Ming blinked, not expecting the pivot. What? She straightened, tilting her head playfully. "Come now." A serious young man with secrets, ambition, and a gentle hand with cosmetics. That's exactly the kind of danger that draws clever girls. He scratched his nose, suddenly feeling a twinge of self-consciousness. "Lady, you didn't stop there. If I didn't know better, I'd say you're building a small collection." Zhao Ming cleared his throat, eyes narrowing slightly. "You sound jealous." "Oh?" Her eyes sparkled as she leaned slightly closer. "What if I am?" "Don't tell me the great Zhao Ming is unprepared to handle a third flower in his garden." He sighed inwardly, remembering how Murongz had warned him about being too friendly with Lady Yu. "If Xue were here right now, a broken bar." "I should be careful when you're around," he muttered under his breath, "or you'll tease both of us and stir up trouble." Lady Yu's laughter echoed in the quiet study, warm and throaty. "Oh, now that's the smartest thing you've said all night." The scrolls rustled as Zhao Ming carefully rolled them up. "These," she said, tapping the pouch, I'll begin the arrangements quietly, others demand before the new year." Zhao Ming nodded, then returned to the weapon blueprints, laying them flat on the cleared table. "I'll build the gauntlet and crossbow myself," he said. "You'll have a set." Lady Yu turned toward the window but paused. "Good. I don't mind being the third to receive the gauntlet either." She glanced over her shoulder, veil drawn once more across her lower face. "Make it black." Her figure moved gracefully to the windowsill. The moonlight caught her silhouette, painting her in silver and shadow. Just before she leapt, she added with a smile in her voice, "And next time, prepare something stronger than tea, perhaps a broken bar wine." With that, she vanished into the night, silent and swift. When Zhao Ming reached the window, there was no sign of Hera, only the rustling trees and the distant sound of leaves in the wind. She had melted into the darkness, as if she'd never been there at all. He stood in the moonlit study, one hand still resting on the window frame, thoughts swirling like steam from the tea still warm on the table. The moon had long since climbed to its peak by the time Lady Yu returned to the Jade Elegance Pavilion. The compound was nestled deep within the shadows of Beihai's inner city, a secret haven where perfumed night blooms grew freely and bamboo chimes sang softly in the breeze. The lanterns had dimmed, and the walkways were silent, but her entrance was anything but unnoticed. She hummed a low, melodious tune, the kind she only sang when in particularly good spirits. Draped in her dark outrobe, she slipped through the carved wooden doors of her inner chamber, moving like silk over water. A moment later, a flurry of motion greeted her. "Lady Yu!" cried Ying, the youngest of the trio, as she rushed over with wide, worried eyes. Behind her, Lana and Maya followed, their expressions less frantic but equally alert. They had returned just an hour earlier from their own failed stealth mission, only to discover their mistress had vanished. "We thought we were being followed," Maya muttered under her breath, eyeing Lady Yu carefully. "But it was you, wasn't it?" Lady Yu's smile curved into something mysterious as she glided to her chair near the moon-shaped window. "You girls are sharp, a little too sharp for your own good," she said as she sank into the seat with a sigh of satisfaction. Her fingers stretched out languidly, motioning toward the side table. "Did you prepare my pipe?" Ying quickly stepped forward with a lacquered box and set it on the table. "I followed the blend master Zhao gave you," she said, her tone both proud and anxious. "It's fresh. I adjusted the mixture slightly with jasmine and licorice root, just like you asked." Lady Yu accepted it without comment at first. She held the slender pipe with a delicate touch, her sleeves trailing over the armrest. With practiced ease, she lit the end and took in a deep breath, the scent curling gently in the air. The girls watched in silence, but Ying couldn't hold her worry any longer. Her lip trembled slightly. "Lady Yu, a broken bar, your lungs a broken bar, you shouldn't." Before she could finish, Lady Yu blew out a slow stream of pale smoke and smiled cheekily. Now, don't fuss. I'm still breathing, aren't I?" "You're playing with us," Ying said tearfully, her cheeks puffing up as her concern turned to mild frustration. Seeing her mistress in this mood, relaxed, teasing meant she was hiding something serious. Lana, always the calmest of the three, crossed her arms. "Where did you go tonight?" Lady Yu turned to them, her eyes glinting with mischief as she exhaled another puff. "On a date," she said lightly. "With Zhao Ming." The room froze. Ying gasped. Maya blinked. Lana's brows rose in disbelief. "A date?" Maya repeated, with Zhao Ming? Lana narrowed her eyes. Lady Yu tilted her head innocently. Yes. A little tea, a little talk, a broken bar, moonlight and secrets. She chuckled, as if she were recounting an old memory rather than something fresh and bold. He even brewed me longan and red date tea himself. Quite the gentleman. Yinga flushed red, unsure whether to be flustered or upset. Fatter, he's already courting Murong's. And there's Luciania too. Are you trying to? Are you going to? ? What? Lady Yu replied with a feigned look of innocence. Be the third flower in his garden? She gave a throaty laugh and leaned back, smoke curling from her lips. Don't be so shocked. I'm far more charming than the other two. No? The girls all spoke at once, Yinga muttering that it wasn't proper, Maya whispering how bold it was, and Lana just shook her head with exasperated amusement. Lady Yu waved them off and reached into her silk pouch, producing the two tightly rolled cosmetic scrolls. The truth is, she said more seriously, Zhao Ming already knew who you girls were. You got caught. Yinga gasped, eyes going wide. He knew? Don't feel too bad. He only confirmed it tonight, Lady Yu said, glancing toward the moonlit window with a smirk. He's clever, too clever to let that slide. She handed the scrolls to Lana, her tone shifting into command. These are cosmetics recipes, refined, simple, and perfect for noble clients. I want you to begin preparations immediately. Use the base ingredients from the apothecary storeroom. Lana accepted them with a nod, already scanning the first scroll with a furrowed brow. He made these himself? He designed and tested them, Lady Yu said, with the precision of an alchemist and the eye of a courtesan. No wonder Murong's likes him. Lady Yu took one last draw from her pipe before sighing contentedly. Now then, I want to rest. Tell the servants not to disturb me. I've had a long night. Yinga helped remove her outrobe, but paused halfway. Lady Yu, a broken bar. Are we going to be punished? Lady Yu gave them all a sideways glance. Her smile deepened. Of course. You failed and got caught. I can't have my kittens becoming careless. The three girls winced in unison, already imagining the drills and lectures awaiting them. But, she added softly, settling back into her seat, you did well enough to make him show his cards. And more importantly, a broken bar. He showed me who he really is. She blew out the last of her smoke, the pipe's ember fading in the quiet. The early morning sun cast a gentle light over Beihai as the Murong trading house bustled to life. Inside the front hall, Zhao Ming sat across from shopkeeper Wu, placing two carefully wrapped packages on the table between them. These, Zhao Ming said, sliding the bundles forward, are for Miss Murong's. Please ensure they're delivered to her personally. Shopkeeper Wu raised a brow, his curiosity piqued. He unwrapped the first package and revealed a delicate hairpin carved from pale peach blossom wood, its end adorned with tiny silver plum flowers that shimmered subtly in the light. The second package held a folding fan of fine silk, painted with blooming peonies and butterflies dancing mid-flight. His eyes widened with genuine appreciation. Well now, little Zhao, shopkeeper Wu chuckled, I must admit, I didn't think you had it in you. I almost sent one of our assistants to pick something out for you, thinking you'd come back with something less tasteful. But this? He nodded approvingly. These are gifts worthy of a young lady like Miss Xu. Zhao Ming gave a small, sheepish smile but didn't respond. He simply nodded and sipped his morning tea. Just then, the side door opened with a clatter of boots. Murongda strode in, his robes slightly damp with sweat from morning drills. He had just returned from overseeing guard training and finalizing plans for an upcoming caravan escort. Little Zhao, Murongda called, a playful edge in his voice as he walked over. Done buying trinkets and playing the young romantic? When are you finally going to make arrangements with Xiliang and form your own force? Zhao Ming glanced up, calm as always. Probably around the new year, he replied. If the Eastern Hill settlement stabilizes and nothing urgent happens, I'll visit them then. Murongda grunted in approval. Good. You'll need capable men of your own soon enough. Shopkeeper Wu nodded along, tapping a brush against his ledger. The Eastern Hills are showing promise, but that promise will bring attention and threats. Better to be prepared. As they were speaking, a female clerk approached quickly but respectfully, bowing lightly. "Apologies for the interruption. There's a visitor waiting in the VIP room." Zhao Ming and the Murongda exchanged a glance. "Visitor?" Murongda asked, lifting a brow. "We didn't schedule any meetings today." "That's what I thought as well," the clerk replied. "But the guest said it's a matter for both of you." "She's from the Jade Elegance Pavilion." At that, Zhao Ming's expression shifted slightly, though only someone familiar with him would notice. Shopkeeper Wu raised a brow. "That's part of the Yu trading house, isn't it?" "Women's clothes and cosmetics, if I'm not mistaken." Zhao Ming stood slowly, adjusting his belt. "Seems the fox has sent someone," he muttered. Murongda laughed. "Well then, little Zhao, shall we go see what kind of trouble you've attracted this time?" Together, the two men walked toward the guest room, their steps echoing lightly against the polished floor of the trading house. The doors to the VIP room slid open with a soft creak, revealing the most lavish chamber within the Murong trading house. It was a room reserved only for the most distinguished guests, so its wide windows offered a panoramic view of Beihai's bustling morning streets and the activity within the trading house courtyard below. Seated elegantly by the low table was none other than Lady Yu. Draped in a robe of lavender silk embroidered with silver thread orchids, her posture was as graceful as ever, her presence radiating poise and subtle dominance. On either side of her stood her ever-loyal assistants, Yu Ying, arms crossed and wearing a sharp-eyed pout, and Yilan, composed and silent, a lacquered scroll case in hand. Zhao Ming and the Murongda stepped in together. Well, Murongda drawled, eyeing the trio as he stepped into the room. "What brings the sly perfume fox to my doorstep so early in the morning?" "You missed your chance to see me shirtless at the training yard." Lady Yu didn't miss a beat. She raised an eyebrow and offered a wry smile. "And bathe in the scent of sweat and arrogance?" "No thank you, smelly bear. I have more refined tastes." The air crackled with a strange mix of tension and familiarity. Their verbal sparring felt almost rehearsed, the kind that came from years of history and a mutual tolerance. Zhao Ming glanced between them with faint amusement. As the two bantered, Yu Ying stepped forward, arms still crossed, and shot Zhao Ming a pointed look. "You've got some nerve, young Master Zhao," she said, her tone laced with annoyance. "Sneaking up on me last night and scaring the life out of us." Zhao Ming gave her a polite, almost sheepish smile. "Merely defending my study." "How could I have guessed the intruders would be three adorable kittens?" Yu Ying scoffed, looking away as if the conversation wasn't worth her time. "This how you treat your future partners? You'll have a hard time getting along with women." "Is this kind of bickering normal between Lady Yu and Murongda?" Zhao Ming asked quietly. Yu Ying rolled her eyes. "Every time they meet in private, it's either banter or one of them storms off. Sometimes both." She gave him a deadpan look. "You get used to it." By then, Lady Yu and Murongda had finally ceased their exchange of veiled insults. A servant poured tea for all present, the aroma of jasmine and chrysanthemum wafting gently through the room. Murongda sipped from his cup, then exhaled. "All right, enough morning drama. What business brings you to see little Zhao here?" Lady Yu placed her cup down with deliberate grace. "Oh, nothing too important," she said, feigning innocence. "I'm merely here to talk business with young Master Zhao." "Private business?" She turned her gaze to Murongda, her smile polite but pointed. "So if you'd kindly excuse a broken bar." Murongda blinked. "Excuse me?" Lady Yu's smile widened. "This is a conversation between me and Zhao Ming, alone." "This is my building," Murongda protested, gesturing around the room. "You think you can just waltz in here and kick me out?" At that moment, Yilan stepped forward and wordlessly handed a small, folded piece of paper to Murongda. It was a receipt, freshly inked and sealed. He opened it. His expression shifted from confusion to disbelief. "A broken bar? This is for a hairpin and a fan?" Lady Yu elegantly raised her chin. "Of course." "A very delicate peach blossom wood hairpin with silver plum flowers, and a fine silk fan with blooming peonies and butterflies." Murongda narrowed his eyes. "You're billing me for Zhao Ming's gifts?" "They're not just any gifts," Lady Yu replied with a coy smile. "They're clearly for your beloved niece, Murongda. Since you're her uncle, It's only proper for you to support her romantic prospects. Consider it a small token for playing matchmaker." Murongda's jaw dropped. "Whoa!" This sly fox is trying to play tricks. Zhao Ming coughed into his tea, trying not to laugh. "I'm not paying for this," Murongda barked, waving the receipt. "This is Zhao Ming's problem, not mine." "Oh? But you said this was your building," Lady Yu said sweetly, sipping her tea. "Surely a generous host will be delighted to help a budding couple." Murongda grumbled a few more curses under his breath before storming toward the door. "Fine. I'm going downstairs." "Little Zhao, you settle this mess." As the door slammed shut behind him, Lady Yu turned back to Zhao Ming with a serene smile. "Now," she said, voice light but sharp with intent, "shall we speak properly?" As the door closed behind Murongda's grumbling retreat, a calm settled over the VIP room. The city hummed outside the windows, but inside, all was still. Zhao Ming turned his attention back to Lady Yu, his eyes steady and his tone polite but curious. "It's only been a night since our discussion," Zhao Ming said. "What brings you here this early, Lady Yu?" "Don't tell me you missed me already." Lady Yu chuckled softly, the corner of her lips lifting in amusement. "Flattering, but not quite. I simply came to deliver results." "Lana." Yulan stepped forward from her quiet post near the window, carrying a small, carved wooden container in both hands. With a silent bow, she placed it on the table before Zhao Ming and gently lifted the lid. A light, floral fragrance immediately wafted into the air, subtle but distinct, clean with undertones of fresh lotus and snow pear. Zhao Ming leaned forward, curiosity piqued. He dipped 2 fingers into the smooth cream, testing the consistency. It spread like silk on the back of his hand, vanishing into the skin with only a soft sheen and a lingering scent. He waited a moment, assessing its absorption. His brows rose slightly in appreciation. "This is good," he murmured. "White radiance cream, a broken bar and very well executed." Lady Yu tilted her head, eyes gleaming with amusement. "So you're satisfied?" "I am," Zhao Ming replied, nodding as he examined the elegant container. "This is a very promising first sample. I didn't expect a finished product so soon." "Efficient and fast, a broken bar considering I only handed you the recipe last night." "It's all thanks to Lana," Lady Yu said, gesturing modestly toward her assistant. Yulan, standing beside the table with a composed expression, bowed slightly. "It was my duty, young Master Zhao." "Buta broken bar. I do have a question regarding the Le Rouge formula you included." "Oh?" Zhao Ming leaned forward with interest. "Go ahead." Lana reached into her sleeve and pulled out a thin scroll, unfolding it partially. "You wrote that the rouge mixture should be poured into a mold and left to harden, instead of being stored in a pot or jar like a paste. May I ask the reasoning behind that?" "It struck me as unusual." Zhao Ming smiled. "Good question. The hardening is for ease of use, particularly for portability and application. When solid, the rouge can be shaped into a stick or small disc. It doesn't spill, doesn't require a brush or spoon, and melts slightly on contact with warm skin. It's practical for women on the move." Yulan's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Aha, broken bar. I see. That does make sense." While they spoke, Yu Ying moved gracefully between the tea set and Lady Yu, pouring a fresh cup with practiced hands. But her sharp eyes never stopped narrowing at Zhao Ming. The way she held the teapot, the slight clink as she set it down, the silent glare she shot in his direction, and none of it escaped his notice. He glanced at her with an arched brow, lips curling ever so slightly. "Still mad at me, Yinga?" She didn't respond, but her glare sharpened for a heartbeat before she turned her back to him and handed the teacup to Lady Yu with exaggerated delicacy. Lady Yu sipped her tea and laughed softly. "You've left quite the impression, Zhao Ming." "It's rare for Yinga to be this quiet." "She's plotting my demise," Zhao Ming quipped. Silently, Lady Yu smiled. "Only a little considerate interest." Her broken bar wrapped in sharp claws. Zhao Ming looked down at the cream again, fingers still touching the smooth skin of his hand. His expression grew more thoughtful. "These formulas," he said, quietly, "they're more than products. They're steps. Steps toward something bigger." Lady Yu's gaze sharpened ever so slightly, her interest clearly piqued again. "Oh? And what would that be, Zhao Ming?" He met her eyes evenly. Influence, networks, stability. Something worth protecting in the chaos to come. Lady Yu didn't reply right away. She merely looked at him over the rim of her cup, eyes thoughtful. Then she smiled again, slow and amused. You do talk like someone aiming for a legacy of broken bar, but I'll admit, I like that answer better. Zhao Ming nodded once, then turned to Yulan. Good work on the cream. Let's move on the next batch after we finalize packaging. Lana bowed. Yes, young master. And from behind the tea set, Yu Ying snorted lightly, still refusing to look at Hema, but the corner of her lips was curled in reluctant approval. Zhao Ming set the container down gently, letting the fragrance linger in the air between them. He rubbed his fingers together, feeling the trace softness left by the cream. A thoughtful gleam lit his eyes as he turned toward Lady Yu and Lana. I have a suggestion, he began, his tone calm but purposeful. For the packaging. Lady Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? Do tell, young master Zhao. Zhao Ming tapped lightly on the edge of the container. Instead of using lids that simply sit on top, what if we designed a small jar with a spiral edge here so it can be opened and sealed with a twist? Like a screw cap, only made of fitted wood or carved metal. It would preserve the product better, especially since we're using delicate ingredients, some dried, others fresh. Exposure to air, moisture or broken bar, it shortens shelf life. Yulan leaned in slightly, her eyes widening. A twist to seal lead a broken bar, ingenious. That would prevent accidents during transport as well. Zhao Ming nodded. Exactly, especially for merchants carrying them across the provinces or for noble ladies bringing them on long journeys. We can start with fine lacquered wood, easy to craft, then expand into premium versions. He leaned back and gestured as he spoke, his fingers drawing invisible designs in the air. We could offer packaging tiers, wooden boxes made from different materials. Elm, sandalwood, peach blossom, even rare camphor for the high-end, then silver casings for special occasions, gold for nobles, jade boxes for the elite, and for the truly extravagant, inlaid gemstones. Lady Yu blinked, stunned for a moment. You're serious? He smiled. Of course. The cosmetics can be sold individually or as sets. Lip rouge paired with face cream. A travel set. A winter gift box. If packaged elegantly, these can be sold not just as daily items, but as tokens of affection, even prestige. Yu Ying let out a small breath from her post near the tea table. Even she seemed momentarily surprised, her eyes flickering towards Zhao Ming with a grudging hint of respect. Lana, thoughtful, began scribbling notes on a small bamboo slip. Lady Yu, however, remained silent for a beat longer, studying Zhao Ming with a narrowed gaze, lips curling slightly. You really are something else, she finally said. Scholars usually go on and on about the analects, righteousness, propriety, and the tragedies of ancient sages. A broken bar, but you sound like a merchant. A seasoned one, at that. Zhao Ming chuckled. Is that a compliment, Lady Yu? It's a curiosity, she replied with a wry smirk. A refreshing one. I thought you'd just quote Confucius and expect others to build your dream for you. Instead, you're planning the packaging tiers. Zhao Ming shrugged lightly. A dream without structure is just a fantasy. If I want this to work, I have to think like a merchant, a craftsman, a leader all at once. Lady Yu tapped her fingers on the edge of her teacup. You keep talking like that, and I might start thinking you're worth betting on. Zhao Ming gave her a sidelong glance, smiling. Haven't you already? Lady Yu laughed, light and melodious. Perhaps. Let's see how deep your ideas go before I stake too much. As the fragrance of cream mingled with the steam of freshly poured tea, the atmosphere in the room grew warmer, not just with business potential, but with something rarer still, mutual respect, quietly forming between two unlikely allies. Lady Yu took another sip of her tea, letting the warmth linger on her tongue before setting the cup down with a soft clink. Her fingers idly traced the rim as her eyes met Zhao Ming's. I'll speak with the craftsman, she said, her voice smooth and deliberate. We'll begin trials for your twist lid jars and those premium boxes. Wood first. I'll see what our artisans can come up with. Zhao Ming gave a respectful nod. Pleased. Thank you. I'm looking forward to what Jade Elegance Pavilion can create. But then her tone shifted ever so slightly, a cooler, tinged with mischief. Now a broken bar onto a more important topic. At that, Yu Ying visibly twitched. She stiffened, her back going rigid like a startled kitten. Even the tips of her ears turned pink. She quickly lowered her gaze, trying to control her expression. Meanwhile, Yulan remained composed, her usual calm unfazed even as her sister fidgeted beside her. Lady Yu's smile widened, sensing the shift. As a reward for your cleverness last night, masters our broken bar, she began, drawing out the words with almost feline satisfaction. For catching 2 stray kittens and letting them go unharmed a broken bar, I've decided to give you something. Zhao Ming arched a brow, unsure where this was going. Oh? Lady Yu turned towards Ying with a wicked gleam in her eyes. I'm assigning Ying to be your personal maid and the liaison between us. Ying's face dropped. What? Lady Yu leaned back leisurely in her seat, resting an elbow on the armrest, thoroughly entertained. You've been caught sneaking, Ying. It's only proper you make amends by serving the one who bested you. Ying looked horrified, the tips of her fingers clutching her skirt tightly. Mistress, a broken bar please, can't we a broken bar cancel this punishment? She pleaded with exaggerated sweetness, eyes wide like a child asking for candy. Lady Yu simply sipped her tea, unbothered. Ying slumped dramatically, her shoulders falling. With no way out, she turned to Zhao Ming and glared daggers at him. I'm only doing this because Lady Yu ordered me to, she huffed, pouting in defiance. Don't expect me to follow any ridiculous orders. I'll assist you. But if you try anything excessive, I will fight back. Zhao Ming held back a laugh, pretending to clear his throat. Understood. I'll try not to overstep my bounds, Miss Ying. Lana, standing to the side with a neutral expression, let out the faintest sigh and shook her head. You're making a scene again, Ying. Lady Yu gave a soft chuckle, clearly enjoying the little performance. She's always the loud one, she murmured. After some final discussion, the meeting concluded. The group rose from their seats, and Zhao Ming stepped forward to escort Lady Yu out. As they passed through the bustling trading house, staff and the merchants paused in quiet admiration, and not just for Lady Yu's ethereal presence, but for the unexpected appearance of Zhao Ming at her side. Outside, a finely adorned carriage bearing the emblem of the Yu trading house waited beneath the shade of a cherry blossom tree. Zhao Ming stepped forward like a proper host, offering his hand to assist Lady Yu into the carriage. She accepted it gracefully, her silk sleeve brushing lightly against his wrist. As she settled into her seat, Yu Ying stood nearby, clearly sulking as she awkwardly carried her own baggage, a small trunk and a bundle of wrapped cloth down from the steps of the pavilion. Just as the carriage curtain was about to fall, Lady Yu reached out and drew it back with a flick of her wrist. Her face peeked out, eyes glinting with mischief beneath the sheer veil. I'll be waiting, she said, her voice low and full of ambiguity. For the promise you made last night. Before Zhao Ming could respond, the curtain dropped. With a soft creak of wheels and the clatter of horse hooves, the carriage rolled away, leaving Zhao Ming standing at the edge of the stone path with Yu Ying beside him, still scowling, arms crossed, and utterly unenthusiastic about her new assignment. He glanced at her sideways. This is going to be interesting, he muttered to himself. As the carriage from Jade Elegance Pavilion rolled into the distance, Zhao Ming turned to Yu Ying, who was still standing with her arms folded and her expression as sour as unripe plums. She gave a tiny HMPH, turning her face away, as if the sight of him somehow offended her dignity. Let's go, Zhao Ming said with a casual tone, walking ahead without waiting for her response. Yu Ying scowled and followed, muttering under her breath, Bossy Alredur broken bar. They returned through the grand gates of the Murong trading house, the clamor of trade and the chatter of clerks filling the warm morning air. Inside, the hall was busy, but when shopkeeper Wu saw Zhao Ming walking with Yu Ying trailing behind, he paused mid-discussion and approached. Little Zhao, he greeted with a respectful nod, before eyeing the unfamiliar girl behind him. And this ice a broken bar? Zhao Ming glanced over his shoulder. This is Yu Ying. She'll be assisting me as a personal maid and serving as liaison from Jade Elegance Pavilion. Shopkeeper Wu's brows rose, then furrowed as the implications settled in. Understood. A broken bar. Should I inform Steward Luo at the estate and prepare quarters for her? Yes. Please also have someone carry her things there. Zhao Ming looked toward the two porters loitering nearby and gestured. Shopkeeper Wu clapped twice, and one of the clerks hurried over. You, take this young lady's baggage to the Murong estate. Then send a message to Steward Lu, or she's to be added to the household under Master Zhao. Yu Ying, still half grumbling in her head, tried not to look too embarrassed as two men came to retrieve her bundles. One of them grunted slightly under the weight. Not that heavy, she thought, they're just being dramatic. Zhao Ming continued, today's schedule includes visiting the crossbow workshop, right? Shopkeeper Wu nodded. Correct. Master De checked it earlier in the week, but today it's your turn to review the latest developments. Buta broken bar. Should we bring her along? He gave a skeptical look toward Yu Ying. It might not be a place for someone unfamiliar. I think it's fine, Zhao Ming replied calmly. She can come. Shopkeeper Wu didn't question him further, though he did glance at Yu Ying again as if measuring her potential for trouble. Yu Ying, meanwhile, was caught in her own thoughts. Hugh broken bar. He's actually bringing me? She blinked. No suspicion, no conditions. Her curiosity flickered like a candle catching wind. She had assumed she'd be left at the estate like a piece of furniture, perhaps ordered to prepare tea or scrolls and stay out of the way. But this was something else. She gave Zhao Ming a quick glance from the corner of her eye. He's either too trusting a broken bar or too confident. Still, a part of her stirred with eagerness. A crossbow workshop. A broken bar. Weapons. A broken bar may be something that reveals what he's working on behind the scenes. Poor girl, she didn't yet realize her mistress had already struck a deal with Zhao Ming. Not only that, but Lady Yu had agreed to receive the exclusive special crossbow and gauntlet from him directly. The two of them were already aligned in quiet cooperation, moving behind the curtains of Beihai's bustling stage. Yu Ying, thinking herself a sly fox sent to spy, had unwittingly walked into the lion's dinner not as an enemy, but as a piece moved by unseen hands on a much larger board. Still oblivious to this twist of fate, she straightened her back and followed behind Zhao Ming, her eyes sharp and mind alert. Whatever he's hiding, she would find out. Or so she believed. The clang of metal, the hiss of hot steam, and the earthy scent of oil and wood greeted Zhao Ming as he stepped into the crossbow workshop, Yu Ying trailing cautiously behind while shopkeeper Wu led the way. Inside the large workspace, several craftsmen were busy hammering, sawing, and testing various mechanisms, but at the heart of it all stood Uncle Qian, the broad-shouldered veteran smith with streaks of silver in his tied-back hair, and Wen Tao, the lean, sharp-eyed apprentice whose hands never seemed to stop moving. Both men were hunched over a long workbench, engrossed in adjusting the gears and levers of a compact, dark-stained crossbow mounted on a wooden frame. Uncle Qian, Master Wen, shopkeeper Wu called out, voice raised over the din. Uncle Qian looked up first, his face breaking into a wide grin. Ah, young Master Zhao. Good timing, good timing. Wen Tao followed quickly, eyes lighting up when he saw Zhao Ming. We just finished adjustments this morning. Come, take a look. Zhao Ming stepped forward while Yu Ying lingered near the entrance, watching everything with quiet curiosity. Uncle Qian motioned him to the bench where a sleek, reinforced repeating crossbow lay. It was compact but sturdy, its body made from layered steelwood and fitted with a new polished metal housing. We've fixed the jamming issue, Uncle Qian began proudly. Now it fires cleanly no matter how many bolts you shoot. And not just that, Wen Tao added, unable to contain his excitement. I adjusted the trigger and draw tension so it can fire one bolt every second with barely any effort. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. That's impressive progress. What about the loading? Wen Tao scratched his head. That's still manual. The chamber holds 10 arrows, but once they're spent, you need to reload each one by hand. We're experimenting with faster feeding mechanisms. Zhao Ming reached for the crossbow, inspecting it with a practiced eye. He drew it up, tested the weight, and aimed at one of the straw dummies across the workshop. The balance felt better than the previous prototype, and the metal parts hummed with precision. Excellent work, he said, placing it back down carefully. Then, eyes narrowing slightly, he He looked at the rear magazine housing. "What IFR broken bar," he began, fingers tapping the edge thoughtfully. "You create a removable cartridge here like a slotted magazine that holds 10 arrows. Once emptied, the entire piece can be replaced with a fresh one. Slide in, lock, shoot." Uncle Kian blinked, and Wentao froze mid-step. "A slotted magazine?" Wentao repeated, lips forming the words slowly as the idea took hold in his mind. Zhao Ming nodded. "The current issue is time. If a soldier's in the middle of a skirmish, they don't have time to reload one bolt at a time. But if you can make preloaded arrow cartridges, they can swap it out and keep firing 10 bolts at a time. Efficient and deadly." There was a heavy silence for a moment. Then Uncle Kian suddenly smacked the table with both palms. "Brilliant. That's a yes. That's exactly what it needs." Wentao had already run to the corner of the bench to grab a scroll and brush, sketching rapidly. "We'll need to test the tension here. Maybe use a locking latch on the side." "Uncle Kian, what if the slot is spring-loaded so it clicks into place?" Yu Ying stood at the side, blinking as the workshop burst into animated chatter and movement. It was like watching an alchemical reaction of one idea setting fire to a dozen more. Before they could dive too deep into their tinkering, Zhao Ming raised a hand. "Before you begin," he said, reaching into his robe and retrieving a rolled scroll tied in dark red string. "There's one more variation I want to commission." He laid it flat on the work table, its contents still hidden. Wentao and Uncle Kian looked over, curiosity reignited. Yu Ying tilted her head slightly, eyes narrowing. "Another design?" Whatever Zhao Ming was about to reveal, it promised to push the limits of what their workshop had seen before. Uncle Kian carefully unrolled the scroll across the work table, holding down the corners with a pair of metal weights. Wentao leaned in beside him, brows furrowing as his eyes scanned the intricate diagrams. "These are broken bar." Uncle Kian scratched his chin. "A broken bar? Isn't this a single-shot crossbow?" Wentao tapped a part of the blueprint with the tip of his brush. "It's longer than the usual crossbow body, and the bolt weight. This isn't a bolt. It's a broken bar, a small lead ball." He blinked and looked at Zhao Ming, puzzled. "What kind of crossbow shoots something like this?" Yu Ying, who had been standing near the back, curiosity getting the better of her, stepped closer and peered at the open scroll. She tilted her head and frowned. "The repeating crossbow you showed earlier seemed far more practical than these. A broken bar, whatever this is," she muttered. "And what's this crystal thing on top?" Uncle Kian asked, pointing at the dome-shaped piece etched on the upper frame of the crossbow. "Quartz? It's not decoration, is it?" "The bowlimbs," Wentao added. "According to this drawing, a broken bar they fold." The two craftsmen looked genuinely baffled. Compared to the efficient, military-grade design of the repeating crossbow, this new device seemed impractical, unwieldy, even gimmicky. Zhao Ming didn't respond right away. Instead, he let them turn over the scroll once more, watching their expressions. Rather than explain, he simply said, "Can you make a prototype?" Uncle Kian exchanged a glance with Wentao, then gave a thoughtful grunt. "The body's just longer, nothing too complex. The stock and grip we can shape from our existing molds. We have the right wood and tools." Wentao nodded quickly. "The folding limbs are broken bar. I think I can manage that with brass hinges and reinforced joints." "The string?" "We've got high-tension sinew strings in storage." "The barrel and the ball rounds," Uncle Kian added, "we can adapt from the metal tubing and slingshot ammo we already have." "But the crystallar broken bar?" "That'll need to be cut and fitted in the lapidary workshop," Wentao said. "Takes more time, but not impossible." Zhao Ming gave a satisfied nod. "Even if it breaks after one try, I want it made." Uncle Kian grinned. "All right, young Master Zhao, we'll whip something up and see if this strange beast can even growl." With a surge of excitement, the two smiths set to work, rolling up their sleeves and shouting instructions to the assistants nearby. Metal clanged, sparks flew. Wentao grabbed measuring tools and samples, already muttering to himself. Zhao Ming turned away and reached for the repeating crossbow sitting neatly on the rack beside the workbench. He picked it up with practiced hands and looked over to Yu Ying. "Come, let's test this one out." Yu Ying blinked, startled. "You want me to come with you?" "Why not?" Zhao Ming replied with a faint smile as he walked toward the rear entrance. "You're my personal maid now, aren't you? And you're also Lady Yu's eyes and ears. You should see what kind of things I'm making." She hesitated, then fell into step beside him. Internally, her thoughts were swirling. He's taking me to the testing range? Just like that? Is he not suspicious, or is he so confident he doesn't care? The poor girl had no idea that her mistress had already agreed to work closely with Zhao Ming'er, and that soon, that strange crossbow prototype and an even stranger gauntlet were going to be hers. Unaware of her impending fate, Yu Ying huffed and followed him outside. At the shooting range behind the workshop, the soft thud of footsteps on packed earth mingled with the quiet chirping of birds overhead. The sun had risen high, casting golden rays across the tiled rooftops of the Murong trading house. Without much ceremony, Zhao Ming handed the repeating crossbow directly to Yu Ying. "Here, Yinger, try it." Yu Ying's eyes lit up with surprise as she eagerly took the weapon, fingers dancing across the smooth wooden frame and polished metal. But as she cradled it, her expression briefly soured. "A broken bar, don't call me Yinger. Only my mistress is allowed to use that nickname," she grumbled without looking at him. Zhao Ming raised a brow, amused. "So petty." He waved a hand. "Can you even shoot bow or crossbow?" Her chin lifted at once, and she looked at him with a proud, almost smug smirk. "Of course I can. I was trained by one of the best in the industry. I'm not some delicate flower, you know." "Good," Zhao Ming said simply. "Try this one. See how it feels. Test the accuracy and weight." Yu Ying stepped forward confidently, her posture sharp and practiced as she took position in front of the target stand. She lifted the crossbow, set her stance, aimed and fired. Thwack! The first shot landed just outside the bullseye. She clicked her tongue, then adjusted her grip and fired again. One after another, bolts flew through the air, the quick loading mechanism letting her shoot with impressive rhythm. Each bolt embedded itself with a satisfying thunk, and by the end of her shooting session, 9 of the 10 arrows had clustered tightly around the red center of the target. Lowering the crossbow with a satisfied smile, Yu Ying turned to Zhao Ming. "It's excellent," she said. "Light, very easy to handle, even smoother than I expected. The balance threw me off on the first shot since it was fully loaded, but once I adjusted, it felt perfect. Almost like an extension of my arm." Zhao Ming nodded thoughtfully. "Good feedback." Her eyes sparkled. "Can I take a few of these back with me? I want to show Lady Yu. She'll love it." Zhao Ming's face twisted with disbelief. He slapped his forehead lightly with one hand, then rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid?" Yu Ying blinked, caught off guard. What? "This project is confidential," he said with emphasis. "It's for Lucia and Kong Rong. If these get out into the public, especially to someone like Lady Yu, it'll trace right back to me, or worse, to the Murong workshop." "Do you want that kind of trouble?" Yu Ying looked crestfallen, shrinking slightly as she hugged the crossbow closer to her chest. "A broken bar beat a broken bar." "But," Zhao Ming continued, his tone softening just a little, "the other crossbow, the non-repeating one we're working on, can be gifted to your mistress later. That one's meant for business anyway." Yu Ying pouted and mumbled under her breath. "For broken bar, the other one didn't even look that good on the scroller." "Broken bar?" Zhao Ming squinted at her. "What was that?" "Nothing," she said quickly, straightening up and pretending to examine the bolts on the target board. He chuckled and glanced at the sky. The sun had already climbed well past its zenith, and his stomach was beginning to grumble. "We've been out here a while," he said. "Oi!" He called out to a nearby servant lounging near the shaded corridor. "Prepare lunch in the side room." "Something light." The servant bowed quickly and disappeared into the hallway that led to the kitchen. Zhao Ming turned back toward the range, watching Yu Ying, who now seemed a little more cheerful as she inspected the weapon again, her earlier sulkiness already fading. He smiled faintly to himself. For someone who claimed to be spying on him, she sure enjoyed the perks of being involved. By the time lunch was prepared and brought into the range's side room, the midday sun cast a warm, golden light through the wooden slats of the windows. The simple meal, though modest, was thoughtfully arranged. A steamed white rice still puffing with heat, stir-fried bok choy glistening with garlic oil, braised pork belly and soy sauce, pickled vegetables in a porcelain dish, and a pot of ginseng chicken soup that filled the small room with its nourishing aroma. Zhao Ming walked in first, casually rolling up his sleeves as he looked over the table. He moved to serve himself, reaching for the rice ladle, when Yu Ying, quick and sharp as ever, stepped forward and brushed past him. "I'll do it," she said curtly, already lifting the lid off the rice pot. He blinked at her, amused. "Since when are you so helpful? I thought you didn't like me." "I still don't," Yu Ying said without missing a beat, her back straight and her hands swift as she scooped rice into a bowl. "You're too close to my mistress." "That's more than enough reason." Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow but gave a small nod as he took his seat. "Then why help me at all?" She glanced over her shoulder at him, lips pursed. "Because I've been assigned as your personal maid, like it or not. And I take my duties seriously. Whether I like you has nothing to do with it." He gave a light chuckle as she placed the rice and dishes in front of him with the sharp efficiency of someone well-trained. "I see. Loyal and dutiful. If only all spies were this professional." Yu Ying gave him a withering look but didn't reply. Once she finished laying out the dishes, she stepped back and positioned herself behind him as if ready to stand at attention through the whole meal. Zhao Ming glanced back and sighed. "Don't just stand there. Sit down and eat." She stiffened. "That's not proper." "I'm not some prince," Zhao Ming said, gesturing at the table. "There's too much food here for one person. Don't make me waste it just to follow some outdated etiquette." "You think I care about status or formality?" Yu Ying hesitated, biting her lip in frustration. "But I'm supposed to wait until you finish." "That's how it's always done." "That's stupid," he replied plainly. "By the time you get to eat, the food's already cold." "Come on." "I won't bite." Still doubtful, Yu Ying slowly retrieved a second bowl, ladled some rice, and spooned a portion of vegetables and pork onto her plate. She sat opposite him, keeping her posture prim and upright, as though someone might burst in at any moment and scold her for violating decorum. They ate mostly in silence. Zhao Ming, used to quiet meals, focused on the food with practiced calm. Yu Ying, despite her reservations, couldn't deny the meal was excellent. The pork belly was tender and rich, the pickled vegetables added a sharp contrast, and the soup warmed her belly in a way that soothed more than just her appetite. Halfway through her second helping of rice, Yu Ying leaned back slightly and gave him a suspicious side glance. "A broken bar, is this how you charm women?" she asked, her voice edged with wariness. "Being all polite and casual and pretending to treat everyone equally?" Zhao Ming, who had just taken a sip of soup, choked slightly and coughed into his sleeve. Yu Ying casually handed him a cup of tea, hiding her smirk behind her bowl. "Thanks," he muttered, clearing his throat. "If you're trying to get close to me," she said bluntly, "it won't work." "I'm not that easy." Zhao Ming set down his chopsticks and sighed. "Seriously, do you really think I'm that kind of person?" "Yes," Yu Ying replied without hesitation. "You already have Murongzue beautiful, strong, clever." Then when she leaves for a few days, suddenly you're getting cozy with Luciani, and now you're spending time with my mistress. Should I believe this is all just coincidence? He stared at her for a moment, then leaned back and let out a breath of disbelief. "You're really keeping a tally, huh?" "Just observing." She tapped her bowl thoughtfully with her chopsticks. "You're good at talking. You're gentle when needed, confident when needed. You let women sit with you, treat them like equals, smile that lazy smile of a broken bar, and suddenly they're leaning closer." Zhao Ming chuckled, half in amusement, half in exasperation. "And here I thought I was just trying to have lunch." "You're dangerous," Yu Ying muttered. "But I can see why they like you." He blinked, caught off guard by the honesty in her tone. "But if you think that'll work on me," she added quickly, "don't waste your breath. I'm not like them. I wouldn't dare lump you in with anyone else," Zhao Ming said dryly. "You've made that very clear." Yu Ying smirked, satisfied, and took another bite of pork belly. "Good." After a moment, Zhao Ming added, "Also, with Lady Yu, it's business. Purely business." "You should know that." Yu Ying's brows arched in doubt. "Is that so?" "Doesn't look like just business to me." Zhao Ming rolled his eyes. "If anything, she's closer to Murongda." Yu Ying paused mid-bite, staring at him for a second. Then she burst out laughing. "That bearded bear?" "Please, not in 1,000 years." Zhao Ming grinned. "You never know. Opposites attract." "He's loud, gruff, drinks too much, laughs like a donkey, and has the tact of a hammer," Yu Ying said between laughs. If she ever falls for him, I'll eat my shoes. Zhao Ming couldn't help but laugh along with her. It was the first time he'd seen her laugh so freely, without her usual defensive wall. For a moment, the animosity between them faded, replaced by the shared absurdity of the thought. The afternoon sun had shifted slightly by the time they finished eating. Zhao Ming pushed his bowl away and let out a satisfied sigh. "Well," he said, glancing at the door, "I think the prototype should be nearly done soon. Let's go see how it turned out." Yu Ying stood up, brushing off her hands. "I still don't like you, you know." He gave her a grin. "That's fine. I'm used to it." She rolled her eyes but followed him out anyway. When Zhao Ming and Yu Ying returned to the workshop, the thick scent of smoke and metal filled the air, lingering from hours of intense labor. Uncle Qian sat on a stool, his posture slouched and shoulders heavy with fatigue. His usually well-tamed beard had a streak of soot across it. Wen Tao was no better. His face was streaked with oil, his sleeves singed at the cuffs, and his usually tidy hair stuck out in messy tufts from where he'd run his fingers through it repeatedly. Zhao Ming stepped closer, eyes narrowing as he took in their worn expressions. "Don't tell me you two haven't eaten or rested." Uncle Qian waved a hand dismissively. "There's no time for rest when inspiration strikes, young master." Wen Tai gave a sheepish grin. It would have been harder to stop than to keep going. Zhao Ming sighed and shook his head, though there was a touch of appreciation in his voice. "Stubborn artisans." He turned to the nearest servant and issued a series of orders. "Send a message to the estate to tell Murongda and shopkeeper Wu to come immediately. Also, bring water so these two can wash up, and prepare food they can eat with one hand and no chopsticks, no bowls. Something like flatbread wraps or stuffed buns." The servant bowed and rushed off, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing down the hallway. While they waited, Zhao Ming turned his attention to the prototype sitting on the work table. It looked sleeker, its body longer than a standard crossbow, with a sturdy frame and adjustable stock. The bow limbs folded neatly along the sides, held in place by a clever pin-lock mechanism. The rounded groove for the lead pellet sat atop the body like a narrow channel, and the small, crystal-shaped piece of milky quartz carved with meticulous care rested just above the sighting rail. Zhao Ming picked it up and took a stance, bringing the crossbow to shoulder height. He angled it as if aiming at a distant target, testing the weight and feel. The balance was just as he imagined, centered and firm. His eyes narrowed with satisfaction. "Well done," he murmured. Moments later, the workshop door creaked open, and Murongda stepped inside, followed closely by shopkeeper Wu. Murongda's gaze immediately swept across the room, and when his eyes landed on Yu Ying, a faint, knowing smirk tugged at his lips. Well, Murongda muttered under his breath, arms crossing as he leaned near the doorway. "The little fox is sticking close to our little Zhao now." Yu Ying, who had been examining a bolt on the table, suddenly felt a prickle run down her spine. She glanced toward Murongda and met his gaze for a brief moment. His smile didn't reach his eyes. It was a warning wrapped in amusement. She quickly turned away, pretending not to notice the heavy air his presence brought. Zhao Ming caught the exchange, but said nothing. He trusted Murongda, and if the older man had sensed something off, he knew it would be filed away in that sharp mind of his. Shopkeeper Wu stepped forward, adjusting his robe. "What's all this?" "I thought you were working on the repeating crossbow." "But these are broken bar. This looks like a regular one, just longer." Zhao Ming gestured to the weapon still in his hands. "Come to the range. You'll understand soon enough." Just then, Uncle Qian and Wen Tao emerged from the back, now freshly washed, their faces clean, beards brushed, and sleeves rolled up. Each of them held a meat-filled steamed bun in one hand and a paper-wrapped portion of tea-soaked eggs in the other, biting into them with relish as they joined the group. "Well," Uncle Qian said with a grin, mouth half full. "Let's see if this new toy actually works. Hope it doesn't blow up," Wen Tao added with a laugh, chewing rapidly as he followed the others out. Together, they exited the workshop and made their way toward the outdoor shooting range. The sun was past its peak now, casting long shadows across the yard. The breeze had picked up, carrying the scent of trees and sawdust as the team gathered for the unveiling. As they walked, Yu Ying stole another glance at the strange weapon in Zhao Ming's hands. It still didn't make sense to hear why abandon the repeating crossbow, which could unleash a storm of bolts in seconds, for something that looked more like a hunter's longbow. But Zhao Ming's calm confidence unsettled her. "Just what are you planning, Zhao Ming?" she wondered. She kept her thoughts to herself, but she tightened her grip on her sleeves and walked a little closer to Zhao Ming, trying to read him without letting him notice. Murongda, noticing her shift, raised an eyebrow again but didn't speak. Whatever Zhao Ming had in mind with this peculiar new design, he'd see it through. And if the little fox was going to be in the den, well, best to keep an eye on her. At the shooting range, the afternoon sun cast golden shafts of light over the yard, shadows stretching long across the packed earth. The slight rustling of leaves in the nearby trees provided a gentle rhythm as Zhao Ming stepped forward, prototype crossbow in hand. The weapon gleamed under the sunlight, its design longer and sleeker than a traditional crossbow, the limbs folded neatly along the frame like wings at rest. Zhao Ming crouched beside the weapon rack, calmly unfolding the limbs with a practiced motion. The mechanism clicked softly into place. He inserted a lead pellet into the narrow pipe at the top, adjusting it with a gentle push until it settled snugly into the groove. With a glance at the range ahead, he took aim at a wooden target board set at a medium distance. Thud. The weapon fired with a soft yet forceful sound. The lead ball zipped through the air and struck just off-center on the target, leaving a clean dent on the surface. There was a beat of silence. Zhao Ming nodded slightly. "It works." He reloaded with another pellet and fired again. This time the projectile hit slightly lower, but the result was the same, a dented mark where the lead had struck. Murongda, shopkeeper Wu, and Yu Ying observed quietly from a few paces away. Uncle Qian and Wen Tao, who had just finished munching the last bites of their food, approached while brushing crumbs from their sleeves. Zhao Ming lowered the crossbow and turned to the artisans. "It fires well. Power's decent, but the accuracy is a bit off," he said thoughtfully. Uncle Qian scratched his chin, eyes narrowing in consideration. "Could be due to the inner width of the firing pipe. A tighter barrel might stabilize the pellet more," Wen Tao added, "or we might need to increase the limb stiffness. The current string tension isn't bad, but if we reinforce the limbs and tighten the pull a bit, it'll generate more force." Zhao Ming nodded, already turning the ideas in his head. "Yes, a broken bar and narrower pipe, reinforced bow limbs, higher tension string. It's already excellent for a prototype. We'll treat this as our base version." "Understood," both craftsmen replied in unison. Uncle Qian's eyes had already lit up again with fresh inspiration, while Wen Tao was muttering possible material combinations under his breath. "Go ahead," Zhao Ming gestured toward the workshop. "Make the adjustments and get the crystal lens prepared. We'll need a batch of those eventually." "Yes, young master," they both said, then turned and marched back toward the workshop, excitement propelling their steps despite the long hours already behind them. Zhao Ming now turned back toward Murongda, shopkeeper Wu, and Yu Ying, who had been observing the whole process intently. Murongda arched an eyebrow and asked with calm curiosity, "So what's the reason for this new variant?" "It's clearly not just a fancy toy." Instead of replying directly, Zhao Ming stepped closer to Yu Ying and handed the prototype to her. She blinked, caught off guard. What do you want me to do with this?" Her tone was cautious. Although she wore her maid uniform and the demeanor of a humble attendant, her mind was racing. Only Zhao Ming knew her true identity, an agent of Lady Yu, tasked with observing and reporting. For him to hand her the prototype so openly a broken bar. Zhao Ming's expression remained steady, his voice low yet clear. "Lady Yu has already entrusted you to me. I'm returning the favor by entrusting this to you." Yu Ying's fingers tightened slightly around the frame of the crossbow. Her heart beat a little faster. She didn't speak, but the weight of his words sank in. There was no test more revealing than trust. Murongda, whose sharp eyes missed little, grew visibly more alert. "Wait, are you saying a broken bar? You've recruited Lady Yu into your little force?" Shopkeeper Wu's brows rose slightly, the tone in his voice calm but clearly intrigued. "That's no small feat, little Zhao." Zhao Ming merely gave a half smile, nonchalant as ever. "It's a mutually beneficial cooperation, nothing more." Murongda gave a slow, deliberate nod. That's enough for me to understand. Yu Ying, meanwhile, had grown more solemn. She looked down at the prototype in her hands, then up at Zhao Ming. Her tone was quiet but resolute. "The a broken bar. What do you need me to do?" Zhao Ming gestured toward the range. "Test it. See how it feels. Get familiar with it. Your opinion matters." Yu Ying straightened her posture. Her playful sharp tongue, usually quick to provoke or deflect, was set aside. She held the crossbow firmly and stepped forward, her eyes scanning the target down the range. Murongda watched her closely, arms crossed, while shopkeeper Wu merely smiled faintly. "Let's see what she's made of," the older merchant muttered. The breeze stirred again, and the sun cast a golden shimmer across the crossbow's polished limbs. Zhao Ming turned to Yu Ying, his expression serious as he handed the prototype crossbow back to her. The folding limbs clicked quietly into place as she received it with both hands. He gestured toward the end of the range, then beyond it, into the open stretch of wild grass and scattered trees that lay past the workshop's secluded grounds. "This crossbow isn't meant for close range. I need you to test its real capability," he said, tone firm yet instructive. "Go farther, at least double the current range, around 100 to 150 paces. Find a clear spot and fire from there." Yu Ying raised a brow. "That far?" Zhao Ming nodded. "That's the point. This weapon wasn't made for tight alleys. It's meant to hit before anyone sees it coming. You'll only get 5 shots, so make each one count." He moved beside her, pointing toward the forward peg set near the tip of the crossbow's body. "Use this as your sight. Line it up with your target, but remember this is still a prototype. The accuracy is slightly off, and the projectile is heavier than a normal arrow. You'll need to aim higher than your target, account for the arc and wind." Yu Ying frowned slightly, absorbing the information like a seasoned trainee, though she tried not to show how impressed she was. Folding the bow back with practiced ease, she gave it a small tug to test the tension, then slung the weapon over her back with a fluid motion. "I'll find a spot. Choose one carefully," Zhao Ming added. "Don't let the noise attract attention." She nodded without replying, her usual sharp tongue replaced by focused silence. Without another word, Yu Ying turned and began walking down a side path that led around the workshop. Her pace was light, careful, silent as a shadow. It was almost easy to forget that beneath her youthful, sometimes petulant attitude lay the instincts of someone trained in far more dangerous arts. The surrounding area was quiet and remote, chosen specifically by Zhao Ming and the Murong trading house for secrecy. The secluded location ensured that only trusted hands wandered this far, ideal for the secret development of weapons like the repeating crossbow and its new variant. Yu Ying soon vanished past a cluster of low trees, her figure melting into the greenery as she searched for a suitable location. Though she had come under the guise of obedience and punishment, there was a flicker of genuine curiosity in her eyes about the crossbow, about Zhao Ming, and perhaps, about what kind of future was being quietly built in the shade of these back rooms and workshops. Zhao Ming remained by the edge of the range, his hands tucked behind his back, eyes narrowed at the horizon. He trusted her skills. A lady who wouldn't have kept her close otherwise. But what he was really testing was not just the crossbow's distance. It was trust, precision, and potential, all packed into 5 small lead pellets. And the first true shot was about to be fired. While Yu Ying disappeared beyond the trees to test the prototype at long range, the atmosphere at the range remained still and quiet. A warm breeze rustled the grass, carrying with it the faint smell of oil and wood from the nearby workshop. Zhao Ming stood at ease, his arms crossed as he watched the horizon, though his mind remained in motion, processing the trial ahead and the greater implications behind it. Murongda, standing beside him with his usual casual yet alert posture, finally broke the silence. "So," he said, his voice low, "you're working with Lady Yu now?" Zhao Ming didn't look surprised. "She came last night. We struck a deal. I proposed a joint venture of cosmetics, mainly rouge and creams. She'll supply her formulas and help with distribution. The profits will fund my private force." Murongda's brows lifted, but only slightly. "Not a bad front. Smart way to move money around without drawing attention." Then his gaze narrowed slightly, more thoughtful. "But you don't trust her just for some cream and powder, do you?" Zhao Ming smirked faintly. "Of course not. I can tell she and her people are not ordinary. So I offered additional incentives. Mutual gain is the best kind of leverage." Murongda's expression darkened, not from anger, but from memory. "I've met her before." "Fought her, actually." That caught Zhao Ming's attention. He turned slightly, interest piqued. "You what?" Murongda shrugged, but there was weight in his tone. "A few years back, we were both working separate assignments. Different factions. Crossed paths in Xiangyang." It turned bloody real fast. He scratched his beard, eyes distant. "Turns out both of us were being played by someone higher up, set against each other like dogs for amusement or distraction. And yet you didn't kill each other." "No," Murongda said, a grim smile tugging at the edge of his lips. "After realizing the setup, we joined forces and burned the one who tried to pit us together." "She's ruthless, but sharp. Doesn't move without knowing the cost." Zhao Ming exhaled through his nose. "That explains a lot." "You two seemed oddly civil this morning." Murongda chuckled. "It's a cold kind of respect. Doesn't mean I trust her. Just means we've bled in the same storm once before." Before Zhao Ming could press further, a sharp sound sliced through the air, a sudden hiss, like a serpent cutting through the sky. Both men turned, eyes instantly snapping to the source. A small thud sounded as the pellet buried itself into the wooden target, just barely missing the outer ring. It had come from far, very far. The shot was long and clean, though not entirely accurate. Before either could speak, another hiss followed. This time, the lead pellet struck the target dead on with a solid crack, embedding itself with surprising force near the center. A dent marked the surface, showing the power behind the shot. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow, a quiet grin playing at the edge of his lips. "Looks like she's getting the hang of it." Murongda let out a low whistle, visibly impressed. "That rangy a broken bar and with a lead shot? That's no child's toy you've built." Zhao Ming nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "This is just the beginning." And far in the distance, still hidden among the trees, Yu Ying adjusted her stance for her third shot, silent, focused, and deadly, just like the weapon she now wielded. The silence that followed the second shot hung in the air like the calm before a storm. All eyes remained fixed on the distant target. Then, a third sharp hiss sliced through the breeze. Thump. But this time, the pellet didn't strike wood. Instead, it landed in the grass several paces away from the target, sending up a puff of dust. The miss was considerably far worse than before. Shopkeeper Wu frowned, squinting at the far end of the range. "What happened?" "That was a wide miss." Zhao Ming's expression shifted into a contemplative frown. "The first two were solid, a broken bar, something's off." He folded his arms, eyes narrowing. "Could be the prototype." If the limb structure cracked under tension, the accuracy would fall apart. Before he could finish the thought, a familiar figure emerged from the trees, approaching with quick strides. Yu Ying returned, holding the now damaged prototype in her hands. Her usually confident demeanor was tinged with frustration, and the crossbow's right limb was visibly cracked, its inner structure bent, string partially frayed. "It's broken," she said plainly, handing it back to Zhao Ming. He examined the weapon, giving a soft sigh but not looking disappointed. "It's fine," he said, giving the cracked limb a tug. This was Rashida, no proper forging for the limb joints, just lead wood and reinforcement soaked in resin. It was meant for testing, not war. Yu Ying nodded, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face. "Still a broken bar, it's an impressive piece. If you're asking how it feels in the field, I'd say it's perfect for long-range assassination. The folding limbs are convenient and makes it easy to carry or conceal. But a broken bar." She hesitated, frowning thoughtfully. "But it's a bit long. If I'm chasing someone or sneaking through tight alleys or forest paths, this would get in the way." "I nearly caught it on a branch twice." Zhao Ming gave a low hum, eyes drifting to the broken body of the crossbow. "I thought about splitting the body into two parts. Detachable, maybe joined with a locking mechanism. That would shorten it, make it easier to pack. But the reassembly," Yu Ying pointed out, "could cost time during an ambush." "Exactly," Zhao Ming said. "It's always a trade-off. Portability versus readiness." Murongda, who had remained silent at the side, finally stepped forward, arms crossed, expression as unreadable as ever. He stared not at the weapon but at Yu Ying. "This thing," he said, gesturing to the damaged crossbow. In the right hand's a broken bar. It could change how battles are fought. One shot, one general down. No need for a full-scale assault when you can take the head of the snake. Shopkeeper Wu raised an eyebrow. Assassination on the battlefield? Murongda smirked. It's not dishonor, it's strategy. Why clash blades when a hidden pellet ends the battle before it begins? Then his gaze turned fully to Yu Ying, eyes sharp but not hostile. And as for you, little folks, a broken bar looks like Lady Yu's already chosen her successor. Yu Ying blinked, caught slightly off guard. I'm just her personal maid. Murongda chuckled darkly. Don't play dumb. You move too cleanly, think too fast. If Lady Yu's grooming the next generation, then you're the one she's placing her bets on. Yu Ying looked away, unsure how to respond. But, Murongda continued, voice lowering with a hint of warning, as long as you don't cause trouble for Zhao Ming, a broken bar, I'll look the other way. There was no threat in his tone, only a quiet declaration of his position. Zhao Ming glanced between them and said nothing. He simply smiled, already calculating the next iteration of the prototype in his mind. One test down, many more to go. As the last of the conversation at the range trailed off and the damaged prototype lay quietly on the table, Murongda glanced at the horizon. The sun had begun its slow descent, casting long shadows across the ground and bathing the workshop in amber light. So broken bar, are we done here? Murongda asked, brushing a bit of dust from his sleeve. Zhao Ming gave a small nod. We're finished for today. The prototype's test is complete. Good. Murongda stretched his arms and turned toward shopkeeper Wu. Let's head back. The main hall will be filling up by now, and someone has to keep the merchants from tearing each other apart over grain prices. Shopkeeper Wu chuckled, adjusting the scroll he had tucked into his belt. I'll make sure none of them start a bidding war in your absence. With that, the two older men made their way back toward the Murong trading house, their silhouettes slowly fading into the afternoon haze. Zhao Ming carefully wrapped the damaged prototype in cloth and placed it on the workbench. The wood creaked under the weight, but he left it there, knowing that Wen Tao and Uncle Qian would return later to continue the refinement process. For now, it was time to rest. He turned to Yu Ying. Let's go. She nodded silently, falling into step beside him. The road back to the Murong estate wound through quiet side streets and gentle slopes. The bustle of the city hadn't fully returned yet. Afternoon lull settled over the district like a soft blanket. As they passed a modest tea shop with green paper lanterns swaying lazily in the breeze, Zhao Ming slowed down. Let's take a break, he said. The shop was mostly empty, as it was still too early for the dinner crowd. A young male waiter noticed their arrival and bowed politely. Recognizing Zhao Ming, he offered with a smile, would young master like a private room? It's quiet now, ideal for some peace. Zhao Ming nodded. That will do. The waiter led them to a private room near the back. It was a cozy space, with carved wooden screens and a low table already set with clean porcelain cups. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the bamboo blinds, casting soft shadows on the floor. Zhao Ming settled in first and gestured for Yu Ying to do the same. Sit. Let's drink something before we head back. She hesitated for a moment, then obediently sat across from him, her back straight and posture respectful, but no longer stiff with suspicion. There was a new air about her, still alert, still composed, but tinged now with something closer to trust. A few minutes later, a young female waitress arrived, setting down a lacquer tray with a pot of steaming jasmine tea and a few plates of delicate pastries and preserved fruits. She smiled softly, bowed, and left them alone once more. Zhao Ming poured the tea himself, the scent of flowers and warmth rising between them. Yu Ying accepted her cup with both hands, eyes studying him as if searching for something beneath the surface. Finally, she broke the silence. How did Lord Murongda know a broken bar? Her voice was quiet, careful. About me. About us. Zhao Ming took a sip of his tea before answering. He recognized Lady Yu. They've crossed paths before. Not just recognized, thought Ufa. He fought her. And apparently, they were even allies, at some point. Yu Ying's eyes widened slightly. He fought with her? Zhao Ming shrugged, placing his cup down. Murongda has seen more battles than I can imagine. From what I gathered, They were on opposing sides on Sia, then ended up working together when they realized they'd both been manipulated. That's all he said. Yu Ying was quiet for a moment, then she let out a soft sigh, her eyes drifting to the steam curling above her tea. I see, that a broken bar explains the way he looked at me. Zhao Ming gave a small chuckle. He called you little fox. I think he meant it as both compliment and warning. A flicker of amusement crossed her face, almost hidden. He's not wrong. The two sat quietly for a while, the clinking of porcelain and the muted bustle of the street far beyond the tea shop the only sounds. And though few words were exchanged, the silence felt less like tension and more like understanding, as something subtle, something slowly forming. It didn't take long for the quiet serenity of the tea shop to shift into the familiar rhythm of evening life. Footsteps echoed through the corridor outside their private room. Voices began to overlap, at first a few, then more, until the once empty shop was humming with the chatter of customers arriving in twos and threes. Tables in the main hall filled up swiftly as tea attendants moved gracefully between them, balancing trays laden with steaming pots, glistening wine jars, and plates of savory snacks. The air took on a festive, slightly chaotic energy. Laughter rang out from a corner table, followed by the clink of wine cups. Someone near the front began reciting a humorous tale, drawing chuckles from a neighboring group of travelers. Bring another pot of osment this wine. Do you still have the smoked duck from yesterday? We came all the way from the West District just for that sugar caramel walnut. The shop's specialties were in demand, and the staff responded like a well-oiled machine. Orders flew in and out, and the spicy, sweet, and smoky aromas of freshly prepared dishes began wafting into the corridors. Snatches of conversation floated through the wooden partitions and lattice screens, reaching Zhao Ming and Yu Ying's private room like whispers carried by wind. People spoke of trade, gossip, and rising tensions across the city. One voice, low and conspiratorial, murmured from a nearby room. The refugee camps by the southern gate are on edge again. They've been there too long. Some are saying riots might break out. Another joined in, it's envy, that's what it is. The ones who got relocated to Eastern Hill are living comfortably now. Proper homes, access to wells. The ones left behind feel cheated. Zhao Ming tilted his head slightly, his ears picking up each thread of discussion. It was hard not to listen in. These weren't just idle rumors. In times of transition, even whispers could spark wildfires. Then came a louder voice, smug and self-assured, from one of the newly filled VIP rooms. It was sharp, with a polished tone that carried effortlessly over the hum of the crowd. And I told them, a man of my stature should not be detained like a common criminal. Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed subtly. He recognized that voice. Zhao Feng, the arrogant noble who had once strutted through the streets as if he owned the city. The same man who had dared to challenge Lu Zi's authority and paid dearly for it. After Lu Zi's intervention, Zhao Feng had been placed under arrest. Zhao Ming had assumed he'd remain under house confinement, or perhaps sent away quietly. And yet, here he was, out in public, boasting once more. A broken bar said he's planning to throw a banquet soon. To celebrate his returner. Came another chuckle from the same room. Yu Ying noticed the shift in Zhao Ming's expression. Someone you know? Zhao Ming didn't reply at first. He kept his gaze on the tea in front of him, swirling it gently in his cup. Yes, he said at last. A ghost that forgot he died. Before Yu Ying could ask further, there was a sudden sound of a sharp wooden knock as a door somewhere nearby was opened roughly. Then, without warning, their door was pushed open. No knock, no announcement. Zhao Ming's brows drew together in an instant as both he and Yu Ying turned to face the unexpected guest. The sudden creak of the door caught both Zhao Ming and Yu Ying off guard. It swung open without ceremony and in stepped two striking women. Yulan entered first, tall and poised, her expression cool as ever. Her attire was elegantly daring, a deep blue silk dress that shimmered under the lantern light, high-slitted along the leg to reveal the graceful lines of her figure with each step. Her presence filled the room effortlessly, like moonlight through an open window. Following closely behind was Yumeia, curvaceous, soft-featured, and radiating a playful confidence that contrasted with her sister's cold grace. She wore a low-cut robe in blush pink, the folds dancing as she moved. Her smooth curves and generous bosom seemed sculpted for distraction, and the glint in her eyes said she knew it. Both of them greeted Zhao Ming and Yu Ying with disarming familiarity. "Well, well," Yum cooed, her voice teasing as she leaned in slightly toward Zhao Ming, hands clasped behind her back. "So this is where you've been hiding, young Master Zhao. Tell me, how was it, having our little fox follow you around? Did she behave?" Yu Ying, seated upright, stiffened immediately. Before she could finish, Yum gently tapped her finger against her own lips, grinning. "Oh, don't pout, Yinga. We're just checking in." Her eyes slid back to Zhao Ming with deliberate amusement. "And if you ever feel tired of chasing shadows and need a little broken bar distraction, I do provide extra services." She winked shamelessly, her tone dripping with innuendo. Zhao Ming raised a brow but said nothing, calmly sipping his tea as though she had merely commented on the weather. Yulan, meanwhile, had taken her seat with quiet elegance. She poured herself a cup of tea, her movements smooth and precise. Not once did she look directly at anyone as she spoke. "We're here on Lady Yu's order," she said plainly. "She sent us to check on Yinga." And, she paused to take a sip, perhaps a broken bar to enjoy a lucky encounter. Yu Ying furrowed her brows. "What kind of lucky encounter?" Yulan said nothing, but the corner of her lips tugged upward in the faintest, most elusive smile. Yum clapped her hands lightly, shifting the mood again. "Waiter!" she called out toward the hallway. A moment later, the same young female attendant from earlier returned, blinking in mild surprise to see the room suddenly occupied by 4 people. Before she could ask anything, Yum launched into her order. "Let's see a broken bar, a plate of honeyed lotus root, 5 spice duck, crispy pork rolls, and a broken bun, that jasmine tofu dish you had earlier. Oh, and a pot of osmanthus wine. Not too strong, we've got work later." She turned back toward the group, then smiled brightly at Zhao Ming. "Since you're such a gallant gentleman, you'll be treating us, right?" Zhao Ming chuckled under his breath. "I suppose I have little choice," Yum purred. "Smart and generous. No wonder Lady Yu likes you." As the waiter left to fulfill the order, Yulan finally glanced toward Zhao Ming with a spark of interest in her usually aloof eyes. "Our actual mission," she said in an almost offhand tone, "is next door." Zhao Ming's hand paused over his teacup. Yu Ying and Yum both turned to her, blinking. "Next door?" Yu Ying repeated, then lowered her voice. "You mean a broken bar?" Yulan gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Zhao Feng." There was a moment of stunned silence here until Yum suddenly broke into a short laugh. "You're joking," she said. "Wide-eyed." "You never make jokes." "I do," Yulan replied, her voice unreadable. "Just really." Zhao Ming leaned back, his expression neutral. He looked toward the partitioned wall where Zhao Feng's voice had earlier drifted through. So fate had once again placed them on converging paths. He couldn't help but feel the chapter of this night was only just beginning. Yu Ying leaned forward slightly and gestured toward the 2 new arrivals. "This is Yulan," she introduced, her tone calm and composed. "And that's Yum." Yum flashed a dazzling smile and immediately turned her attention to Zhao Ming, her eyes glinting with amusement. She rested her chin on one hand, elbow on the table, as if appraising a fine painting. "So handsome," she said with a soft, flirtatious hum. "No wonder Yinga's acting different today. Last night, under that moonless sky, I didn't get a good look at your face, young Master Zhao. But now, seeing you clearly in my broken bar." She leaned in a little, her grin growing. "It's a shame only Yinga got to enjoy your good points last night." Zhao Ming raised a brow, a slight curve teasing at the corner of his lips. Yu Ying's eyes narrowed at Yum, and she straightened her back with a sharp scoff. "Don't spout nonsense," she snapped. "I only happened to see him change his inner eunuch. It wasn't intentional." Yum let out a delighted laugh, clapping her hands softly. "Aha! So you did sneak a peek, Yinga, you naughty kitten." "I'm not a kitten," Yu Ying shot back, glaring at her with annoyance. "It was just a coincidence." Meanwhile, Yulan remained elegantly detached from the banter. She sat quietly, selecting a delicate plum cake from the plate and sampling it with practiced grace, her long fingers moving with effortless poise. She made no comment, simply enjoying the snacks with a serene expression, as though entirely unbothered by her sister's antics. Zhao Ming watched the lively exchange, amusement playing behind his eyes. "You 3 are quite close," he remarked. More like sisters than comrades. Yu Ying crossed her arms, giving Yum a side glance before nodding. We are. Among all the sisters under Lady Yu's tutelage, the three of us are the closest. Yum beamed. That's right. Though lately, I feel like Ying has grown softer. She nudged Yu Ying playfully. Look at her now, speaking so gently with young Master Zhao. Yesterday, she was like an angry cat ready to claw someone's face off. Yu Ying rolled her eyes. I've adjusted my impression of him, that's all. Yulan finally set down her teacup and spoke, her voice smooth and steady. What about you, Zhao Ming? Do you have siblings of your own? Any family? Zhao Ming's smile faded slightly. He placed his cup down with a quiet clink and answered, I don't really remember. My memories of childhood are fragmented at best. I lost them after the chaos in Pengqing. He paused for a moment, his tone dipping. Sometimes I see faces in my dreams, a broken bar, but I can't put names to them. The air in the room shifted with his words. Even Yum, usually playful, grew momentarily quiet. Yu Ying's gaze lingered on him, unreadable. But before the silence could stretch too long, the sound of soft footsteps interrupted them. The female attendant returned, carrying a large tray. She stepped inside and began setting out the dishes: a braised duck with ginger, tofu dressed with jasmine petals, steamed buns, honeyed lotus roots, and thin slices of crisp pork roll. The women offered polite thanks, and Zhao Ming gave a courteous nod. Beyond the walls of the private room, the tea house had come alive. Voices rose and fell in bursts: the clatter of cups, the clinking of chopsticks, laughter, heated debates, and gossip. From the room next door, deeper voices began to drift in, firm, commanding, touched with authority. If one listened carefully, Zhao Ming's ear could catch the familiar cadence. Zhao Feng's guest had arrived. But for now, within these four walls, dinner was just beginning. Zhao Ming glanced at the dishes now laid out before them, warm, fragrant, and inviting. Without ceremony, he picked up his chopsticks and spoke evenly, let's eat. The food's getting cold. His tone was calm and unaffected, as though the conversation about his lost memories hadn't lingered in his mind at all. Seeing that he had moved on without the slightest trace of discomfort, the atmosphere around the table lightened. The girls, too, picked up their chopsticks and began to eat without another word about his past. As the meal progressed, the gentle clinks of porcelain and chopsticks blended with soft laughter. Yum, her cheeks slightly puffed from a bite of steamed bun, turned to Yu Ying with a mischievous grin. You know, it's been a mess at Jade Elegance Pavilion ever since you got snatched away by younger Master Zhao, she teased. Now that you and Yulan are both busy with him, the shop's been wild. Yu Ying rolled her eyes but smirked. That's not my fault. You're the one who insisted on teaching the new girls yourself. Someone had to, Yum shot back, feigning a sigh of exhaustion, especially now with the new year around the corner. Noble ladies are starting to come in droves, buying gifts, preparing to outshine each other at every banquet. Yulan, still composed and quiet, delicately wiped her lips with a napkin and listened, occasionally nodding as she sampled the white jasmine tofu. Yu Ying sipped her tea before asking, how are their new girls doing? Are they keeping up? They try, Yum replied with a shrug. But once the noble ladies arrive, most of them freeze like frightened rabbits. I have to step in along with the other seniors to handle the important clients. We even had a few of those insufferable young masters sneak in again. She giggled. One idiot even dared to ask for a private companion. Naturally, he was tossed out by the guards. Another, and yeah, I managed to charm him into buying 4 times more rouge than he needed. Poor fool thought it would make me smile at him longer. Zhao Ming chuckled as he picked up a piece of crisp pork roll. Once Yulan finishes the lip rouge and white cream formulas, I imagine you'll be twice as busy. Yum let out a melodramatic groan, slumping slightly in her seat. Don't remind me, I haven't even had time to flirt properly lately. Yu Ying laughed heartily, clearly enjoying her sister's exaggerated despair. Serves you right. You got off easy last night. Lady, you punished me by making me serve young Master Zhao at just the right time. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow, amused by the banter. Punishment, was it? Yum grinned, elbowing Yu Ying gently. "Don't act like you hated it." Yu Ying clicked her tongue but didn't respond, too busy chewing her food and pretending not to smile. The meal continued in good spirits, the room filled with light-hearted teasing, clinking dishes, and the occasional shared glance. But then, a sharp voice cut through the wall from the next room. "Chen, you made me wait." Zhao Feng's voice, unmistakable and loud with irritation, rang out clearly from beyond the wooden partition. A few seconds later, a quieter voice responded. "Apologies, young Master Zhao." There was a delay. The group at Zhao Ming's table paused momentarily at the familiar name. The food still steamed before them, but the conversation began to quiet as the noise next door promised something more intriguing than their meal. Zhao Ming didn't react outwardly, but his eyes narrowed just slightly. Zhao Feng was here, and judging from the tone, he was in a foul mood. Yum tilted her head as she sipped her tea, her brows slightly furrowed. "This aide in a broken bar, is he from Kong Rong's office?" she asked in a low voice, eyes flicking toward the partition separating their room from the next. Yulan, still elegantly seated with her long legs crossed beneath the slit of her pale green dress, gave a quiet nod. "Yes." "Chen Lianga, he's Kong Rong's senior aide, handles most of the governor's personal affairs." With that confirmation, all three women at the table became more attentive, their chewing slowing as they subtly tuned their ears toward the voices carrying through the wooden partition. Zhao Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed on the steam rising from his cup of tea, but his posture subtly shifted, more alert now. From the room next door, Zhao Feng's petulant voice rose once again, dripping with frustration. "This house arrest is ridiculous," he snapped, slamming what must have been his wine cup on the table. "Liz is already in Luoyang, and still I have to keep up this charade like a criminal. That old dog left Beihai, and I'm still shackled here like a caged beast." A Chen responded in a calm, almost placating tone. "Please be patient, young Master Zhao. The new year is fast approaching. Once the lanterns are lit and firecrackers begin, the people's memories will fade. No one will dwell on the incident with the refugees at Eastern Hill, not when there's wine to drink and money to spend." Zhao Feng snorted derisively. "They're just peasants and dirt-blooded slaves. Their only value is to serve the nobles, and if they can't do that properly, then they might as well rot." A Chen chuckled, his voice laced with flattery. "Naturally, the common folk exist to support the pillars of the state. Without order, they're just beasts. Better they stay afraid and obedient." Zhao Feng sighed dramatically, shifting topics. "Speaking of disappointments, a broken bar. Those girls you sent last time, Mia, were trash. Soft as mud and clueless in bed. One of them even cried when I asked her to dance." He laughed coldly. "I was so disgusted I threw them to the guards." "At least someone should get some use out of them." A Chen murmured something affirming, though he didn't interrupt. Zhao Feng continued, his tone darker now, low with something like lustful vengeance. "Next time, send someone better." "Actually a broken bar." He paused, a slow, ugly smile spreading on his lips. "How about Lu Qianyi?" A Chen hesitated. "Luz's daughter?" Zhao Feng chuckled. "Yes, his daughter." "The perfect way to avenge the slap to my face and the humiliation I suffered in front of those low-born scum. Imagine here a broken bar dressed in silk, trembling in my bedchamber, crying beneath me, a helpless, noble, proud. I'll break her slowly, and when I'm done, I'll parade her through the brothels. Let's see how her father reacts then." There was a pause before A Chen replied, his voice measured, as if weighing the implications. "Governor Kong understands your anger, young master. But the situation is delicate. We're waiting on the signal from the capital. Once the eunuch faction makes its move in Luoyang, the shackles will fall from our hands." Zhao Feng slammed the table again, his patience wearing thin. "My uncle is part of the eunuch faction. I am that signal. They've already written to me after the new year. It begins. No more waiting. Kong Rong should prepare." "I will inform the governor," A Chen said promptly. "He will be pleased to know the court is moving, and your family's influence is guiding it." As for the girl, a broken bar, a hint of a smirk could be heard in his voice. "She will be yours, once the wheels are in motion. Be assured of our loyalty, young master." "Beihai will follow the court's will." "Good," Zhao Feng growled, satisfaction thick in his tone. "Then let's drink to that." Moments later, the sound of a folding door sliding open reached their ears, followed by the soft rustling of silk and playful laughter. A group of women entered the next room, their voices sweet and teasing. Their dresses clung tight to their figures, bosoms half revealed, their movements artfully graceful as they nestled themselves beside the men. The perfume of cheap floral oil drifted faintly through the walls. Zhao Feng's voice turned boisterous. "Now this is more like it." Laughter erupted from the next room, loud and careless. In contrast, Zhao Ming's room sat in tense silence, each of them processing what they'd just overheard in their own way. As the evening deepened, muffled laughter and playful shrieks floated through the thin wooden wall from the room next door. The once formal conversation between Zhao Feng and Ai Chen had descended into something far more indulgent. A group of courtesans had entered the room not long ago, their steps light, their laughter trained and melodic. Their perfume sweet and intoxicating air wafted faintly into Zhao Ming's room. Now, the sounds grew increasingly raunchy. Slurred compliments, the rustle of silk, and the low, teasing voices of women seducing their patrons filled the air. One of the girls let out a soft, delighted squeal, followed by the unmistakable sound of a man slapping his palm against flesh, or either in jest or pleasure. The mood on the other side had shifted fully into debauchery. Yum wrinkled her nose and set down her teacup with a clink. "Ugh, Zhao Feng really is disgusting. Lusting after women like a starving dog. I wouldn't be surprised if he's involved with the disappearance of some of the refugee women from the camp." Yulan, composed as ever, nodded while slowly wiping her lips with a silk napkin. "Based on what we overheard, Kong Rong might be complicit in whatever's going on. And he's clearly leaning toward the eunuch faction now. Even if it doesn't affect us directly yet, it's something that shouldn't be ignored." Yu Ying frowned deeply and glanced toward Zhao Ming. "Zhao Feng mentioned Luciania just now, a broken bar. He's aiming for her, isn't he?" Zhao Ming's gaze darkened, the lines of his face sharpening ever so slightly. He leaned back, fingers idly drumming the table. "Tell Lady Yu everything we overheard. I won't interfere in how she chooses to act." But a broken bar. He paused, a heavy breath escaping his lips. "I despise this side of politics. The filth that hides behind silks and seals." Yu Ying watched him quietly for a moment before softly asking, "Are you worried about Luciania?" He nodded. "Yes. She's already involved in this way more than she should be, and I haven't seen her since she came to the Murong trading house, asking for my help. Not a word since." "That was a broken bar weeks ago." Yulan and Yum exchanged a look. "We'll see what we can find out," Yulan said. "If she's still in Beihai, someone in the pavilion's network may have heard something." "Thank you," Zhao Ming murmured. Just then, the sliding door creaked open again. The same young female server from earlier stepped inside, her cheeks flushed pink, and not from drink, but from the embarrassing noises drifting in from next door. She kept her head slightly bowed as she approached the table. "I've prepared your takeaway and the tab, honored guests," she said politely, though her voice betrayed a touch of awkwardness. Zhao Ming glanced at the itemized wooden tablet she handed over. The price was fair, just a few copper coins above standard. He smiled faintly and handed her a small stack of coins, slipping in an extra tip. "Thank you. You've worked hard," he said gently. The girl bowed, visibly surprised and grateful, and left with a deeper blush than before. Yulan and Yum rose first. Yum slung her shawl over one shoulder and gave Zhao Ming a sly wink. "We'll report to Lady Yu tonight. Be careful on your way back." With a nod, the two women disappeared down the corridor, their footsteps fading into the busy sounds of the tea house. Zhao Ming and Yu Ying exited the private room shortly after, stepping into the cool evening air. The streets outside were beginning to fill with flickering lantern light, merchants packing their stalls, and townsfolk preparing for the upcoming new year. As they walked side by side toward the Murong estate, Zhao Ming kept his hands clasped behind his back, expression unreadable. Yu Ying glanced at him from the corner of her eye. "You're thinking about her, aren't you?" Zhao Ming didn't answer at first. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "I owe her my word. And if Zhao Feng truly dares to act, I won't let him touch her." Yu Ying said nothing more, but she walked a little closer to him, her steps light and steady under the moonlit road. By the time Zhao Ming and Yu Ying reached the Murong estate, the sky was shifting into the soft hues of twilight. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves lining the stone path. As they passed through the side gate, they encountered Steward Liu O, who was returning from overseeing the evening household preparations. "Ah, young Master Zhao," Steward Liu O greeted, offering a respectful nod before his sharp eyes landed on the young woman beside him. "And this ice a broken bar?" Yu Ying stepped forward with a small, courteous smile and cupped her fists in a graceful bow. "Yu Ying, I will be serving as young Master Zhao's personal maid." The steward's brows lifted slightly at the bold declaration, but his expression remained composed. "Understood." "Your baggage has already been arranged in the side room of the young master's courtyard," he said evenly. "If anything is needed, don't hesitate to inform the staff." Zhao Ming nodded, his voice calm and appreciative. "Thank you, Steward Liu O. Please have some tea sent to my study." "As you wish." With the brief exchange concluded, Zhao Ming led Yu Ying through the winding path into the quiet sanctuary of his courtyard. The stone lanterns lining the walkway had just been lit, casting a warm glow across the garden. The quiet here was comforting after the noisy inside the study. The room was as tidy and austere as always. A few books and scrolls lined the shelves, and the faint scent of ink and wood lingered in the air. Zhao Ming gestured for her to enter. Not long after they sat, a servant arrived with a lacquered tray carrying a porcelain teapot and 2 cups. Yu Ying stepped forward before Zhao Ming could move, taking the tray with practiced hands. She poured the tea carefully, the steam curling upward between them. "Sit," Zhao Ming said, gesturing to the cushion across from him. She hesitated for a beat before complying, smoothing her skirt and sitting with quiet poise. "How will you communicate with Lady Yu moving forward?" Zhao Ming asked as he accepted the cup she handed him. Yu Ying answered calmly, "There are several ways. I can visit Jade Elegance Pavilion openly during the day, or send a coded letter. If needed, I can also sneak out at night." Zhao Ming nodded, pleased by the flexibility. "So you act as her liaison. That means she's committed to this partnership, even if she hasn't said it directly." Yu Ying gave a small nod. "It seems so." He studied her expression for a moment. "Do you have any questions for me?" Yu Ying looked at him directly, her tone serious for once. "What is it that you're aiming for, young Master Zhao?" There was a moment of silence. Then Zhao Ming leaned back slightly, eyes half-lidded in thought. "I want to protect the people I care about," he said at last, his voice quiet but firm. "I'm not naive enough to believe in righteousness, nor do I have the heart of a saint to save everyone. But in times like these, a broken bar, being weak is a sin. If I don't grow stronger, I can't even protect what little I have." His words were not impassioned, but something in their calm weight struck Yu Ying. She had heard similar words before from mercenaries, revolutionaries, even nobles. But coming from Zhao Ming, whose quiet intellect and measured demeanor masked the storm beneath her, there was a raw honesty that stirred something inside her. She didn't say anything right away, just gave a small nod, her respect for him deepening quietly. Though she wasn't loyal to him or not yet, she understood that this was a man worth watching. They exchanged a few more casual words, the tea slowly growing cold between them. Eventually, Zhao Ming rose and set his cup down. "You should rest," he said, his voice light now. "No need to worry about serving me tonight." Yu Ying blinked, then gave a small smile. "Understood, young master." She bowed and left the study, the door sliding shut behind her with a soft thud. Zhao Ming stood in the quiet, eyes lingering on the teacups. Then, with a faint exhale, he turned toward the shelves and unrolled a scroll. The night deepened outside, crickets beginning their song. Within the calm of his courtyard, another long day had indeed, but the undercurrents of power, danger, and alliances only continued to shift. As Yu Ying gently pulled the sliding door shut behind her, the soft click of wood against wood echoed faintly in the room. The air settled into a calm stillness, disturbed only by the dim flickering of the lantern flame that cast long shadows along the paper walls. Zhao Ming rose from his seat with a slow exhale. The subtle stiffness in his shoulders reminded him that it had been a long day filled with veiled conversations, unspoken tensions, and the quiet calculations behind every smile. He changed into a set of light sleepwear, a simple robe of soft hemp and cotton, then moved to the basin. Splashing cool water onto his face, he wiped away the dust of the day with practiced motions, as if trying to rinse away the accumulating burdens that clung to his thoughts like mist. Returning to the bed, he sat cross-legged atop the mattress, the pale moonlight spilling through the lattice window and pooling on the floor like silver ink. Silence lingered. In that quiet space, his mind wandered. It had been some time, year 2, perhaps 3 years since he first awakened in that shabby inn at Zoo County, memoryless and alone save for the cold, mechanical voice of the system that had echoed in his mind. Back then, he was a mere scholar with a strange destiny thrust upon him, and no map to guide his journey. Every now and then, he was haunted by vivid nightmarish flashes of a house engulfed in flames, a father cut down by rebels, and a mother's trembling hands as she hid her son beneath the floorboards. He would awake with his heart pounding and a name on his lips, a Peng Ching. It was the only clue, the sole fragment of a past lost to smoke and blood. He remembered the early days, his clashes with local officials drunk on power, his narrow escapes from the schemes of minor nobles, and the relentless pull of fate that drew him to the Murong family. It was there that he met Murong Zhu, fierce, proud, and radiant like a blade unsheathed under sunlight. Together, they had faced danger, blade to blade, back to back. And then, Beihai, the city of shifting tides. What began as a foothold had grown into a stage year 1 where he became both player and director in the games of politics and survival. From rallying efforts to resettle refugees in Eastern Hill to navigating the hidden machinations of those who held true power, Zhao Ming had come far. Lu Zi, stern and principled. Lu Qianyi, intelligent and sharp-tongued, yet vulnerable in the rare moments when she lowered her guard. He had crossed paths with both, and now their fates were intertwined with his. But just as every light cast shadows, Zhao Ming had begun to uncover the darkness beneath Beihai's veneer. Kong Ronga, once revered as a scholar of virtue, now revealed as a man cloaked in hypocrisy. Behind his literary elegance lay a cold ambition, manipulating the plight of the common folk for personal gain. And Zhao Fenggu, an aristocrat by birth, but vile in intent, his lust for power and women hidden beneath the civility of noble blood. Zhao Ming's brow furrowed slightly. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft ding that resonated not in the room, but within his mind. The system's voice, familiar and distant as ever, spoke. Evening Soi 8 copyright E, completed. Reward, plus 1000 fame. New skills unlocked. Advanced stealth crane between bamboo sword technique, single feather return air style emphasizing light footwork, graceful dodges, and precise riposte. Slight movement art. Zhao Ming blinked. He stared forward in silence for a long moment, digesting the information. The system had always been parsimonious, only rewarding him in small increments, almost grudgingly. But this was generous. Suspiciously so. His fingers unconsciously curled on the bedsheet. TCH. So I'm being prepared for something, he muttered. For the system rarely gave without expecting more. If it had rewarded him this handsomely, then it meant only one thing: a trouble was coming. Perhaps not tonight, nor tomorrow, but soon. It always was. He lay back slowly, eyes fixed on the wooden beams above, tracing the grain absently with his gaze. His mind drifted again, this time not toward the past, but the unknown path ahead. So much had changed. And yet, the more he gained, the more entangled his life became, with Murongs, with Lu Qianyi, with the fragile balance of Beihai. And beyond that, a greater tide stirred in the land. The empire was fracturing. Chaos seeped into every corner like ink on parchment. He closed his eyes. In chaotic times, he murmured softly, the words half a sigh, half a whisper, heroes emerge, a broken bar. And in the silence of the night, as the moon climbed higher in the sky, a light breeze stirred the edges of the window screener just enough to make the lantern flicker. Something was coming, and Zhao Ming would be ready. A few uneventful days followed the tense night at the roadside inn, days that passed quietly on the surface, though the memory of Zhao Feng's disturbing conversation lingered in the minds of those who heard it. Zhao Ming, along with Yu Ying, Yulan, and Yum, had remained silent in the neighboring room, their ears catching fragments stark enough to confirm what they had suspected. Zhao Feng was far more dangerous than his noble title suggested. But for now, There was nothing to be done. They needed more time, more proof and more allies. On this particular morning, the courtyard of Zhao Ming's temporary residence within the Murong estate was calm. The early sunlight filtered softly through the branches of a plum tree, and the air still held a crisp trace of spring chill. Zhao Ming emerged from his study, dressed in fresh robes of soft azure trimmed with darker silk, his hair tied neatly with a jade ornament. His morning routine was complete, and he was preparing to head out for the day's work. Just as he stepped past the threshold, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the cobblestones, followed by a breathless voice. "Hey, I'm later. I'm really late." Zhao Ming turned, eyebrows slightly raised, just as Yu Ying came into view. She was half running, half skipping across the courtyard, her cheeks pink from exertion and a few strands of hair escaping from her pins. "You're not late," Zhao Ming said with an amused tone, watching her catch her breath. "You're just slightly too enthusiastic for someone who claims to be late." "Still," she said, slowing to a stop and fixing the robe, "I was supposed to be here before you stepped out." "It's not proper for a maid to keep her master waiting." "You're not just a maid," Zhao Ming said simply, folding his hands behind his back. "And I've never asked for formality from you." Yu Ying blinked, then smiled faintly. Before she could reply, Zhao Ming gestured toward the folder she was holding. "You went to see Lady Yu last night?" She nodded, holding out the folder with both hands. "Yes. Here's the latest sales report for the Rouge and Cream lines. Business is booming. We can't keep up with demand, especially with the new year coming. Customers are practically begging for new stock." Zhao Ming accepted the report and glanced over the neat calligraphy. His eyes skimmed the numbers, and a small nod of approval followed. "How much has been collected so far?" "Close to 800 gals," Yu Ying replied, her voice gaining enthusiasm. "It's being held securely in the vault at the Jade Elegance Pavilion." "Impressive," Zhao Ming said. "You've all done well." Yu Ying gave a proud nod, then chuckled softly. "To be honest, I didn't expect it to grow this fast. I was worried about the initial cost for production, but now I'm more worried about keeping up. The workshop is running day and night." Zhao Ming looked at her thoughtfully. She was bright-eyed, full of momentum, and clearly handling far more than what any maid or even a junior manager should be doing on her own. "And you're still managing all of this by yourself?" he asked, a touch of concern in his tone. "My broken bar, yes," she admitted, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I mean, I have Yilan and Yum helping at the pavilion, but everything else here. I don't want to trouble the Murong family's servants." "I thought it best not to overstep her broken bar." Zhao Ming let out a small sigh, not out of frustration but resolve. "Come with me." "Eh?" Yu Ying blinked. "Where to?" "To speak with Steward Luo." He led the way across the courtyard, with Yu Ying trailing behind, casting him glances of confusion. As they stepped into the main hall, the faint scent of sandalwood greeted them. Steward Luo, the silver-haired and always dignified manager of household affairs, was already standing near a table, reviewing scrolls with a junior clerk. Upon seeing Zhao Ming enter, Steward Luo bowed with respectful warmth. "Young Master Zhao, how may I be of service this morning?" Zhao Ming gestured towards Yu Ying beside him. "Steward Luo, she's been assisting me for some time now. I'd like to request that a few trained maids be assigned to her." Yu Ying looked startled. "Why, young Master Zhao, that's not necessary, really. I can manage here." "You're already doing too much," Zhao Ming said without looking at her. "This is not just for your sake, but for efficiency. Besides, I don't want to keep relying on the Murong estate's servants. I'd rather we bring in additional hands to avoid placing a burden on them." Steward Luo gave a small nod of approval. "That is quite considerate, young master." "How many do you have in mind?" Zhao Ming turned to Yu Ying with a raised brow. "Well?" Yu Ying hesitated, clearly not expecting to be asked. "A near broken bar or two, perhaps." "Just to help with errands and handling incoming deliveries?" Zhao Ming shook his head immediately. "Make it 3 to 5. You'll need someone to help manage correspondence, another to coordinate deliveries, and at least one to stay on top of production schedules. You're not a one-woman army." Yu Ying looked like she wanted to protest again but caught herself. His reasoning was sound, and truthfully, she was tired. Her shoulders relaxed a little, and she gave a small, begrudging smile. "Fine. But if they're lazy or annoying, I'm blaming you. If they are, Zhao Ming replied, you can have them whipped. Steward Luo. Understood, Steward Luo said with a smile. I'll summon Mama Gui. She's well connected with the Momo agents in the city. She can have suitable candidates brought in by tomorrow. Zhao Ming gave a polite nod. Thank you. With that, the matter was settled. Zhao Ming turned to Yu Ying. Now then, let's head to the trading house. We've got silver to count and ledgers to approve. Yu Ying's eyes lit up again. Finally, I thought you'd never say it. Together, they stepped out of the hall, the crisp morning light casting golden shadows ahead of them as they made their way toward the bustling streets of Beihai and the ever-growing world of the Murong trading house. The crisp morning air was tinged with the faint scent of roasted chestnuts and pine smoke as Zhao Ming and Yu Ying made their way through the bustling streets of Beihai. With the new year fast approaching, the city was alive with activity of vendors shouting prices, children tugging their parents toward candy stalls, and red lanterns beginning to appear along the eaves of buildings. But Zhao Ming and Yu Ying had little time to enjoy the festivity. Their destination lay ahead, the Murong trading house, nestled just beyond the commercial lanes, its imposing walls and disciplined guards standing like a calm eye in the middle of the chaos. They stepped past the main entrance, bypassing the front office where ledgers were being tallied and merchants haggled, and made straight for the back workshop. There, the heavy scent of lacquer, oil, and worked metal filled the air. Sparks flew from forges as blacksmiths hammered components into shape. Others hunched over work tables, adjusting bowstrings or aligning intricate wooden mechanisms with precision tools. Ah, young Master Zhao, just in time, came the familiar voice of Uncle Qian, the head craftsman. He looked up from a half-assembled weapon, his long white beard bobbing as he grinned, wiping his hands on a rag. Wen Tao, his diligent young assistant, walked over holding a newly assembled crossbow in both hands like it was a treasure. The final adjustments for the repeating crossbow are done, he reported with a hint of pride. The mechanism's stable, and we've already started production. First batch should be ready by tomorrow morning. Zhao Ming stepped forward and took a close look, running his fingers along the wood and polished bronze. The craftsmanship was fine, and the weight felt balanced. Good, he said with a small nod. This will serve us well if things start to get turbulent. Wen Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gestured to a long object beneath the silk cloth on another workbench. As for the long-range modeler, the one you call the A Silent Fanger, we're almost finished. Based on your recent design tweaks, it can now shoot accurately up to 200 paces. The bamboo scope is fitted with the glass lenses we salvaged. It's not perfect in low light, but it works. Uncle Qian added from the side, it'll pierce skin if there's no armor. If the target is armored, it won't penetrate, but it'll leave a nasty dent enough to knock someone back and rattle their bones. That's enough to throw a whole line into disarray, Zhao Ming murmured, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. He could already picture the chaos this tool might bring to the battlefield: a disruption, panic, an opening in the ranks. The door to the workshop creaked open, and in stepped shopkeeper Wu, his expression as sharp as ever, scrolls tucked beneath one arm. Young Master Zhao, he greeted with a short nod. You've come at a good time. Zhao Ming acknowledged him with a tilt of the head. Shopkeeper Wu, has Uncle Du already left? Yes, Wu said as he stepped closer, brushing off the cold from his sleeves. He departed early this morning with another caravan headed north. With prices rising and the public scrambling to prepare for the festival, it's the perfect time to stock up. Grain, in particular, is moving fast. Smart move, Zhao Ming said. We'll want strong reserves before spring comes. Shopkeeper Wu unfolded the scroll and glanced at it. He also left word, asked if you had anything else you'd like sent to the young lady. Zhao Ming's eyes softened slightly at the mention of Murongs. He walked over to one of the drafting tables and picked up a brush and parchment. Yes, I've been meaning to send something. He began to sketch swiftly, lines flowing with purpose. A pair of gauntlets, lacquered leather, moon white and peach blossom pink. I want thin bronze or bone plates sewn across the back and knuckles enough to stop a slash without limiting her movement. Inner lining should be quilted silk for warmth and comfort. Shopkeeper Wu leaned over his shoulder, studying the design. Quite an intricate gift. Planning to make it yourself? Zhao Ming gave him a sideways glance and a smirk. Number. I have you. Wu's smile grew tight. Of course you do. Zhao Ming laughed and called out to Wen Tao, there's more. I want a mechanism built into the underside, concealed, blackened steel. A blade that can be extended manually with a latch or flick of the wrist. Wen Tao nodded slowly, the idea already sparking in his mind. We'll need to adjust the wrist guard and maybe reinforce the straps. And a second version, Zhao Ming continued, that houses a needle launcher. Single shot. Use a compressed bamboo spring. Compact, discreet. She'll need to be able to activate it with minimal movement. Wen Tao scribbled notes, already deep in calculation. It'll take some testing, but we can manage it. Zhao Ming leaned back, satisfied. I want both versions done by the end of the week. I'll send them with the next caravan. Shopkeeper Wu let out a breath through his nose and pinched the bridge of it. Of course, because why not squeeze in an assassination gauntlet set during the busiest time of the year? Zhao Ming's grin widened. Consider it a test of your craftsmanship. Behind him, Uncle Qian chuckled while hammering a piece of metal into shape. You're not a client, young master. You're a walking storm. Yu Ying, who had been silently observing the entire exchange, couldn't help but smile. The air around Zhao Ming always seemed to hum with momentum. Every room he entered shifted, every person he spoke to caught in the wake of his ideas. And whether they liked it or not, the workshop was already moving to his rhythm. As the clamor resumed and scrolls began to change hands, Zhao Ming turned slightly, casting a glance toward the open doors, where the sun was rising just past the rooftops. Time was ticking, and there were many more moves to make before the new year arrived.